Fakir opened his eyes. He had slept soundly without a single nightmare. He usually slept half awake, bracing himself for an attack or some other miscellaneous disaster, but this time he slept soundly and defenselessly as if he were truly dead. Of course, when I woke up, the wounds on my body had healed nicely. This was partly due to the regenerative powers of the bog salamander, but also because all sorts of good medicines had healed my body from the inside out. Fakir scrambled to his feet. He was covered in fluffy fur pelts on a bed of dry straw and a clean cotton quilt. Herbs and various splints wrapped around his body. Inside, the layout of the room was vaguely familiar, like something from one of Balak's barracks. He glanced down and saw that the room's owner was asleep at Fakir's feet. It was Ayan. Fakir opened his mouth to speak in Moorish. "Are you awake?" A voice came from the barracks entrance. Akila the night fox stared down at Fakir. She had aged quite a bit in the few days he hadn't seen her. Her cheeks were sunken and shadows under her eyes. The years she had been suppressing by force all this time were flowing again. Akila sat down beside Fakir's bed and glanced over at Ayan, who slept beside her. "Ayan, this one carried you when you fainted. He ran for 3 days and 3 nights. And that's why Ayan, who hadn't eaten or slept for days and had run with all his might, now slept at Fakir's feet." Fakir was silent for a moment, looking down at Ayan as he slept curled up between his toes. Then Akila turned to Fakir. "What the hell happened to you?" Fakir hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "I tried to kill Madam." Madam's complete death. Fakir hadn't seen it through to the end, that's why he only spoke of what came before. "I didn't think I would be able to overcome it with my own strength, so I dropped it to the bottom of the peak and barely won. Of course, it was quite difficult to drag him out of the deep hole and push him down the cliff. It's just that I was lucky. It's just a pity that I couldn't definitely cut off Madam's breath." Fakir spoke casually, but this was actually quite remarkable. After all these years of tormenting the natives of Deft, the Madam had finally been defeated by a young hero. Now the natives no longer had to make sacrifices. They could use the light at their disposal in the dark of night, and they no longer had to tremble with fear during stormy nights. This was enough for him to be hailed as the savior of all the tribes on the Deft. As Akila listened to Fakir's tale, he remained silent in amazement. Then she told him what he had been wondering. "After you fainted, Madam managed to flee the scene. Balak's warriors followed you, but the poison in the air was too much for them to approach, and it was all they could do to rescue you. Whether she intended to or not, Madam had sprayed deadly poison everywhere as she fled. The fog of poison they created as they volatilized made it impossible for the warriors and wolves to finally cut off her breath." "But," Akila said with a determined look, "but Madam would be dead by now." When Fakir turned his head away, Akila insisted, "She can never last long with that wound." He was right. Madam's entire body was crushed, and she had lost many vital organs. Her vital internal organs, such as her heart, spleen, lungs, and intestines, all protruded out of her body and sagged to the ground, and her exoskeleton was shattered. Her skull had even split open, tearing her brain into several pieces, making it extremely unlikely that Madame would survive. There was a reason Akila was so certain. Moreover, the place Madame fled to is known for being the coldest place in the world. Even under the depths, it's icy there, even in July, and a body that's so emaciated can't survive the harsh climate there. In other words, Madame will either die from her injuries, starve from immobility, or freeze to death in the icy cold. No matter how you look at it, there is no other fate for Madame than death. Thus Biker became the hero of the entire region for killing Madame. "Hero, you speak too highly of me." Fakir shook his head in humility, and Akila smiled dryly. "Is this still too much praise?" As she spoke, Akila swept aside the curtain at the barracks entrance. And then Fakir couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Outside the barracks, an enormous crowd had gathered. At first glance, 4 figures in size. They were all kneeling, eyes closed, hands clasped together in prayer. "We want Fakir, the hero of the Deft, to get well. Please send our prayers to Balak." Rococo Renaissance. All the big tribes of Deft, as well as smaller tribes with appearances and attire you've never seen before. They prayed in different ways, but their requests were the same. With one heart and one mind they surrounded Vikir's barracks and offered sacrifices. And then, whoa. At the sight of the awakened Vikir they stamped their feet, raised their voices and let out a roar of joy. The entire tribe was united under Vikir's accomplishment. That night, the whole series of processes and events came to a sobering end. The all-night feast of eating, drinking, and merriment and the memorial service for the dead ended simultaneously. Survivors drink and get drunk in a sense of mission, sadness, relief, or joy, and make new resolutions. And when it was all over, the night fell silent. Vikir closed his eyes and checked his body. I have it back to my prime before the regression. Deep inside him he could feel his aura bubbling and boiling. It's so dense that it's now more like a solid than a liquid. It is the peak of the graduator estate that Vikir had reached before his regression. Added to that was a higher level of Baskerville-style swordsmanship. The sixth tooth head drawn against Madame. And before he knew it, another smaller tooth had sprouted behind it. The Baskerville seventh. The seventh tooth beyond carnivorous. Vikir's struggle with the Madame resulted in the production of a seventh tooth, albeit a small one. He doesn't know why, but it's a natural consequence of his deepening understanding of martial arts in times of crisis. He has fully regained the combat prowess he had before his regression and has even acquired the seventh Baskerville. Considering that Vikir's swordsmanship before his regression was only 4-tooth, and the current patriarch of the Baskerville family, Hugo Le Baskerville, was 7 Dan, this was quite an achievement. But Hugo is a swordmaster. Even if they had the same level of swordsmanship, Hugo is a master. Vikir was a top graduator, but he hadn't yet broken through the master's barrier. Still, I've achieved at 17 what I didn't reach until I was 40. So I've got a long way to go. If anyone else knew this, they would faint. Not even the greatest swordmasters of House Baskerville, who were said to have the best equipment in history, could accomplish this. Moreover, Vikir was confident that even if he were to go unknown with the swordmaster, he would not be easily overpowered. If it's not a duel but a life-or-death fight, then it's not like we don't have a chance. Vikir's eyes shone as he pictured Hugo's face in his mind. At the same time, the sword Beelzebub, much longer than before, drew its blade from the artery in his wrist. Puddle. The red pattern engraved on the hilt was even more ominous than before. The reason is, binge fly Beelzebub all. 1 slot venomous Madame 8-legged S. Slot 2 silent hill Monsieur Hushue. Slot 3 super regeneration swamp salamander A. The newest addition to the group is a giant wraith. Madame 8-legs. Since a portion of her soul became a wraith and possessed Beelzebub, this already dangerous weapon has become even more deadly, extremely poisonous. It was imbued with Madame's fearsome malice, capable of killing in the smallest doses. For a moment Vikir studied this product of Madame's killing. Then suddenly Vikir's mind wandered elsewhere. Come to think of it, what about? Vikir's gaze fell to the bosom of the black cloak he was wearing. He slipped his hand into the pocket and felt what he expected. One soft little ball. This large black ball bobbed gently in Vikir's hand. It was the egg that Madame 8-legged had laid. During the battle, Madame 8-legged had regained her health by eating her eggs one by one, and this was the last one she had left. Vikir scrambled to pick it up. I saw it fall and picked it up, but I didn't think it would survive the impact of the fall. The egg was quite durable after all. No matter how many times I hit it with my fist, it bounces back without breaking because it is so elastic. The others didn't know what this black egg was, so they left it alone for. Now, do you think it will hatch? Now that it had left its mother's arms, there was a good chance that even if it was a healthy egg, it wouldn't hatch properly. Could have been a fertile egg in the first place, or it could have been damaged inside. For now, Vikir kept the egg in his arms. Maybe one day it could be used for research. I must leave now. Vikir lay down in a heap of straw. Had seen, heard, and done a lot in the last 2 years here in Deft. He had gained experiences that he would never forget. I've regained my pre-regression combat strength, and I've learned many important things. But we can't live here forever. I still had a lot of work to do before I could return. Someday when I'm done with all my plans, I'll be able to come back here. Just as Vakir was thinking about his future plans. Thump thump thump. Someone knocked on the barracks insignia. The next moment someone entered the barracks where Vakir was lying. Whirring. A dewy night breeze enters and blows out the candles in the barracks. Vakir stared at the shadowy figure beyond the darkness. Ayan. She was staring down at Vakir, her back to the black night sky, a galaxy of countless stars. Vakir. Ayan's voice is more serious than ever as she calls out to Vakir. She was always reticent and serious, but today for some reason she was wearing an unusually reserved expression. And then, Ayan stepped closer to Vakir and said in a low voice, "Will you help me? Help me what at this late hour of the night?" Vakir raised his upper body. There was nothing covering his upper body beneath the blankets. Ayan stared at him. Vakira. Vakira. Vakir looked puzzled. Vakira was a wolf who had grown up with Ayan from a very young age. She had always wondered how similar they were to Vakir, perhaps because they had similar names and their blunt personalities. Ayan looked into Vakir's eyes and said, "I think it's time to give Vakira a mate. Is that so?" "Yes, all males should have a mate when they are old enough." Ayan was silent for a moment as he spoke. Then in a small voice he added, "And so should the females." Vakir's brow creased at her words. Vakir knew that Vakira was in heat. It wasn't just her, it was all wolves. Wolves are in estrus all the time for males, but for females it comes about twice a year, every 7 to 8 months. Their vulvas often swell and release a bloody discharge, and lately both male and female wolves have been keeping me awake at night, howling at the sky. Vakir asked, "But what do you want me to help you with?" Ayan nodded and answered, "Do you remember how badly Vakira was hurt during Madam's attack?" "I know, that's when her right leg." "Right, that's because of Madam's poison." Ayan sighed lightly and continued, "Vakira became a one-legged man, not even the forelimbs but the hind legs do. That's so they can't mate properly." "I see. In the Kennedy family, mating is impossible without one hind leg. They can't balance themselves." It was clear that without artificial help Vakira would die out naturally. Ayan said, "I want to help Vakira, can you help me?" "How can I help?" Vakir said, dusting himself off and getting to his feet. Then Ayan grinned, his face like the color of the moon. With that, Ayan led Vakir out of the barracks. After passing through the village fence and wading a bit into the water, they came to an open meadow. There, standing on 3 legs, was Vakira, breathing heavily. And in front of him a familiar wolf. It was a young female who often accompanied Vakira on his hunts, and when he returned from them, Ayan looked at Vakira in the distance and spoke. Vakira used to be the idol of all the female wolves in the village. He was big, he was a good hunter, and his fur was lustrous. But after Madam's attack, everything went to hell. Vakira lost her right hind leg, leaving her unable to hunt. But despite this, the female was still interested in him. "You know, the seeds are fine." At Ayan's words, Vakir remembered her words from the oxbear hunt. The Balak warrior's criteria for choosing a mate is much like the oxbear's: an individual with good seed but young, and if she is wounded and weak, all the better. Meanwhile, Vakira moaned softly at the female who had come around her and nuzzled her face. She licked her tongue carefully over the female's body. The female licked her fur in return. Then they wrapped their bodies around each other in the moonlight. Vakira moved behind her and placed her forelegs on her back. But then, thud, one of the legs to support the back is missing, so it just falls to the side. The female waited patiently with her eyes closed, even as she licked her nose repeatedly with her tongue. Vakira stood up and climbed back onto the female's body, but this time, without a hind leg, he lost his balance. Ayan, watching from afar, narrowed her eyes. "He's been like that since yesterday." Vakir nodded too. He could see what Ayan was worried about. Next, Vakir and Ayan approached Vakira. Ayan limped on her right leg, which had been grazed by Adonai's poisoned arrow. And Vakira, her friend, staggers, having lost her right leg to the madam. "Get up and try again," Ayan says to Vakira. Vakira didn't seem too bothered by Vakir and Ayan's approach. That's what it means to be a trusted colleague. The female was still waiting patiently behind them. Vakira climbed up behind her again. Ian had cut down a log to make a prosthetic leg. But Vakira's movements were too violent for the prosthetic. Eventually Vakir had to hold his lower body to support his weight, and Ian had to press the female's hips and legs against his prosthetic to help him get into the right position. Ian slapped Vakira in frustration. "You idiot, the other side has a mind too, so be more aggressive, push more. More, you're a male, you're supposed to be stronger." As she yelled, Vakira's movements changed slightly. The female also became more cooperative and receptive. Eventually, with a scream, the female's purpose was fulfilled. As a full moon night, Ian and Vakir stand below a female wolf and a male wolf making love. Vakira and the female wolf clung to each other, unwilling to be separated. And Vakir and Ian had to hold them together. Then, Vakira jerked away. Only a few minutes had passed, but Vakira had gotten off the female's back and was trying to turn around. Vakir sounded dejected. "Is it over already? I just put it on." "No, watch." Ian shook her head. True to her word, the Vakira was falling off the female's body, but it wasn't. Vakira turned around and butted up against the female. It was a unique way for wolves to mate. It was only after this change in position that Vakir and Ian were able to pull away from the two wolves. Vakira and the female were now well on their way. Neither Vakir nor Ian said a word to each other as they watched the wolves. Harsh breathing. There was an awkward air between them. After a few minutes like that, Vakira was finally separated from the female. It is Mother Nature's providence that if there is a union, there is a separation. So there was no need to be ashamed of the relationship or regretful about the separation. They were part of the natural order of things, as natural as the wind blowing, the rain wetting the sun, spinning the sea surrounding, and the land connecting. Vakira lay on her belly on the cool grassy floor. It must have consumed a lot of stamina to stick out your tongue and gasp for not being able to sweat. The female lay beside him, her eyes glazed over. That's it. Vakir and Ian pulled away from Vakira. Vakira and the female wolf remained in the meadow, nuzzling each other's faces. Vakir and Ian walked back to the village, leaving the two newly married wolves behind. It was just beginning to fog up the dawn. "Thank you. You too." Vakir waved off Ian's thanks. There was a lingering sense of awkwardness in the conversation. It hadn't happened in the past 2 years. With that, Vakir walked back into the barracks. Had been planning to leave, but the thought of it made him feel sick. The dampness of the barracks in the early morning light felt both familiar and foreign. Vakir lay down on his straw bunk, but after a while he couldn't sleep. Perhaps he would have to see the sun rise before he could sleep. Just then, a rustle. The sound of something moving outside the barracks door. I look up and see a pale shadow peeking over the curtain. I can just make out the silhouette now. Ian, for some reason, she hasn't gone to her own barracks but is standing in front of Vakir's, hesitating over something. Vakir considers asking what's going on but decides against it. He was tired from helping Vakira mate, and he figured that if she needed anything else, she'd just barge in like she always did. But Ian just stood there in front of Vakir's barracks for what seemed like an eternity afterward. After what seemed like an eternity, the shadows slowly thinned. Was it an illusion? Vakir peered over the veil through closed eyelids. The dawn dew slowly dried in the distant morning light, the shadow of Ian on the banner had vanished completely. Vakir was already asleep. It has been 2 months since Madame Eightlegs disappeared. Vakira had become a father. 5 wolf pups nurse in their mother's arms, a peaceful sight. Meanwhile, Vakir watched the female wolf nurse her pups. A black ball was wedged between the squirming pups. The egg of Madame Eightlegs, it looked like a large black pearl, but it was smooth and soft to the touch. Vakir had been trying to get the wolves to hold this egg for the past 2 months just in case. But the wolves' warmth and care hadn't made any difference to the egg. The only thing that has changed is that the newborn puppies keep nibbling on the soft, fluffy egg and smearing it with their saliva. Vakir realized that further experiments with Madame's eggs were pointless, and he prepared to embark on his long journey once more. back to the Empire and back to Baskerville. The return of the iron-blooded Hound. It was time to return to where he came from. When Vikir announced his departure from Balak's village, not only did Balak's warriors send envoys, but so did all the nearby tribes. Akela did not stop Vikir when he declared his intention to leave. He was not a slave, so why stop him? Once you're family, you're always family, and even if you're separated by great distances, your ties grow stronger, not weaker. However, Akela invited the envoys from each tribe who had gathered to bid Vikir farewell and held a grand banquet to decorate the celebration. Everyone at the banquet loved and respected Vikir, but no one said see you or see you again to him. There are no such words in the Balak language. Akela didn't even say anything to Vikir about looking forward to their next meeting. See you again does not exist in the Balak language. They believe that once a relationship is formed, it is never broken, and that it transcends time and place. They were together even when they were apart. That's why they don't expect to say goodbye. Akela spoke to Vikir in a warm voice. Whenever and wherever you are a Balak hunter, and you are part of our family. Do not forget that. Vikir was silent for a moment. For some reason he felt something hot and ticklish stirring in the deepest recesses of his chest. For the first time, a feeling of belonging settled in Vikir's heart that he hadn't felt in any other place since his return. It was almost as if leaving Deft and returning to Baskerville was like leaving home and going to a strange place. Akela continued, you are a proud Balak warrior and a hero to all of Defts. If you are in trouble, we will help you to the best of our ability, no matter where you are or who you are up against. It wasn't just the warriors of Balak who responded to Aquela's words. All the native tribes of the Deft, from the shamanic Rococo to the Berserker Renaissance, cheered Aquela's words and encouraged Vikir. Our hero, call us anytime, well, come to your aid. Think of us sometimes, we love you. Awesome Vikir, go back and take over the empire. May the path of a hero be filled with only blessings. Most of all, the young men of Balak with whom I had cried, laughed, and slept for the past 2 years were the most sad to see Vikir go. Ahun was the worst of all. He was reduced to tears. He thumped his chest like a gorilla and shouted, Vikir, you can come back anytime, we'll be here waiting for you, and if you have any problems you can always call us. Brother Vikir, you have to write to me often, you have to, or else I'm going to. Beside him, Ahul, who had grown much taller by now, looked at Vikir with a moist gaze. She handed the departing Vikir a lunchbox wrapped in leaves, having grown so much in the past 2 years that she could hardly be considered 15 years old. Inside was a skewer of creamy caterpillars, a precious food. Vikir's dry smile curved the corners of his mouth. He couldn't remember laughing much before or after his regression, but here in Deft he laughed a lot. He had laughed more in 4 months here than he had in 40 years in his previous life. Farewell, Vikir, our hero. Without a see you later, the warriors of Balak waved to Vikir with a mixture of amusement and regret in their eyes. And then Vikir left the Deft he had been fond of in the midst of everyone's farewell. No, not all of them. Vikir searched the crowd for a face but never found it. Ayan. For some reason she hadn't shown up in town since she'd heard Vikir say he was leaving town. She didn't even show up for Vikir's farewell ceremony. Everyone was puzzled because she usually followed Vikir wherever he went. Can't be right. Vikir stood outside the village, glanced back at the empty iron barracks, and stood there for a few seconds. Then he turned on his heel and walked away from his beloved Balak village. His steps in the direction of the border of the Deft were weak for the first few steps, but then they began to pick up steam. It's really time to go home now. Vikir soon left the edge of the Deft. Standing on a high rocky peak, he could see a familiar citadel ahead. The Crimson Castle. It was a mining fortress built by the mages of Morg to mine the rubies of red. All mountain. Massive earthen walls, wooden fences, and stone buildings rose crudely but majestically. It had apparently been hardened over the past 2 years to keep the natives at bay. A land of endless veins of crimson ruby with dark clouds gathering in swirls. Above, the landscape still bathed in the ominous colors of red and black. Still mining rubies. Vikir walked slowly toward Morg's citadel. He was returning after 2 years. Suddenly he remembered the face of Morg Camus, the former head of the place. Was she still there? If she had grown up, well, she would be a mature woman now 17 years old. And well within the marriageable age. But that was the life of ordinary noble families, and a Camus born into the noble society of Morg was quite different. So when are you entering the academy? Let's keep up with me. Improbably. Going to get early admission by a year or two. It would be so much fun if we could be first years together. Suddenly I remembered how 2 years ago she had followed me around and nagged me. Did I tell you that I was thinking of applying for early admission to the academy? 2 years ago, when she was 15, she had already said that she was thinking about early admission to the academy, so maybe she was already there. You must have forgotten about me. At 17 you're a grown-up. An 80-year-old crush would be nothing more than a shy, fading memory. Vikir smiled dryly and headed out into the wilderness. The wind blew through the cotton fields. Just then, "Hey slave," a voice called out to Vikir from behind. Turning his head, Vikir saw a silver black-haired, point-eared woman just turned 19 staring at him. Ayan, she stood with her back to the cotton wind, her eyes red with tears. "Are you going?" "Really?" Ayan asked in a deep voice, and Vikir responded with silence. Then Ayan stepped in front of him. "If you're going to go, take this with you." Vikir's eyes widened as he saw Ayan reach out a trembling hand and give it to him. It was a large bow. It was a black bow with a dark light all over it. A giant bow that Adonai had used in the past. There was even a bowstring that had never existed. Vikir realized that the white tough string on the black bow was made from the tan silk of Madame Eight-Legged Spider's web. The same tough spring from which Madame had made and stored her webs had become the string, making the black bow a complete unit. Anubis, the strongest bow in Balak's history, has finally regained its perfect form. "I'm sorry I've been missing all this time making it," Vikir thought to himself as he looked down at the black bow. Thud. Ayan put something around Vikir's neck. A small black necklace. It is a choker, an object made from the tough hide of an ox bear. This ox bear was the first catch Ayan and Vikir had made together. Ayan put the necklace around Vikir's neck and spoke in his native voice. "Don't ever let go of this thing anywhere. Understood?" Vikir nodded, then looked down at Ayan. Ayan looked back up at Vikir. Their positions have changed a lot in the past 2 years. When they first met, Ayan looked down at Vikir and gave him orders. Now it's Ayan who can barely make eye contact with Vikir. She was a head taller than him then, but now she's a head shorter. Vikir, who had grown much taller, turned to Ayan and said, "You've gotten a lot shorter." It was her own joke, her own code for breaking the ice. But Ayan didn't respond to such lame jokes. Just, She walks in with a swift stride. Pow! A fist lands on Vikir's stomach. Vikir, who was hit in the stomach out of nowhere, swallows a groan and bends over. Thud. Ayan immediately grabs the choker around Vikir's neck. The next thing you know, Vikir is being dragged forward by the leash in Ayan's grasp. And then, the moment when Vikir bent at the waist and Ayan, choker in hand, are exactly the same height. Their lips met at the exact same height and pressed together. A second, like an eternity. How much time had passed? Ayan pushed hard against Vikir's chest. She turned her back to Vikir, who had stopped breathing. "See you again." It was still an imperfect imperial language. The Red Salt Castle. Surrounded by earthen walls and tall watchtowers, it is a massive man-made fortress built by the wizards of Morg. Mines were being developed above, with veins of crimson ruby running through them. The dark night, Vikir climbed over a massive earthen wall and entered the inner court. He could see men in guard uniforms passing beneath the protruding steel and rocky ridges. With a soundless movement characteristic of the mushuhushu, Vikir melted into the shadows and scaled the wall, sliding down the iron frame. Soon the interior of the Red Salt Castle unfolded. The streets were drenched with rain, dappled light leaked through the dark alleyways. Vikir headed down the alley in search of an inn to stay out of the rain. Tonight, then, Vikir spotted something towering above the buildings on the other side of the alley. It was a statue large and majestic enough to be seen clearly in the darkness and rain. It was a massive sculpture of a figure standing tall looking out over the deft to the west, perhaps made entirely of gold. The golden glow from the lower part of the figure made the surroundings seem illuminated. However, the upper part of its face was dark and hard to see. What's the point of putting something like that up there? Vakir paused for a moment. The statue hadn't been there since he left the fortress 2 years ago. Even if this was Morg's land, it was still essentially owned by the Baskervilles, so there would have to be a bilateral agreement for such a symbolic sculpture to be built. Moreover, it's a statue of great magnificence with its entire body glittering with gold, so who could it be? Vakir approached the statue cautiously. Just as he was about to find out who had built such a golden statue to honor. Hey, get the hell out of here. One of the guards waved at Vakir. Apparently there were some rats trying to nibble at the golden statue's gold. This statue is a monument erected by the Morgue in honor of the heroes who defended the Red Salt Castle. Do not approach it, only view it from a distance. At the overly vigilant guard's words, Vakir backed away. He couldn't afford to argue with the guard. He'd be pretty tired if they found out who he was. Even if I've been forgotten by everyone for 2 years, still there's no point in causing trouble. Not curious enough about the statue's identity to take a closer look, Vakir quickly turned into the alley. He was going to find an inn and get some rest. Eventually Vakir entered the tavern. The floor was drenched with rainwater and smeared with a messy mixture of dirt and charred footprints. The heat was sweltering, contrasting with the cold breeze from the street, and the moisture blinded Vakir's eyes. The smells of roasting meat, boiling fish, clinking beer glasses, and loud shouts and laughter filled the air. Vakir takes a seat. Then a glass of hot rum and 3 skewers of salted turkey brine are plopped down in front of him. As the waitress turns away in an unfriendly manner, Vakir raises his hand. I didn't order this. Hey, this is a basic drink. Vakir's words were answered by a man with a brushy beard who walked up and sat down next to him. Biker lifted his hood and looked sideways. The bushy-bearded man squinted at him. I saw you in the alley earlier, didn't I? It was the security guard who had just yelled at Vakir. Wahahaha, I'm sorry I yelled at you earlier, but I'm doing what I do, and I'm on a mission. I can't help but be sensitive when I'm on guard. He patted Vakir on the shoulder and laughed. The sight of Vakir's physique, probably in his late teens, made him relax his guard. Vakir merely shook his head. I understand. The security guard raised his hand as if he liked what he saw and called for an attendant. Then he looked out the window at the golden statue in the distance. Whatever you understand, it's our job to guard the statue honoring him. Not the other way around. Him. Vakir repeated, and the guard sounded excited. Yes, the hero who saved the Red Salt Castle 2 years ago. It was because of him that we survived the great barbarian invasion and even the wizards of Morgue and the swordsmen of Baskerville. Vakir scratched his head. The story was new to him too. Was there such a hero? Wasn't it 2 years ago, before he disappeared? Was there a massive barbarian invasion then, and was there someone powerful enough to protect Baskerville and Morgue? Everything is questionable. Vakir was digging through his memories, trying to recall the names of heroes he might have forgotten. Hey, I'm gonna buy a drink for my little friend here, so hurry up and get your order. Shit, did you boil and eat a tortoise leg? The guard grabbed the unfriendly waiter by the back of the head and ordered some salt and pepper pork for himself and a bottle of rum. The guard looked back at Vakir and asked, what do you want to drink, kid? I'm buying you something because I feel bad about yelling at you earlier. Then he'll have a rum too. Wahahaha, by the sound of your voice you sound like a child. No rum, just a glass of milk, warm it up. The guard shooed the waiter away into the kitchen. The men at the other table, dressed in the same uniform as the guard, chuckled. Hey, you talking about him again? Well, I'm busy spreading the legend of him whenever I see a stranger. Right? Well, I can understand that he's the reason we're still alive. That's right, we can't praise him enough, can you? The guards chattered away. When Vakir remained hooded and silent, the guard next to him spoke up. Whoa, you're a foreigner, but you should know his fame and Accomplishments resonate far beyond the underdog city below across Baskerville's territory and even into the Empire. Alas, are you speechless with amazement? How can a hero's tale of heroism from such a remote little place as this shake the entire empire? Yes, I know, but it's true, and my cousin who recently traveled to the Yellow City can testify to that, how well he is regarded in the Empire's society circles now. The guard took a long gulp of rum, then spoke with a gaping face. It's been 2 years, and I can still remember that day, the thrill, the chills, the goosebumps. Apparently there was a great hero 2 years ago. Vikir shook his head, and the room erupted in laughter. The guards at the back table raised their glasses of beer, vodka, and whiskey high in the air. Wahahaha, you don't know him, are you a spy? Well, when you hear of him, even a lowly moron like you would say you've heard of him somewhere. Yes, indeed, he was so great that day, gallantly chasing after the savages that no one else dared to pursue. He led an army of Morg and Baskervilles into the dark depths, can you believe it, into the black depths with those enemies, and at night too. It was suicide, haha, but he did it. Even the mighty Adolphe was only a bridesmaid that day. Hey, those are nothing. I'd be lying if I didn't mention that he slaughtered over 1,000 fearsome barbarians in one fell swoop and rescued Morg's frail Baron Jade Leaf. It was all thanks to him that Morg's young lady, who was poisoned to death, was able to recover. Ahoo, if you didn't see it, shut up. Do you know of his valor as he single-handedly charged a giant unidentified monster that appeared out of nowhere? I saw his final act with my own 2 eyes as he threw himself into the fray to ensure the safe retreat of the Morg and Baskerville allies. Vikir sensed that something was strange going on. The hero who had slaughtered so many barbarians in one fell swoop. The chivalry that had saved Morg's frail Baron Jade Leaf only daughter. A holy sacrifice who fought bravely against a giant monster, buying the Alliance time to flee. That great hero who was here with us only 2 years ago, whose name is... The guard leapt to his feet and lifted his lantern to shine out the window. There, just beyond the darkness, the face of a golden statue was visible, illuminated by the moonlight peeking out of the clouds. At the sight of the majestic hero, all the guards exclaimed, "Vikir!" At the same time, countless guards turned their gazes toward Vikir. If they didn't recognize him by now, they would throw stones at him. Eventually Vikir answered, Then all the guards chimed in. "Look, you know who it is, Vikir van Baskerville." The golden statue that towered over the central plaza of Red Salt Castle was in Vikir's image. "Come on, let us celebrate. You two join us. We always show our appreciation for Lord Vikir's statue like this at night. He is the reason we survived the attack that day. We survived because he stopped that giant beast." "What's happening, my friend? You're a peculiar young fella. You are heartless. Put more energy into it. Clap harder. Come on, mate," was said as the guards of the Red Salt Castle looked at Vikir's statue and clapped 12 times at midnight on the hour. The passers-by can tell the time by the sound of the guards clapping. Vikir observed the faces of the guards who forced him to clap one by one. Around 2 years ago, in the depths of the Red and Black Mountains, the faces of those who ran away from Madame Eightlegs. Some of them looked like the soldier's head seen then. The hairy man who served Vikir the glass of milk chuckled. "Anyway, if you don't know Vikir's name in this region, then you're a spy. Of course, it's a bit of an exaggeration to say that the rumor has reached the other side of the world. Still, the rumors are true. If it's not, why would the House of Morg have offered such a large amount of gold to honor his achievements? It is said that every year politicians and nobles from neighboring cities come to pay their respects and perform ceremonies in front of the giant golden statue." Vikir sighed, pressing his hood deeper into his face. Sure, had achieved a lot in the depths 2 years ago, but most of his accomplishments had been grossly exaggerated. "Not only did I kill thousands of natives in one fell swoop, but I also rescued the allied armies of Morg and Baskerville, and even rescued Morg's fragile Baron Jade Leaf. To be clear, it was Adolphe Morg who did the most damage that night. Vikir had merely lessened the amount of time for them catch up to the barbarians at night, though I did play the role of a martyr against Madame at the end." Vikir sipped his milk and reminisced. Anyway, it was clear that all that was accomplished by Morg Adolphe and the combined forces of Morg and Baskerville armies that night were warped and twisted into the credit of one man, Vikir. Just as Vikir was trying to figure out how to make sense of this situation. Creak. Suddenly the door to the inn burst open. The sound of the fish boiling, the smell of the skewers cooking in the salt. The heat of the pork lard sizzling, all of it vanished in an instant. The night breeze swept away the hot, thick, and dirty air of the tavern. The night breeze came in from behind of three women in long robes. With their thick eyebrows, cat-like eyes, and beautiful features, the three women could be triplets. Upon seeing them, the guards rose to their feet in unison and saluted. Loyalty, we greet the commanders of the fortress. Their change in posture drew Vikir's attention. Vikir looked at the three women as they entered the tavern. He had seen them before, if he recalled correctly. They were the three flowers of Morg, or the three misfortunes. Highsis, Midsis, and Lowsis. Specializing in grass, earth, and water magic, they walked up to the table with their distinctive red hair and sat down. The men's eyes were momentarily dazed by their beauty, but they could not make a mistake. Neither could Vikir, especially because the triplets' personalities were truly terrifying. What were they talking about that was so funny? The obvious, it's midnight, they're probably clapping again. Were they talking about Mr. Vikir? The guards answered the triplets' question with a roar. Yes, we were. Then the eldest Highsis laughed as she grabbed the cold mug of beer in front of her. Ho hoits, no wonder, for his accomplishments are great, and I still get a thrill thinking about how I felt when I saw him that day. The rookie guard's eyes sparkle at Highsis' words. Did you ever meet him in person, Commander? Of course. Highsis and the other two sisters narrowed their eyes and laughed. When I first saw him, I thought he was just a pretty boy, but I got to know him during our time together in the fortress. I saw him for who he really was. Someone incredibly kind and charismatic. Vikir, standing right next to her, could hardly believe his ears. He remembered his first encounter with them as less than pleasant. But for some reason the sisters Highsis, Midsis, and Lowsis seemed to remember their time with Vikir as something truly beautiful. He was wonderful. I honestly spent the whole time he was living in the fortress ogling him. Though we only bumped into each other a few times in the mess hall. We did see each other at the cotton field boundary, however, though we didn't get a chance to have a long talk before the three Baskervilles interrupted us. If I'd known this was going to happen, I would have talked to him a bit more. She took the guards aside and began to chatter. The woman who had been so unfriendly to them earlier noticed and politely served them drinks and snacks. Vikir sat alone at a distant table, listening carefully to the triplets' story. He hoped to hear at least a little of what had been going on in Morg and Baskerville. The triplets were quite talkative, and Vikir was able to get plenty of information out of them. The changes since Vikir's disappearance 2 years ago and the eventual declaration if his death were astonishing. The most shocking was the number of times Hugo Les Baskerville had visited Morg in a furious rage, and that the Morg rewarded the Baskervilles diplomatically with an enormous amount of money. Despite this, Hugo Les Baskervilles did not relent in his anger. And finally, that only a few weeks ago Morg Camus had personally led a search party through the depths of the Red and Black Mountains. Vikir had accepted all of this with a grimace. Well, if Hugo was upset about his disappearance, it was because he'd lost a useful hound. And if he's still angry, it's because he thinks the reward given by the Morgs is too small. The only thing that seems surprising is that Camus still hasn't forgotten Vikir after 2 years. Until just a few weeks ago, she had been steadfastly leading a search party through the depths, and then she suddenly disappeared. Rumor has it she's gone into hiding deep within her family and gone into retirement. Whatever. The triplets told Vikir's story, subtly bragging to the guards about their experiences and connections. By the way, that golden statue over there doesn't even capture half of Vikir's true appearance. It's a shame, because if he were still alive, he'd be a good match for me by now. Who's paired with whom? That's ridiculous. If he were alive, I'd definitely be the one to pick him up. Don't fight, sisters, we'll all get along. What man would turn down the three of us? But then the triplet sisters all silence at once. What's the use of fighting? He's already gone. A somber mood settled over the tavern for a moment. By this time Vakir had gotten up and climbed the stairs to the second floor. He couldn't wait to get to his room and lay down. He was tired of listening to his own story, which was becoming unfamiliar. Then, unfortunately, out of the corner of her eye, Isis caught sight of Vakir's hood. You there? Your outfit is suspicious. Get over here. She wasn't in the mood for a little teasing, so she immediately used the fortress commander's powers to stop and search. Vakir paused in while moving up the stairs. If he took off his hood here, the atmosphere would be overwhelming. He considered pretending he hadn't heard and continuing up the stairs, but that would only fuel Isis' foul temper. Hey, stop, can't you hear me? The guard next to me spoke. Miss, I bought this kid a glass of milk earlier and he isn't suspicious. Shut up. At this time of night, the natives outside are strangely quiet. We should be more vigilant. Isis leapt to her feet. He stretched out her hand towards Vakir. A powerful stream of mana swirled around Vakir. Bind. The wooden railings of the staircase creaked and long vines grew around. Vakir trying to wrap around him. But, Wyrick. Vakir flew out of the way, easily avoiding the grasp of vines. Isis' eyes widen at the sight, as do those of Midsis and Losis and those who were standing behind them looking impressed. The men of the guard beside him were so surprised that they spat out their drinks. They hadn't expected him to be able to evade the magic of Morg's three sisters so easily, especially since it came from Isis, the strongest of the three. Shit. Vakir sensed that things were getting troublesome. He thought about hiding in the night, but Morg's trio were no match for him. The three sisters, Isis, Midsis, and Losis, quickly rose to their feet and drew upon their magic. The guards who had been laughing and talking a moment ago also drew their swords, bows, staves, and magic and surrounded Vakir with a sharp edge. Who are you? Remove your hood and reveal your identity. Isis shouted sharply. Vakir sighed softly. He might be able to escape, but it would turn the entire fortress upside down. He didn't trust himself to escape without spilling blood. And it wasn't as if he needed to wear a hood to disguise himself in the first place. I'm on my way to inform Baskerville that I'm back anyway. Whether Baskerville or Morg found out first was merely a matter of sequence. Eventually Vakir obediently stopped and raised his hands. Then, under the watchful eyes of all, he slowly pulled back his hood. The moment Vakir's hood came off, revealing his face. Oh! The triplets exclaim in unison. It's not a reaction to seeing a familiar face, it's purely a reaction to Vakir's appearance. And then, one by one, they begin to realize that Vakir's face bears a striking resemblance to something. Several guards slowly turn their heads to stare at the face of the golden statue outside the window. Then they turn again and stare at the face of Vakir standing on the railing of the stairs. And they go stiff. The shock spreads to every man in the guard, it spreads to every man in the tavern, and even to Morg's three sisters, Isis, Midsis, and Losis. Soon all who recognized Vakir's face stood with their mouths agape and their index fingers trembling. Vi 66666. Vakir van Baskerville, the missing hound of the iron-blooded. The hero of the red salt has returned. The next morning, Vakir pushed himself out of his shabby bed in the tavern. He had declined the offer from Isis last night to come and stay in the fortress guest quarters. Had already paid for the room yesterday. As he descended the creaky wooden stairs and stepped onto the first floor, where the guards from last night stood guard in front of the tavern and saluted in booming voices. Salute. I am not from the Morg family, you do not need to salute. Sir Vakir, you are the hero of Red Salt Castle, and we have not forgotten how you saved our lives in the depth 2 years ago, so we salute you from the bottom of our hearts. That's where Vakir decided to give up. He would have to get used to the salutes and words of honor that will follow him from now on. He couldn't afford to feel awkward all the time. Just then one of the waitresses from last night rushed over and handed Vakir a bag. Hey, there's, if you don't mind, I thought I'd give you a snake for your travels. It was a skewer of the best cuts of beef, some herbal antiseptics and dark colored beer in a cold glass bottle. When the guards saw it they sighed deeply. What in the world has happened to that woman, they said. How can Nancy, the cold wind of the tavern, the epitome of rudeness, be so kind? I guess she's suddenly awakened her spirit of hospitality. What a cruel world, looks are all that matter. But Nancy wasn't the only one who had changed. Ding 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 ding. As soon as the sun rose in the morning 3 steeds approached Vikir's tavern. The 3 horses were followed by numerous other carriages and servants. Riding on the horses at the forefront were the 3 flowers of Morgue. Morgue High Cis, Morgue Mid Cis, and Morgue Low Cis. For some reason they looked different than they did yesterday. For starters, they had fairer skin, red lips, darker eyebrows, and more defined features. They looked natural, as if they weren't wearing makeup, but they were actually wearing heavy makeup that took an extreme amount of time, money, and effort to put on. On top of that, they were wearing formal outfits that they would never normally wear. Afterward, Morgue's 3 sisters who greeted Vikir dismounted from their horses. Even the notoriously ill-tempered High Cis said thank you in a gentle voice to the servant who helped her to her feet. Vikir said to the triplets, "Is it okay to travel unarmed in wartime?" It was an innocent question, but they answered with a glint in their eyes. "I am armed. I am also fully armed. It's called combat readiness. Ho ho ho, although my sister's makeup is more like camouflage than armor." The youngest of the 3 sisters' expressions stiffened at her sister's comment. "What camouflage? That's referring to the face you hid with your brush." "I only hid my face. What about you, sister? You covered the outline of your chin altogether. You also made your nose really stand up with shading, but what, that's almost like a civil engineering." "Okay, move your bangs out of the way, kid, so I can play soccer on your forehead." As the 3 Morgues suddenly began to argue with each other, the air around them began to swirl with magical power. Despite their smiling faces, the air around them was growing chilly. However, their fight was quickly interrupted by a single word from Vikir. "Have you contacted the Baskervilles?" High Cis was the first to raise her hand and answer. "Yes, I sent an owl just yesterday to tell them that Mr. Vikir has returned." Slowly his title changed from Sir to Mr. It was High Cis' way of trying to be more respectful. Vikir, of course, wasn't fazed at all. "All right then, I'll go by myself from here." They were still in front of the tavern. He just meant he's going to make the trip alone. The 3 sisters were openly disappointed. "Are you sure you don't want us to accompany you? It's a long way to the fortress border. The roads are complicated and you could get lost." "I'm sure you're busy, but it's okay." "We are not busy. We are not busy at all. We're so bored. We're sleeping all the time these days. The barbarians are quiet. We're not busy at all. Why don't you just come with us? We'll show you the sights and give you some advice." "No thank you. I'd appreciate it if I could just borrow a horse." Vikir clapped his hands and thought to himself, "When I return home, I'll have to report that Morgue's men are playing around. Such disloyalty is unforgivable, sleeping around while borrowing someone else's land." Then High Cis came up behind him pulling a pale white horse. Only its ears were dyed pink. "This one is my favorite. His name is Poppy, and I've had him since he was a baby. When you're riding him, you're also riding me. No, please think of it as riding with me. Sis, didn't you buy that horse in a hurry at the market last night?" Yeah, I picked the best one I could find and I pushed the stall holders hard, but it was a real deal." High Cis grits her teeth and menaced at her siblings. "Whatever." Vikir climbed onto the horse. Until then, the 3 sisters had been arguing over who would lead Vikir to the edge of the Red Salt Castle's boundaries. Then, "I have a question for you." Vikir turned his head. Meeting his gaze, the 3 sisters stopped moving for a moment and stared up into his face with blank expressions. It was as if they were mesmerized. But Vikir's next words brought them back to reality. "Where is Camus?" Camus Morgue. Hearing the name brought the 3 sisters back to reality as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. That's right, there was Camus. Ugh. We're gonna have to look all over the place, aren't we? That's why I told you not to do that, sisters." The 3 sisters gasped, realizing what they had just done. Then Hysis answered Vikir's question. If it's Camus, she's entering closed-door training. Closed. Vikir repeated, and Hysis shook his head, filling in the blanks of what could have happened. She had heard that after Vikir's disappearance, Camus had organized a search party and spent years searching the depths of Black and Red Mountain. But after failing to recover Vikir's body, let alone save him, Camus abruptly stopped searching and entered into a closed-door training session. And what he heard from Morgue's three sisters was startling. She's separated from Uncle Adolphe. Hysis said, sounding surprised herself. I heard that Camus has changed a little since the time he stopped searching for Vikir. She had lost much of her brash personality and spoke less. Then, out of the blue, she announced her withdrawal from the light side. Since Camus always followed Adolphe like a parent who was her uncle and the leader of a light faction, the Morgue family was shocked even from within. However, Adolphe did not express any official comments about this incident. He just silently watched Camus, who had defected, join the dark side, which stands at the opposite end of a light side. The dark side. Vikir frowned slightly. There are two factions in Morgue. The light side, which uses magic to achieve results both internally and externally, and the dark faction, which is less publicly visible but deeply researches and develops magic within the family. Members of the light faction travel in and around the clan, slaying monsters and constructing buildings. Members of the dark side, on the other hand, generally don't travel outside of the family. Instead, they study a particular field or genre of magic in depth and through countless trials and errors discover and recreate new magic. It's the difference between a practitioner and a researcher. The current leader of the light faction is Adolphe Morgue, and the leader of the dark faction is Snake Morgue. Snake Morgue, he is an archmage who leads the House of Morgue and holds the title of Marquis of the Empire, the same rank as the patriarch Respain Morgue and a distant relative of hers. He was not known to the public. The only thing that comes to mind is his reputation as being incredibly pompous and stubborn. Of course, Vikir, who had lived through the Age of Destruction, was familiar with the man known as Snake Morgue. This is unexpected. Vikir frowned. Before the regression, Camus and Snake had never gotten along. But somehow in this life, Camus had suddenly joined hands with Snake. Since Morgue's party is composed of 1 delegate, 20 senators, and 400 representatives, Camus would most likely have been a senator. Maybe she wasn't even a senator at all. Vikir hesitated a moment, then spoke up. Can you deliver a message to Camus? Hysis nodded as if it were obvious. Sure, it's a favor from a friend. Okay, then he'll ask you to keep it short. Vikir nodded, and all three sisters took out pens and paper ready to dictate. But what actually came out of Vikir's mouth was very simple and short. When you get a chance, let's meet face to face. Is that it? Weren't they supposed to be reunited after 2 long years? The three sisters, Hysis, Midsis, and Losis, stood in place in a daze. Turning to them, Vikir added, as if it had just occurred to him, "Oh, and be sure to leave the dark side." Vikir rode his horse to the city of Underdog, a city where he had once served as a deputy magistrate. Vikir rode his horse through the streets and alleyways of Underdog City. The city's security had been greatly improved. For the time being, there were noticeably fewer homeless people and drunkards wandering the city, and the streets were cleaner. One thing I noticed was that there were very few children around. Children are usually running around and playing in the streets and alleyways. But strangely, there were no children in the alleyways. There were a few kids wandering around, probably running errands, but they were always accompanied by a guardian. Otherwise, they'd rush back into their houses as if there was something scary outside. Vikir tilted his head but urged his horse toward the city hall. The main entrance to the city hall was now in sight. He felt a bit nostalgic. He hadn't been there since he had temporarily left the depths to find a cure for the Red Death, the faith of the tree. There was a plaque with those words clearly written on them by Chihuahua. It was made in the past when Vikir burned 10 billion on a bet. As he entered the city hall building, he was greeted by a bustling staff. Without a sound, Vikir dismounted and made his way through the crowd to the inside. This was to meet up with Chihuahua Baskerville. He spotted a woman busily working in front of the deputy commissioner's office. Judging by the unfamiliarity of her face, she was a new employee.
Top.
Vikir knocked once on her desk. But the woman was so busy she didn't answer except for a brief frown.
Top.
Vikir knocked on her desk a second time without effect.
Top.
But the woman didn't respond this time. Take a wait list and wait, she said in a very businesslike tone. Vikir thought for a moment and nodded. Currently Vikir was listed as dead, so he was not officially a deputy. So in principle it was right to draw a number and wait. Especially since he had no intention of making a scene. Waitlist number 3021. Vikir took the ticket and sat down to wait. None of the employees walking by paid him any mind. Their faces were buried in their papers. After he had waited for hours. Finally Vikir's turn came. The 3020th customer in front of him had just finished his business and went away. Vikir had just gotten up and was approaching the woman. Bang! A desk near him shook as if it was going to shatter. A male employee jumped to his feet and shouted in an excited voice. News from Red Salt Castle. Lord Vikir is alive and well. What really? It's true, it's a message from the commander of Morg family. Himself, he's leaving the Red Salt Castle and is on his way here. Then there was an uproar. The atmosphere in the city hall quickly turned into a simmering pandemonium. Lord Vikir is alive. It's the return of a hero. Contact the main house of Baskerville now. Lord Vikir is on his way here. Roll out the red carpet now. We only have a white carpet. What should we do? Make it red with your own blood and welcome him with all you got. The city hall staff began to scramble, abandoning all their important work. That included the woman sighting in front of Vikir. For God's sake, we need to get ready to welcome Sir Vikir right now. She threw down the 3021st waitlist and stormed out. Or better said, she would have done so if Vikir hadn't gotten in her way. Wait, you have to take care of my complaint first. If it's urgent, just send it in and he'll do it first thing tomorrow morning. It'll be too late then. The woman shot Vikir a look of incredulity. I'm sorry, but I can't help you right now. We have a guest, a very important one at that. I don't know what your business is, but under these circumstances you'll have to wait until later. I need to see the director. The woman paused as the name of the Chihuahua Baskerville came out of Vikir's mouth. If he was going to go straight to the office, he was a pretty important figure and she couldn't ignore him. So she grunted and gathered up the papers. Oh no, I don't want to do this now that Mr. Vikir is on his way to why. Didn't you tell me you had a meeting so I could get it cancelled sooner? The woman glanced back at her co-workers who were busy preparing to welcome Vikir and gave the genuine complainant a look. Then she slid a piece of paper in front of Vikir. Write down your name and the purpose of your visit here, please, as fast as possible. Vikir did as he was told. Name Vikir van Baskerville. Purpose of visit reunion. The woman snatched the papers out of Vikir's hand. She had dealt with so many complaints that she was used to dealing with nobles. She didn't even bother to read the papers before knocking on the door of the director's office. Mr. Chihuahua, you have a visitor. Chihuahua's voice came from the other side of the door. What, I don't have any meetings today. Yes, but you have a visitor. I said I don't have a meeting and am canceling anyone I have. Mr. Vikir is on his way, so just send him home and they'll understand. The woman turned away as she still hadn't read the paperwork. She sighed and waved the papers in her hand at Vikir, who stood still. Mr. Director said that there'll be no meeting today and he's busy with an emergency, so next time please make an appointment before you come in. What was your name? The paperwork says yes, Mr. Vikir. In the future, please be sure to contact me in advance and send me a message at. In a moment the woman's body went rigid. She looked dazed for a moment, then she adjusted her glasses and looked back at the paperwork. Soon the letters in the name field of complainant 3021 are clearly visible on her glasses. Name Vikir van Baskerville. Purpose of visit reunion. As the woman stood there with her papers, one by one busy employees walk by and look at the contents of her papers. Hey, I'm busy. What are you doing here? Not rolling out the red carpet. Hey, don't get in my way. Can you get out of my way, please? Huck. What's with all the prying? The people gathered around the female employee one by one and froze in place. The number of people was getting bigger and bigger. Soon the entire city hall staff had gathered around Vikir and they were all frozen in place. The office was silent as if it had never been so busy. After a long moment of silence, customer number 3021 will enter. The female employee's voice echoed softly as she crawled away. Chihuahua Baskerville looked at Vikir as he burst into his office. Oh, at least you came through the door this time. Last time you came through the window. He had gotten quite used to Vikir's unusual behavior. Vikir flopped down on the sofa as soon as he entered. Suddenly a child came running to him. Daddy, daddy. It was Pomeranian La Baskerville. Vikir grabbed her by the waist and lifted her up. Not daddy, uncle. Uncle. Pomeranian laughed as if she was amused by Vikir's behavior. She clung to Vikir's side, her hands digging into his waist. Uncle, hee im a rat catch the rat. Pomeranian had learned to speak a little. The Chihuahua's training must have worked, Vikir thought. Pomeranian held out a rat to Vikir, but it didn't look like the kind of rat you'd keep as a pet. It was so skinny and scrawny that it was nothing but bone and skin. Vikir nodded approvingly. It's a cute little rat, but be careful not to catch the plague. Yaw, uncle. Vikir patted the Pomeranian on the head, then turned his attention to the Chihuahua. Chihuahua filled Vikir in on the details of what had transpired while he was gone. In return, Vikir recounted the events that had occurred to him in the depths. As Chihuahua listened in awe and amazement. So did you finally defeat the mysterious creature that was found in the depths? Not completely, however, it fled to a cold and barren place with fatal injuries, so it has probably frozen to death or starved to death. Kia, our deputy magistrate, once you owe someone a debt, you pay it back to the end. This time it was Vikir's turn to ask a question. Have you solved any of the underdog's problems? Oh, it's all been resolved thanks to your suggestion from last time. Cinderwendy's very good at her job. Suddenly the Chihuahua's normally cheerful expression darkened for a moment. Vikir didn't miss the change and asked, is something wrong? In fact, there's a case that even Cinderwendy can't seem to figure out. Then Chihuahua stood up and pulled out a sheet of paper from the bookshelf. Unsolved serial infant abduction case. It was a cold case in the city of Underdog. Recently, children from the slums have been disappearing one after another. It's a serial phenomenon. I don't think it's a kidnapping for money. The trail is not quite clear. Is it the work of the same person? If my guess is correct, it is a solo operation, though I have no proof. Don't Cinderwendy's a capable human being. I'm sure we'll get a lead soon. I hope so. The Chihuahua shook its head as if he in trouble. Then, Dad, uncle, this is Baba. The Pomeranian grabbed Vikir's arm again and sagged. Vikir couldn't help but turn his head as the Pomeranian clung to his arm with his entire body. The momentary separation seemed to have made her even more sullen. So Pomeranian, what do you want? Rats. Pomeranian held out another rat to Vikir. Vikir nodded appropriately and tried to live up to Pomeranian's expectations. At that moment, Vikir took another look at the rat in Pomeranian's hand. Something was off about it. Vikir squinted his eyes and examined the rat. The rat reeked of death. Upon closer inspection, the rat was long dead, nothing left but bones and skin, and Pomeranian was playing with it. Vikir's mouth opened halfway. The rat was now dancing on Pomeranian's palm. This was clearly a corpse resuscitation technique, a death magic spell that could be performed using negative mana. Pomeranian. Uncle. This rat, did you revive it? Pomeranian nodded with a cheerful expression. Since when did you know you could do this? 1 night, 2 nights, 3 bomb. The Pomeranian wiggled her fingers eagerly and then stretched out 5 fingers. Vikir nodded. 5 nights ago. Who taught you how to play with rats like this? The tribe. Vikir was silent for a moment at Pomeranian's words. Pomeranian had been found in the village of the Rococo tribe. Vikir had assumed that she had learned the secrets of the Rococo tribe, who are known for their black magic and command skills over their shoulder, but he was not certain. At this age you've already sensed mana, even the most elusive negative mana. Even the children of the Baskervilles and Morgue, who are said to be geniuses, don't feel mana until they were 8 years old. But Pomeranian felt mana at the age of 5 and was playing with it freely. Vikir thought for a moment. A magical prodigy had appeared in the iron-blooded sword family, and she was the illegitimate granddaughter of the patriarch. I wonder how Hugo would react if he found out. Vikir tried to imagine Hugo's reaction to seeing the Pomeranian. If it was the Hugo he knew, probably. Granddaughter, and you don't even know what kind of bastard's blood she's mixed with, you worthless thing. It was likely to be something like that. Hugo judges all his children by efficiency. A woman can't wield a sword as well as a man, so she's already going to be judged negatively. And magic, black magic. That's not exactly Hugo's favorite type of witchcraft. Plus, I don't know what hell think of her being his granddaughter. Vikir closed his eyes and considered. There were few daughters in the Baskervilles, no, almost none. You have to look far and wide to find one, and even then Hugo doesn't even know their names. In fact, there were no daughters in Hugo's direct lineage at all. Pomeranian must be the only one. Vikir muttered, looking down at the Pomeranian clinging to his leg.
Pomeranian la Baskerville.
She was the only child of the eldest daughter of the current head of house.
Baskerville Hugo les Baskerville.
In other words, the most direct of the direct line. The first daughter of his first wife's first daughter. How would Hugo react? Is it a good idea to introduce Hugo to the Pomeranians in the first place? Vikir shook his head, remembering Hugo's cold look. I can't imagine what that cold-blooded man would say to Pomeranian. I'm sure he'll say something nasty like they're useless, a waste, a mongrel. Or something else. Or maybe he'll just give her a cold, unfeeling stare like he's looking at an invisible object. If that is the case, then it might be best not to confront them. Just as Vikir was contemplating what to do with the still very young Pomeranian, a bang. Something crashed through the window. Chihuahua opened the window in surprise and sees an owl with a letter tied to its leg. The Chihuahua quickly took the letter and read it. Then he looked back at Vikir in horror and exclaimed, "Mr. Vikir, we're in trouble." "What?" "It's from the main house, God, my Lord G." Directly as soon as he heard the news of Vikir's survival, he is on his way. At the same time there was a noise that cut off the Chihuahua's words. A bang bang bang. A knock on the front door of the city hall and the panting of horses that had traveled a long way at a fast pace. Finally the Chihuahua finished speaking. "He's here." It hadn't been long since Vikir's return. Hugo Les Baskervilles, the head of the iron-blooded Baskervilles family, made his move immediately upon hearing the news of Vikir's return. His reaction was so intense that even Vikir himself hadn't not expecting it. Hugo traveled to the underdog's city hall accompanied by his butler John Barrymore. He came straight to the office and asked for Vikir first. "Where is my son?" Hugo asked, and the Chihuahua quickly led him into the office. Vikir barely had time to greet him. Hugo burst through the office door and confronted Vikir, who was just stepping out. Hugo's eyes widened. Vikir's eyes widened slightly as well. "You're back. Imbik. Well done. Thank you." The conversation is fairly dry and short for a father-son reunion. However, Barrymore, standing behind them, watched the conversation with amusement and excitement. "It's been a long time since I've seen my lord so happy." No wonder Barrymore thought this. Hugo hadn't smiled once in the 2 years since Vikir's disappearance. Not even the slightest smile. But now Hugo was looking at Vikir and smiling. Of course it was almost impossible to tell because his face was so cold and stoic. Meanwhile, Vikir glanced cautiously at the door to the next room. Hugo had come in such a hurry that he hadn't hidden the Pomeranian properly. Had gotten her into the next room in a hurry, so she should be fine. Then, Hugo clapped Vikir on the shoulder. "So how have you been?" Vikir tensed for a moment. Had spent all this time building up his strength in the death to avoid revealing his true abilities to Hugo. As a survivor of an age of destruction, Vikir used his skillful mana hiding techniques to keep his strength in check. But, surprisingly, he felt no pressure from Hugo's hand on his shoulder. There was no indication that he was scanning the mana inside or trying to get a read on it. There was even a faint warmth to his voice that seemed out of place. What is it? Vikir is a little taken aback. Was he just asking genuinely curious? Vikir searched Hugo's gaze again. But he couldn't read anything in it: surprise, joy, curiosity, relief. It was like, sounds like a typical father. Vikir furrowed his brow. It's one or the other. Either Hugo's mind had grown deeper and more sinister than even he could recognize, or his own mind had turned dull. The night before the regression, when the rain was pouring down in torrents. He can't forget the feel of so many teeth piercing his body. How can he forget the man who accused him of being in league with demons and executed him? A master of hounds and king of all hounds. That was Hugo Les Baskerville. Vikir sharpened his fangs, which were almost dull again. And the more he did so, the softer his tone became. I've been concentrating on recovering from the wounds I suffered at the hands of monsters while adrift in the depths, and I've managed to establish friendly relations with some of the natives. Hugo's complexion brightened a bit. I see you established friendly relations with the barbarians. Yes, that's a good thing. Hugo nodded. It was a rather unexpected response given his morbid dislike of the natives of Deft. But at Hugo's next words, Vikir could only nod in agreement. You must have gotten to know the barbarians well enough to know their location and strength, which would make it easier for you to wipe them out. Hugo still regarded the natives as something akin to demons. Vikir hid a sigh. What I've learned from my time with them is that their power is greater than I thought. That's true, especially with the night foxes being such a threat. But I've figured out a way to control them. Ho ho, and what is that? Hugo asked, his face lighting up at Vikir's words. If you ask Vikir, he always has a good answer. Hugo seemed to think so. And this time Vikir didn't disappoint. The natives of Deft are weak against the Empire's manufactured goods. Manufactured goods. Yes, I have confirmed that merchants from bourgeois families have been sneaking in and trading with the natives of Deft. Hugo's expression hardened at the words. Then he growled in a low voice. A bunch of money grubbers, and now they're trading with foreign enemies. Sooner or later I'm going to have to cut their heads off. You don't have to worry, father, I've exterminated them all. What? I'm a deputy magistrate in the city of Underdog, and I had them summarily executed under the authority of the acting magistrate, and of course there were no witnesses. Hugo's eyes widened again. Then his gaze dropped to Vikir's, and it was replaced by a look of familiarity, of recognition. I see, that's just like my son. This is Baskerville. And then with a gleam in his eye, Hugo asked, yes, it is. You mean the bourgeois have been seducing the barbarians with their petty manufactured goods? Yes, glass beads and woolen crafts which are cheap in the Empire, or vegetables and grain which are precious to them. Exploiting them is a great way to keep them under control, and it's a great diplomatic gain. But isn't that trade, not conquest? It's a way to win without fighting. Hugo's expression turned grim for a moment. There is no point in fighting. The sword of Baskerville exists to draw blood from the bodies of barbarians. What an infernal warmonger! Vikir clucked his tongue inwardly but didn't let it show. Of course barbarians will shed blood. But didn't you just say we were trading? I didn't mean to suggest that we make peace with the barbarians. Then Vikir's eyes lit up at Hugo's question. I meant to use them as reinforcements for hunting demons. Hugo's favorite tactic. Hugo was quite intrigued by the idea. Let's lure them in with cheap manufactured goods and slay the demons. It's not so bad after all. Demons are also targets. Yeah, I've already built the infrastructure, you just need to utilize it. Vikir did not want the natives of Balak to be harmed by the Baskervilles. Now that Madame Eightlegs was gone pressuring the Balak from the west, the Balak would escape the Baskervilles and move deeper into the watery depths of their original home. It will no longer have any reason to encounter Baskerville Street. The Baskervilles can easily fill the void left by Balak's departure to the west. Since Hugo is unaware of Madame's existence, he will see Balak moving west and assume that he is fleeing. For Vikir, it's a win-win. War is averted and trade is secured. Finally Hugo nodded. Very well, then I'll leave the trade with the barbarians to you. Can you do? If you ask me to, I will do it. Good. Hugo smiled with satisfaction at his son's loyalty, which was no different than it had been 2 years ago, if anything even stronger. It was a win-win for Vikir too, since he would only have to wrap the already laid out board in his own merit. Then, Hugo added, there must be a tribe among the barbarians called the Rococo. Yes, I know of them. There will be no trade with them. The Rococo tribe alone will be exterminated. Hugo's tone was suddenly ferocious again. He would not compromise on this point. Vikir could only nod in silence, knowing that arguing back would undo everything they had discussed so far. Some small talk ensued. Most of it was similar to what had told the Chihuahua. Hugo sat on the couch and listened to Vikir's report, mostly with a look of satisfaction but occasionally with a look of surprise. Finally he turned to Vikir. Since your rescue and subsequent disappearance, we have been able to make enormous diplomatic gains in Morgue. What's more, the imperial court has heard of the tale and has awarded House Baskerville for its chivalry. All of this was for nothing to a father who had lost his son. The more I listen, the more surprising the words become. Even Butler Barrymore's rabbit eyes behind him echoed Vikir's sentiments. Finally Hugo finished. But it's good that you're back. It feels like things are finally falling into place. I suggest that you relinquish your duties as Underdog's deputy for the time being and get some rest while we discuss what rewards the house can bestow upon you. Vikir replied briefly, then bowed, ending the conversation. Suddenly I had a problem. The portrait in the Pomeranian pendant, should I report it or not? Vikir had identified the pendant's original owner as Roxana, Hugo's first wife, Roxana's daughter Penelope, and Penelope's daughter Pomeranian. We know that Hugo's personality changed after Roxana was killed in action, and her daughter Penelope was kidnapped in a mysterious accident by the natives of Deft. This information is reliable because it comes directly from the pre-regression. Barrymore, should we return this artifact, which presumably belonged to Roxana, to Hugo? And what about the Pomeranian? Nope, scratch and chew. You can't expect anything from that cold-blooded man. Vikir shook his head lightly. If Hugo had any sisters or daughters, she'd know how he treated female flesh and blood, but there were none in Baskerville, so his attitude could not be inferred. I'm sure he'll say something about women having weak hands for swords and not being needed. You'll be lucky if she doesn't draw her sword and say it has barbarian blood in it. Given Hugo's usual sullen nature, it was probably best not to mention Pomeranian. That's how Vikir judged it. But two things happened at once that completely upset Vikir's expectations. Ah, uncle! The side door to the next room burst open and the Pomeranian burst out. Well, uncle, it's raining outside. Thunder, bam, 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 bam. Pomeranian ran into Vikir's arms, covered in tears and snot. He was the first variable. And then Vikir's eyes widened. The second variable was even more strange than the first. It was the look on Hugo's face when he saw the Pomeranian. Eyes perfectly circled. A mouth that had never been seen open like that before. A face Vikir had never seen in his 2 lives.
Hugo les Baskerville.
The iron-blooded swordsman who rules Baskerville. One of the 7 pillars that support the rock of the great empire. In recognition of his great contributions to the unification of the continent's powers into a single empire, he was awarded the Star of Swords, and was knighted as a marquis at the age of 50. About a decade had passed since then. Hugo was a man with literally iron blood and a furnace heart. He drove the rampaging barbarians far beyond the borders of the country and wiped out over 100 species of demonic creatures. His exploits and the power that made them possible gave him a tight grip on the center of power. Countless Baskerville hounds had been sacrificed along the way, but Hugo didn't care. Hugo was a man who, once set on a path, never looked back. But that iron-blooded man was wavering now. Hugo stared at the small girl before him with a blank expression he hadn't seen in decades, not even from Butler Barrymore, with whom he had spent his entire life. Pomeranian. Suddenly bursting out of the next room, she ran straight to Vikir and hugged him. Uncle Thunderclap Musher. But Vikir could do little more than hold the Pomeranian still. Vikir couldn't do much more than hold the Pomeranian still because the reaction of Hugo, whose eyes were now wide open in front of him, was too unexpected. He glanced to the side hoping to see something and found Butler Barrymore staring at Hugo with an even more astonished expression. Hugo's reaction is understandable, as there is no way in the world that Hugo would have such a look on his face. Shock and horror and awkward silence fills the office. Then, like a man possessed by a ghost, Hugo took a step forward. Are you that face can't be? Hugo's hands and voice trembled. It was only now that Vikir realized it could be a tremor. His unsteady gaze darted to the side of the Pomeranian's face, to the blood red eyes half hidden by black hair. Meanwhile, Pomeranian, who had been squirming in Vikir's arms, looked up and gasped, "Whoa, uncle." Pomeranian cried out loudly and stumbled backwards. It's a natural reaction for a girl to have when she sees a middle-aged man with a mustache approaching her with a shaky hand outstretched. Mustache, nose, hair, offensive shire. The Pomeranian squealed, hiding in Vikir's arms. And to Hugo's surprise, he froze in place in shock. "My nose, mustache, my mustache." With trembling hands, Hugo groped under his nose. Just then, Vikir stepped forward. "Mr. Hugo, please calm down." The cold, emotionless tone of his voice sobered Hugo. As Hugo straightened up, Vikir asked, "This is a child I picked up on my way here. I brought him here to run a personal errand, but I don't know if you're bothered by. I picked him up on the road, huh?" Hugo glares at Pomeranian even as he answers Vikir. But Pomeranian was already in Vikir's arms, so he couldn't see her face again. When Hugo dared to lift his head once more to look into the Pomeranian's face, Butler Barrymore came to Vikir's aid. "My lord, there are as many children in the world as there are grains of sand. There's nothing particularly strange about the master picking up a child to run an errand for." At that, Hugo stopped shivering. "I'm mistaken then, the butler is right." And then Hugo reverted back to his stern expression. But why was he fiddling with his mustache? "Does the mustache bother you?" "No, what are you talking about, Butler?" "Oh no, I don't know." Barrymore blurts out, earning a favorable glare from Hugo. Hugo sighs as he sits back down on the couch. "I see I was mistaken for a moment. I apologize for being so distracted."
Son.
Hugo apologized. This surprised Vikir once more. Next, Vikir summoned the Chihuahua director to send the Pomeranian to the bedroom. "Mr. Director, please give him a quiet room today since the thunder scared him so much." "Yes, sir, and he'll have hot cocoa." With familiarity, Chihuahua takes the Pomeranian. It looked as if it had been with the Pomeranian for a long time, and Hugo could see once again that his agitation was an illusion. Chihuahua was a quick-witted person. Sensing Vikir's embarrassment, he gave Hugo and Barrymore a quick nod, then casually turned and covered the Pomeranian's face. Then, with a fluid motion, he picked up Pomeranian and carried her out of the office. Hugo had been rubbing his face with his hands. Vikir looked at Hugo, who was still very much shaken, and wondered. Master, a swordsman who has touched the realm of the Supreme is not merely physically strong. Their souls are extremely disciplined and tempered. A swordmaster can only be reached by having a strong soul as well as a strong body. But for Hugo, a man with such a strong soul, to be so disheveled, there must be something to it. Vikir decided to think more deeply about the Pomeranian. Then,
Son.
Hugo opened his mouth to look at Vikir. "Yes, father." Vikir replied with a short bow. Then came the line Vikir had been expecting. "Come to the great banquet tomorrow." The great banquet, a small exclusive dinner for the Baskervilles' direct descendants, the very elite. It is the lifelong dream of every lowly Baskerville to attend even once. At one point, Vikir was one of them. A typical 17-year-old Baskerville, especially one with a Van middle name, would have jumped for joy and wagged his tail at Hugo's offer. But Vikir merely nodded meekly. "I will see you tomorrow evening, father." Hugo nodded back, completely unmoved, and didn't say anything else. Only Butler Barrymore dabbed at his slightly reddened eyes with his handkerchief. "You've been a good boy all these years." Still, it was plain to see what the old butler was thinking. That night, Vikir retired to his bedroom in the city hall. After a hot shower, he lay down on the fluffy bed and felt out of place. After sleeping on dried straw and fallen leaves for the past 2 years, such a comfortable place to sleep felt foreign. Eventually Vikir left the bed and got down on the floor. Before getting down, he tucked a pillow under the covers to disguise his bulge, an occupational disease from years of assassination experience. After lying down without a blanket on the hardwood floor, I finally got used to it. Come to think of it, I always chose a hard stone floor like this to sleep on. When I went hunting, the 2 years he spent with the wolves, the warriors of Balak, were an experience hell never forget. For a while it seemed to stick with him. Vikir lay on his arms and thought about what was to come. Come to think of it, Hugo's reaction today was quite unexpected. His reaction earlier had convinced him to some extent that he should report the matter of the Pomeranian and the pendant. I'll think about it tomorrow after the great banquet. Then I'll pull out my hand at the most effective time. Maybe it would be a good opportunity to give Hugo a last-minute decisive blow. Either way, it would have to be in a way that wouldn't harm the Pomeranian. Vikir closed his eyes, planning his move. Suddenly one of Vikir's eyes popped open. Whirring. A gust of wind so slight that a normal person wouldn't have felt it. The cold night air brushed against his skin. The window opened soundlessly and a shadow crawled through the crack. The shadow approached the bed silently, and in its hand it drew a dagger with a sharp edge. It smelled faintly of manna. Then the shadow stood before the bed. It was where Vikir would normally lie. But no, the shadow did not swing the blade directly at the bed. It simply lifted the end of the blanket and slipped quietly under it. Of course Vikir was on the floor, not under the covers, so he was able to watch the shadow's movements from start to finish. You've been back less than a day, you're a fast learner. Vikir smirked and pushed himself up. And the physicality of the graduator superior is on full display. Bam! Vikir drew his Beelzebub and knocked the shadow's dagger away in one swift motion. Puck! The shadow's dagger spun around and flew away, embedding itself in the wall. At the same time, Vikir's grip flew out like a snake's gills and grabbed the shadow by the throat. In an instant, the shadow's arm snapped and he fell backwards onto the bed. Vikir stamping fiercely on top of him. Vikir climbed on top of him and whispered low in his ear. Next time you might want to make a formal request for an interview. I'll kill you if you make a mistake. I'll have to. The shadow's breathing was steady and measured. Then the black cloak that covered his face slipped off. It was the old face he hadn't seen in a long time. Moonlight shone through the window, illuminating the shadow's face. Vikir loosened his grip on her throat. The face beneath the golden blonde bob was revealed. Cinderwendy, she had come in person when she heard of Vikir's return. She winked at Vikir. Why don't you just stick to what you're doing? You aren't bad at it. Cut the crap and tell me what you're here for. Vikir slid off of Cinderwendy's body and sat on the edge of the bed. She rubbed the back of her neck, which had been so tight just moments before, and smirked. Still living without a shoulder? Don't you ever get bored of going in a straight line like that? Before I slap your ass and kick you out quick. Wow, he's a big boy. Are you sure you're 17? You look like you're 40 or 50. She lay on the bed at an angle, raising only her upper body as if she owned. She squinted up at Vikir. By the way, you sent a minion after me. How did you know where I was? From the way you've acted in the past, going to a crooked capitalist. Building up trust by telling him of his wealth and then stealing it all away. Excuse me, I'm a financial planner and I get paid for my work. A flower girl who had once amassed a great deal of wealth thanks to Vikir's special laws. Thanks to Vikir's protection, which included a bodyguard, she was able to keep her money and lead a safe life. But it's not just about keeping the money. She didn't know how to spend it or what to call it. Cinderwendy took advantage of that and approached the girl to work as a financial planner. She's doing well as a big sister now, and I've already given her a lot of money. Maybe it's because she's so nice and innocent, but she would have been scammed if it was just anyone but me. I've even given him a bodyguard to protect him. Bodyguards aren't they just there to protect people? Do they weed out scammers? The bodyguards included financial experts and I had ordered them to weed out the scammers. At that Shindiwendi looked puzzled. Those bodyguards didn't touch anything, so I thought you were completely out of touch with finance. What? At her words, Vikir nodded. You're right, I even ordered them to let you get close. Vikir had thought that if word got out that the flower girl had 10 billion, Shindiwendi would be the first to approach her. That was Vikir's bait and switch to lure her in to locate her. In the end, the $10 billion bait didn't work out as Vikir caught her right away at the slave auction, but it did help him locate her later. After realizing all of this, Shindiwendi flopped down on the bed with a dejected look on her face. No way, I was wondering how that Chihuahua guy knew where I was and sent the telegram, but I've been playing right into your hands the whole time. Dumbfounded. Again. You're such an asshole. Shindiwendi grumbled for a moment, then slipped her hand inside her chest. A wad of crumpled paper emerged from her chest. She tossed the stack of papers at Vikir. These are the materials you asked for. Next time put them in the folder. Vikir opened the stack of papers from Shindiwendi. It was a list of people who would be honored at the great banquet tomorrow. I knew I'd be invited to the great feast after all my hard work. It's a good thing I did my research beforehand. It was to Vikir's credit that Shindiwendi had come the night before the great banquet. But that's only half of it. Shindiwendi opened her mouth. When Vikir looked up, Shindiwendi pointed to her other breast. I'll give you the rest after you pay the information fee. An information fee? Did you think you were going to get it for free? At that, Vikir nodded silently. Then Vikir pulled something out of his pocket and tossed it to Shindiwendi. With a pop, Shindiwendi's eyes widened as she caught it. What landed in her palm was a white pointed tooth. It was the fang of an oxbear. She stared at Vikir in disbelief. That's it, are you kidding me? Of course an oxbear's tooth is priceless, they could fetch millions of gold if they were carved into chess pieces. But if it's an information fee, it's too cheap. Shindiwendi was about to complain, but Vikir cut her short. There are thousands, tens of thousands more like it. Shindiwendi stopped what she was about to say and pricked up her ears. Vikir spoke again. If you listen to me, you can get a cartload of them every year. He was talking about trade with all the natives of the entire jungle, including the Baloch. Vikir is now a hero to his enemies and to all the natives who live in the depth of the Black Mountain. In such a vital trade, the natives would gladly give up their antlers, gums, shells, truffles, and other precious forest products. From the empire's point of view, the trade could not be more beneficial, and the hierarchy or guild that would oversee this massive trade would be thrilled. Mega deal. If the trade actually takes place, it will open up the distribution of luxury goods on a scale never before seen in history. Fund managers, financial planners, and others would be dazzled. Especially for the likes of Shindiwendi, a gold digger, it was an investment he couldn't pass up. Her mouth is watering and her eyes are glistening. With a gleam in her eye, she pulled out the rest of the materials and thrust them in Vikir's direction. Do you think the barbarians will open up trade? Of course. With the support of all the tribes, Vikir could pull off this megadeal of epic proportions. It was the seed of a storm that could end the war and create countless other economic phenomena. And right now there are only two people who know about it, Vikir and Shindiwendi, who has just heard about it. Shindiwendi picked herself up in a polite manner and sat down on her knees, with her legs crossed in front of each other, showing Vikir the two documents. I guess I'll have to call you boss from now on. As you wish. Vikir didn't seem to care about the title and went straight to the papers. First came the first and most curious document. It was about Pomeranian's identity. Pomeranian La Baskerville. First granddaughter of Hugo Les Baskerville's, head of the Baskervilles family. Estimated age is 5 years old. It is a known fact that Hugo and his first wife, Roxana, are Penelope's children. Vikir's interpretation was based on what he had heard from Butler Barrymore earlier. Upon closer examination, the Pomeranian proved to be a direct descendant of Hugo. Hugo had married a woman named Roxana when he was 20 years old. She had given birth to Penelope La Baskerville while with Hugo and died in battle. Later Penelope La Baskerville died in an unexplained accident and was captured by hunters from the Rococo tribe. She gave birth to a daughter Pomerian and died. There's something about this unexplained accident too. Vikir thought as he looked at the bottom of the document. Well, whatever. Hugo's first daughter Penelope had disappeared about a year before Vikir was born. Hugo was about 41 at the time, so the timeline seemed to fit. The fact that it was true was a relief. Vikir flipped to the next chapter of the book. The next page detailed the official list of people scheduled to attend the dinner tomorrow.
Hugo le Baskerville.
Rank Patriarch. Title Marquis. Title Swordmaster. Other Hugo Les Baskerville has a total of children including direct descendants, illegitimate children, and adopted children outside of his lineage or bloodline, omitted below. It's no surprise that Hugo the Patriarch is at the top of the list. It was the next one that mattered. Boston Terrier Les Baskervilles. Ranks Knights of the Pit Bull Knight Commander Senator. Title Count. Title Graduator Supreme. Other half-brother of the Baskerville family Patriarch Hugo Les Baskervilles. Very belligerent and temperamental, hating to be tied down. A Boston Terrier, a Knight Commander of the Knights of the Pitbull, is somehow present at the great banquet. He is one of the elite, leading one of the 7 knights of the House of Baskerville, and is also one of the 7 counts representing the family's military might. For someone who normally dislikes formal occasions like the great banquet, why is he attending? Vikir scratched his head and flipped to the next page. As expected, he sees an unexpected name. Great Dane Les Baskerville. Rank Knights of the Mastiff Knight Commander Senator. Title Count. Title Graduator Supreme. Other half-brother of the Baskerville family Patriarch Hugo Les Baskervilles. He is reserved and reticent, unwilling to pretend to be anything but, and has a particularly bad relationship with the Count of Boston Terrier. The Great Dane, leader of the Mastiff Knights, is also officially confirmed to attend the great banquet. He is also a member of the 7th Count, one of the pillars of Baskerville's military backbone. They don't usually attend events within the family, so why are they attending the great banquet? Especially when it's being hosted by their half-brother, who's a bit of a pain in the ass to look at. When Vikir scratched his head, Cindywendy smirked. Are you even thinking about why they're coming? Yes. You really don't know, do you? Cindywendy pointed an index finger at Vikir in disbelief. It's because of you, I don't know why. Vikir frowned and Cindywendy explained. Normally the senators, including the 7th Count, don't interfere in the family's internal affairs, so why would they come to the great banquet? All at once they're coming to see you, the young legend of the Baskerville family who returned alive. Or are there others coming? Don't be alarmed, all 7 counts have requested to attend this great banquet. Vikir was a little surprised at that. 7 counts. Normally they are rarely seen by the lesser hounds of Baskerville in their entire lives. But the only 2 that had managed to make it onto the official list were a Boston Terrier and a Great Dane.
Cindywendy chuckled.
I heard that all the other Knights Templar leaders were deployed far away, so it would take them a long time to return home. Only the Boston Terrier and the Great Dane, who were sent out on missions closer to home, were able to make it in time, and even then they'll be arriving in a hurry. I don't suppose they're just curious to see my face. Of course not, they're here because they want to take you into their order, to set their sights on a future knight, and they've heard that other than Boston Terriers and Great Danes, all the other knights are stomping their feet. Because of the distance. The great banquet is a rare event that only direct blood relatives can attend. So they can't send a proxy. So only 2 of the 7 counts who were relatively close by rode through the night in good spirits to return home. Well, see, tomorrow it'll be bombarded with scouting offers for a while.
Cindywendy giggled.
The pinnacle of 2 orders, the Pit Bull Knights and the Mastiff Knights, rumored to be at odds with each other, and with a very tasty piece of meat between them. Perhaps a Boston Terrier or a Great Dane or both will try to win Vikir over to their order. But Vikir's response is short. I'm not interested in either of them. He just hopes it doesn't come to that. Vikir, read the following documents. At this point important figures began to appear. Osiris les Baskervilles. Rank member of the House of Representatives.
Title Viscount.
Title Graduator Supreme. Other, the eldest son of Hugo les Baskervilles, the Patriarch of House Baskerville, currently first in line of succession. The next generation of Baskervilles. A cold, heartless genius, an ultra-elite who's growing up to be what Hugo once was. He can already draw 6 teeth with the tip of his blade, and his swordsmanship is said to be on par with that of the 7 counts. Rumor has it that he will soon reach the rank of swordmaster. Osiris. Vikir was silent for a moment. Before his regression, Vikir had seen Osiris a few times as a child at a distance. He was extremely reticent and cold. He never said hello to anyone, not even his own siblings, let alone those of his direct lineage. But it wasn't as if he had brothers who could speak to him before his overwhelming skill and charisma. So he was always alone, a solitary tortured genius. Sindiwendi looked at him and said, aside from the Patriarch and the 7 counts, he must be the strongest in the Baskerville family, right? No, maybe you're more. Sindiwendi sneakily tried to gauge Vikir's combat strength. Vikir shrugged it off and turned the page. Set les Baskervilles. Rank underdog city magistrate counselor.
Title Viscount.
Rank intermediate graduator. Other, second son of Hugo les Baskervilles, the Patriarch of House Baskerville, currently second in line of succession. The next presence was one that was still vivid in Vikir's memory. Set Baskerville. His talent for swordsmanship was far inferior to his older brothers, and he had been particularly sickly from an early age. So even when his brother Osiris was knighted for his prowess in battle against demons, he was only given the honorary title of Viscount. His personality was unusually gentle and affectionate for a Baskerville, but this only made him appear weak and withdrawn to Hugo. Hugo was especially cold and strict with his second son Set. Set, however, never lost his gentle nature. He was the only one in the family to shed a tear for the Hound's dying like garbage. Vikir had seen Set lay chrysanthemums at the memorial more than once. Humph, I heard you were in training for the closing ceremony, but you must have stepped out to attend the great banquet. Vikir flipped through the information. As he read slowly, his expression became more and more expressionless. Then, Vikir spotted a familiar name at the bottom of the document. Highbrow les Baskervilles. Rank Academy candidate. Title Young Master Shadow. Rank Sword Expert Advanced. Other, direct descendant of Hugo les Baskervilles, Patriarch of House Baskerville. Midbrow les Baskerville. Rank Academy candidate. Title Young Master Shadow. Rank Sword Expert Advanced. Other, direct descendant of Hugo les Baskervilles, Patriarch of House Baskerville. Lubro les Baskervilles. Rank Academy candidate. Title Young Master Shadow. Rank Sword Expert Advanced. Other, direct descendant of Hugo les Baskervilles, Patriarch of House Baskerville. Another set of unexpected names. Vikir closed the file with a dry chuckle. He was beginning to look forward to tomorrow's great banquet. A blazing sunset at the tip of the spire. The night of the great banquet has come to Baskerville. Vikir entered the depths of the inner castle, where only those who had enemies in the main house, especially those in important positions, were allowed to go. The first floor of the inner castle was the great hall. The interior of the great stone room carved out of black stone was neither luxurious nor glamorous, but it was certainly large and magnificent. The Gothic interior had an eerie, cold atmosphere. It's hard to imagine this as a place for a family dinner. The demeanor of the servants bringing the food was also strange. The servants, both male and female, were pale and expressionless. They moved like puppets, carrying food and arranging utensils, and when they weren't working, they stood upright against the wall waiting for their master's orders. Meanwhile, at a large circular table, several people sat down to eat. Long, grim shadows cast against the hard, angular walls and ceiling. At the end of it sits Hugo, the iron-blooded Patriarch of Baskerville. Hugo les Baskerville. He was still eating his meal with a cold, sharp edge. slowly cutting his meat, chewing it, swallowing it. Not once did he open his mouth as he continued with that horribly monotonous and repetitive task. Meanwhile, two men sitting far apart on either side of Hugo glared at each other the entire time. Boston Terrier less Baskerville and a Great Dane less Baskerville, leading the Knights of the Pit Bull and the Knights of the Mastiff. Respectfully, they had been antagonizing each other since they entered the dinner hall. The Count of Boston Terriers coughed and twirled his fork around, then spoke up, his voice full of complaint. Well, isn't the meat a little undercooked? The Boston Terrier's words caused everyone at the table to stop eating for a moment. The Boston Terrier picked up his fork and nervously poked at the steak in front of him, then lifted the meat off the end of his fork. Blood dripped onto the plate. The servants' faces turned red as they looked at the bleeding meat. The chef's face in particular was so white it looked like he was looking at a piece of paper. Finally, Hugo turned his head. Boston Terrier, do you not like the meat? The Boston Terrier shook his head in surprise. No, brother, it's not that. I was referring to the meat on the plate across from me. With that, all eyes turned to the other side of the table. There a large man sits silently slicing away at his knife. He chews and swallows a rare steak dripping with blood without a word. He was the Count of Great Dane, leader of the Knights of the Mastiff. What's your complaint? The Great Dane asked the Boston Terrier. The Boston Terrier scowled at the scars on his face. Nothing, I think the meat is too raw. I'm telling you to cook it a little longer. I like it just right. Aha, I see. The Boston Terrier smirked at the Great Dane's blunt reply. Then he spoke in a voice that simmered deep in his throat. You're always one to eat raw, aren't you? The meat too, and the new Knights. At that, the Great Dane stopped forking. I'm eating something raw. Did you hear that? You have very bright ears. Say that again. What am I eating raw? You don't have very bright ears again. You didn't hear me, did you? The Boston Terrier bared his teeth and laughed in response, and the Great Dane clamped his mouth shut. Their confrontation made the atmosphere at the dinner even colder. The Boston Terrier turned to the Great Dane. I eat plenty of meat raw, and I don't care if I get food poisoning or not. But don't expect a new knight to eat it raw. I don't know what you're talking about. Is this some kind of out-of-character behavior at a dinner party? I'm saying that I know you've come here with the sole intention of inducting my lovely niece into the corrupt Knights of the Mastiff. The Boston Terrier was now growling quite openly. But the Great Dane remained calm even as he wiped the corner of his mouth with his handkerchief. A dear nephew, I'll grant you that, but there's a problem with that statement. My dear nephew Vikir is your nephew, but he's also my nephew. And as an uncle, it is my duty to discipline and guide my nephew on the right path. And why is throwing him into a ragtag Knights of Mastiffs the right path? Be careful what you say. It is far better to join the Knights of the Mastiff than to join the Knights of the Pit Bull, who are dull and unintelligent. You'll be careful what I say, and you better be careful what you convert, because it's about to get bitten. I can only sigh when I see the barking, unable to identify friends and family. What's with the big head and the hollow heart? The Boston Terrier and the Great Dane were having a nervous breakdown. It's all about getting Vikir to join their knighthood. Vikir, who was eating quietly in the middle, was at a loss. Had been in charge of a knightage pit bull once before, so he had a general idea of its power. An order of 100 graduators specializing in extermination. They are known as the most fierce knights not only in Baskerville but in the entire empire. In the past, when Vikir was deputy magistrate of Underdog City, the illegal slave auction houses of Underdog's Underground were home to some of the biggest criminals in the empire. The Pitbull Knights had slaughtered and beheaded the beasts of this massive criminal organization in just half a day. He went so far as to set fire to the club burning suspension, which was a hotbed of luxury, pleasure, illegality, and crime. And it all happened under Vikir's leadership. That was why the current Count of Boston Terrier was so fond of his nephew, Vikir. Nephew, you can only trust this uncle. I will make you the strongest pit bull ever. He chomped on a piece of meat dripping with blood and laughed sardonically. The servants around him shudder in horror, though he puts on an innocent face. But the Boston Terrier wasn't the only one courting. Come on nephew, the Knights of the Fire Mastiff aren't bad either what. I'm not just saying this because I'm the leader, I'm recommending them because they're really good. The Great Dane too had been sending Vikir a wary glance from earlier. The Knightage Mastiff he leads is an elite organization that is comparable to the Pit Bull Knights, while the Pit Bull Knights were known as knights specializing in extermination to create an atmosphere of fear through unilateral slaughter. And butchery, the Mastiff Knights were known as knights specializing in war, to formally subjugate their opponents. Like the Pit Bulls, there are 100 graduators. They are mobilized only in the event of a formal duel or a declaration of war, and they beat their opponents to submission in a fair contest of strength. They operate a little differently than the Pit Bull Knights, who are similar in that once they're out there, they're always out for blood, but they're also willing to assassinate on occasion. Overall, however, their ratings are similar, and that's why the Count of Boston Terriers and the Count of Great Dane are now baring their teeth and snarling at each other. You sandbags who can't even show your teeth without a letter trying to ruin somebody's nephew's future, where's your conscience? You must have exiled your concepts to the distant North Seas where your only skill is killing your opponents by dirty tricks. Do not pollute my nephew's chivalry. Dirty and sleazy. See if we can get you a set of shiny armor so you can put on a show. They'll be the first to admit that you do nothing but good for others, you dirty dog. All of this bickering is in an effort to recruit the highly anticipated super rookie Vikir to their respective knighthoods. If they can recruit Vikir, whose stock is at an all-time high, they will not only bring all of Vikir's stories and accomplishments under their umbrella, but also the future of the knights. It would be exciting for the knights to have someone of Vikir's caliber who had already reached the mid-level of the graduator at only 17 years of age. Moreover, it is the custom of the House of Baskerville to admire, love, and revere strength itself, and the two counts were no exception. The same goes for the other 5 counts who were unfortunately unable to attend due to distance. But, in truth, Vikir had no intention of joining the knights, because he'll eat them both. He'll have the other 5, the 7 great knights of House Baskerville, all under my feet. The idea of swallowing the entire Baskervilles whole, it's a plan I've had in mind for the past 17 years, ever since my return. But for now, the dispute is certainly troubling. The confrontation between the two counts, a Boston Terrier and a Great Dane, who were constantly barking at each other over Vikir, was becoming increasingly heated. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Vikir turned away with a puzzled expression on his face. He turned to Hugo, the patriarch and host of the great banquet, for help. But Vikir couldn't help but express his disbelief. Hugo had been watching the two half-siblings argue with an amused expression on his face. Vikir's mouth dropped open slightly in disbelief. Hugo, the patriarch of the family and organizer of the great banquet, had been watching his siblings argue with an amused expression on his face. The Boston Terrier and the Great Dane continued to argue. Both dogs are normally more likely to bite than bark, but in Hugo's presence, they seemed to be restrained. Vikir studied Hugo's expression. Why is he smiling like that? No way. It didn't take him long to come to a conclusion. Every day in Baskerville there are fierce battles. Patriarch, below him, under the umbrella of the 7th Count, there are countless lines, each with its own independent factions. Beyond the shadows, assassinations, framings, duels, mergers, acquisitions, and deals are made in a bloody game of nerves and politics. It's not uncommon for one faction to keep another in check, and Hugo, the pinnacle of the Ironblade family, is no exception. It's his job to keep an eye on his half-brothers and sisters who are rising in power within the family as well as those from outside the family. Ironically, the brother he should be closest to is the most feared enemy within the Baskervilles. Hugo's greatest enemy then was the 7th Count. A fight between a Boston Terrier and a Great Dane would eventually lead to a split in the Count's ranks, which in turn would lead to more power for the Patriarch. So Hugo probably wouldn't condemn this kind of power struggle among the Counts. In fact, he would likely encourage it. A cunning man indeed. Vikir clicked his tongue. Suddenly Hugo's eyes shifted to Vikir. When Vikir lowered his gaze to his plate, Hugo spoke in a low voice. It's good to see my son being recognized. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Vikir looks up and sees Hugo's face still wearing an extremely faint smile. It's an extremely faint smile. As Vikir stood there dumbfounded, Butler Barrymore sneaked up behind him and whispered in his ear. It is said that all 7 of the counts wished to attend the great banquet. All to see you, though the other 5 were too far away to come. Is that so? The patriarch seems to be in a good mood, seeing his usually high-minded and dutiful siblings so restless. I wonder whose child you are. Vikir turned his head again. So that smile wasn't just him taking pleasure in seeing his siblings' division. That he was actually happy to see his son recognized. Can't be. Vikir shook his head. Not Hugo, who had no blood or tears. Vikir shook his head and tried to focus on the meal. Soon the meal began to enter its main course. One main dish after another. It didn't take long before the table was set with an enormous feast. Thank God it's not haggis anymore. Vikir felt a little better knowing that he wouldn't have to eat the tasteless, filling haggis anymore. Meanwhile, I see our Count Dane is trying to eat things raw again. Nature cannot be fooled. How many glasses of wine have you had already? I think you're very drunk. Go to bed. The Boston Terrier and Great Dane were still fighting. By now they realized that growling at each other was a losing proposition. And from then on they both tried to get one more word out of Vikir. Yeah, Vikir, you've spent the last 2 years living in the depths of the Black Mountains with your enemies, so tell me about your experiences. This uncle is very curious. How many barbarians have you slain, and how many beasts have you torn apart? My blood boils just thinking about it. The blood of a pit bull. I mean, in my day when I was 8 years old and had just been dropped by the enemy into the depths of the Black Mountains to take my practical examination, and had just competed with my brother Patriarch in a hunt. But my nephew has done more than that, and I am very proud of him. My brave and clever nephew. This uncle will not ask you such frivolous things. Of course, I am very curious to know how my dear nephew spent his time in the treacherous depth, but that is for you to read in your report later. But this uncle wants to ask you something else first. I know it's awkward coming home after 2 years, so if you need anything just say so. This uncle will get you anything. Even the servants hiccuped in surprise at the normally reticent pair showing such a vulnerable side. Vikir smiled weakly. The Boston Terrier was openly curious about Vikir's life in the depths, and so was the Great Dane, though he pretended not to be. But Hugo cut him off. Just let him eat, don't be too polite. He put his arm around Vikir. The 2 counts grunted and stepped back while Vikir was still adjusting to this strange favor. Still, as a true uncle, I am curious to see how my nephew has grown over the past 2 years. That's right, I can't help but wonder how much my nephew, who was so amazing 2 years ago, has accomplished in the meantime. So I rode my horse all those miles. The 2 counts still couldn't let go of their regrets. Hugo's brow furrowed slightly. So are you saying you're going to torture my son right here at the table? Well, not that. CK. Even the 7th count doesn't cower in the face of Hugo's momentum. The Boston Terrier and Great Dane look away, unable to find the main event. Then, a voice saves them both. Proof of accomplishment is not difficult. It was Vikir. Vikir's words brought color to the faces of the Boston Terrier and the Great Dane. Hugo sounded unusually concerned. Still, my son, it would be tiring to talk about such things over a meal. When you need to go out on the stage to prove your accomplishments, and you've come a long way. It's okay, father, and Vikir set his fork down on the table. Then he spoke. I can show you my skills anytime, anywhere. Life is all about practice, isn't? At that, the faces of Hugo, the Boston Terrier, and the Great Dane brightened with satisfaction. Brother, you sure did a good job raising your son. That's right, and if I had a son like that, I'd really wish for nothing. Enough of that. What's this? Hugo turns away, tugging at his mustache. Butler Barrymore watched him with an amused expression. By the way, how do you prove your skills? The Boston Terrier asks. The Great Dane stares at Vikir inquisitively too. Vikir doesn't answer. He simply raised his hand and placed it still on the table. There was a slight pause. Then, after a long moment of silence, Vikir's mouth opened. I think Uncle Dane's steak is slightly undercooked. At the same time Vikir turned his head to look at the Boston Terrier. Uncle Terrier has too much wine in his glass. With that, the Boston Terrier and the Great Dane looked at each other's steaks. And wine. Then, something amazing happened. TSK, TSK, TSK. Vikir's hand twitched and the utensils on the table rattled slightly. The Boston Terrier and the Great Dane immediately took their hands off the table. The mana from Vikir's body was flowing onto the table. And then, a strange phenomenon occurred before the two counts' eyes. Cheeg. The Great Dane's steak began to sizzle and cook. Nothing changed around them, but only one side of the steak was being cooked. By the intense heat, the blood dried and steam rose. The steak had gone from rare to well done. The Great Dane picked up his fork. The fork was right next to the plate of steak, but it wasn't hot at all. He dug in and the meat was firm with just the slightest hint of charring. Meanwhile, kahahaha, the Boston Terrier was also laughing, looking at the glass of wine in front of him. Bubbling, bubbling, bubbling. The wine in the silver goblet boils purple. In the blink of an eye the wine turned to vapor and disappeared, sending a sweet smell throughout the banquet hall. The bubbling wine reached the waist of the goblet and stopped boiling. Exactly half of it had vaporized and disappeared. Just by placing his palm on the table he cooked meat and brewed wine. He could touch things and channel mana into them, causing them to explode. Exactly where he wanted them to. What would happen if that was applied to swordsmanship? You would be able to channel mana into your sword and produce an aura of the desired strength and viscosity at the desired point. And that's what the world calls it. Graduator. Before Swordmaster, the most mature stage a great swordsman can reach, they symbolize the power of the empire. Vikir was an intermediate graduator, a level that even the geniuses of Baskerville could only reach around the age of 35. A 17-year-old intermediate graduator, the youngest ever. It was enough to shatter all official records of the Baskervilles up to this point. The Boston Terrier lifted the goblet of wine that had been bubbling just moments before and downed it in one gulp. The Great Dane swallowed a large chunk of steaming meat in one gulp too. This must be my nephew's brew, the flavor is wonderful. Meat cooked with the graduator's aura, what a delicacy. The two counts began to stare at Vikir in the center with intense eyes. No matter what, they wanted to bring Vikir back to their knights. Meanwhile Vikir thought to himself, perhaps it's best that I only reveal my intermediate graduator. In fact, he had shown glimpses of this power a few times before. I'd done something similar when I blew up the Champagne Tower in Club Burning. Suspension, and I'd unleashed this much power when I first met the Madam of the Deft. The difference now is that his hidden abilities have reached the highest levels of the graduator. With his previous lives' power fully restored, the blessing of the Styx River, the Baskerville-style superior sword technique, and the demon sword Beelzebub. He was confident that in an unknown match he would be a match for the current 7th count. By the way, are you saying that the intermediate graduator skill you briefly demonstrated 2 years ago hasn't spread to anyone yet? Vikir glanced over to the head of the great feast table. There the triplets highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow were sitting and eating in silence. From the looks of it, they hadn't reported their last encounter in the depths to Hugo. I don't know why. Still, it was helpful. I wonder if I should have revealed my advanced graduator level. I'm glad I was able to keep my power to a minimum. Vikir picked up his fork, knowing that he would have to enforce the high, mid, and low brothers' mouths once again after the great banquet. Meanwhile, the Boston Terrier and Great Dane couldn't stop praising Vikir's accomplishment to cook meat and brew liquor just by touching the table and creating a mana resonance that's no ordinary mana proficiency. Hee, that's amazing, and I was an advanced sword expert at best at that age. That's a mana control that would be impossible to achieve unless you're at least an intermediate graduator. This must be an all-time genius in Baskerville, because I was at that level when I was 33. The average hound in Baskerville would not have been able to reach this level. until they were 35. He did it at the mere age of 17. He was nearly 2 decades ahead of the curve. The Boston Terrier and Great Dane looked at Hugo and exclaimed, "An intermediate graduator, what I didn't accomplish until I was 33. And at only 17, what a slope. Ha ha ha, I'm sure you'll be pleased, brother, this is a triumph for the entire family, a toast to my proud nephew's accomplishment." The two men looked completely mesmerized. Even Hugo was smiling broadly at the situation. The corners of his mouth turned up in a way that made it clear he was smiling. Soon Hugo and the two counts were talking about Vikir. More than 90% of the conversation centered around a request to send Vikir to join their knights. When the adult's attention is momentarily diverted, a new voice spoke to him. "Little brother." Accurate pronunciation, cold voice. Vikir turned his head in the direction of the voice. There he saw long hair hanging like a black curtain and red eyes shining through it. Osiris Les Baskervilles. Currently the strongest late exponent of the Baskerville family, first in line for the family succession, the man in line for the position of small householder, acting in the absence of the householder. He was currently sitting diagonally across from Vikir, looking this way. Vikir met Osiris' eyes. A tiny absolute, a being so arrogant and high-minded that he hadn't dared to look him in the eye before his regression. But now Vikir had the skill and strength to face such a being with dignity. Vikir met Osiris' gaze without flinching. Finally Osiris spoke. "You worked hard." Vikir's pupils dilated slightly at the words. He was surprised that the man had spoken to him first, but a compliment it was unthinkable given his pre-regression image. But the surprise didn't stop there. "Well done, keep up the good work." Osiris continued to give Vikir a series of virtuous words. His voice is still cold, his expression unchanged, and a normal person would think he was angry. The younger Vikir before his regression had thought so too. But as he grew older, he realized that was not the case. Osiris' expression and voice were certainly icy cold, but there was a tiny, slight warmth underneath. A warmth that could not be expressed in face gesture or words. A warmth that was so clumsy it was clear that even he didn't know how to express it. "Now that I think about it, you weren't so scary after all," Vikir thought to himself as he bowed to Osiris. Why did he seem so frightening before the regression? Was it because he was the family patriarch? Was it because of his arrogant, high-minded expression and voice? Was it because of the vast disparity in status and power? Was it simply because he was more than 10 years older than him? But Osiris, as he is now, is much younger than Vikir actually is. It was then that the clumsiness and awkwardness of Osiris began to come into focus. The way he's not very good with a knife, the way he picks and chooses what he doesn't like to eat, the way his face crumples at the mere smell of a very weak drink, the way he can only straighten out a crumpled napkin if he's forced to do it over and over again. He was surprisingly human. Once you get past the stereotype of the untouchable celestial overlord, you start to see the real him. Osiris Les Baskervilles. He was not the perfect, bloodless, tearless superhuman as the world had known him and as Vikir had remembered him before his regression. Just then, "Wow, big brother complimenting little brother, that's amazing." A new voice spoke from Vikir's side. Turning his head, Vikir saw a handsome man with unusually white and pale skin winking at him. A handsome man with black hair and red eyes with deep dark circles. He was Set Les Baskerville's, Hugo's second son. He smiled in a friendly way and spoke softly to Vikir. "I've never seen Osiris praise someone like that or smile so wide with such joy." Was that a smile? Vikir glanced away and looked at Osiris. Osiris was slicing a steak with an expressionless face. It was still a look that could be mistaken for anger. That's why everyone feared Osiris before the regression. But that was a smile, and it's amazing to hear it again. When Vikir was speechless, Set smirked. "You have a poker face like your brother Osiris, don't you? Well, everyone in my family does, blunt and all. It's a shame." Unlike Osiris and unlike anyone else in the family, Set was expressive. Vikir watched as Set smiled wistfully. Set Baskerville, as Vikir remembered him, was a good man. Despite his lack of talent with the sword and his lack of compassion, he cared for everyone in the house. A gentleman who would listen to the discomfort of a maid even if that maid was new to the house. The only one of his immediate family to lay chrysanthemums on the tombstones of his dead hounds. I can still see him weeping for his father who had no blood or tears and for all his brothers who were dying for him. On days when he was ignored by his father or brother as a weakling, he would go to the flower garden by himself and let his tears fall. And that was true even now after his regression. Hugo and Osiris had all but ignored Set. It was only natural that Set the underdog should be ignored by the powerful Baskervilles. So Vikir had pitied and respected Set in his heart before he was turned. He had fallen into his line and worked for him even though he had nothing to gain. He had pitied Set for being so soft-hearted, and he had admired him for putting up with it and being so good to hounds like himself. But now it was different. Vikir replayed in his mind the information Cinderwendy had given him. Yesterday, Set Les Baskervilles. Rank underdog city magistrate and senator.
Title Viscount.
Rank intermediate graduator. Other second son of Hugo Les Baskervilles, the patriarch of House Baskerville, currently second in line of succession. Gentle and warm personality, weaknesses, no talent for swordsmanship, hated by Hugo, well liked by all the lesser members of the family, has been away from the underdogs for a long time, stepped out briefly for a great banquet during his closing exercises. A rambling list of information that Vikir already knew. But at the end of it there was a line that even Vikir had never seen before. Set Les Baskervilles is assumed to be non-human. Set Les Baskervilles, he had been speaking to Vikir in a gentle, friendly manner since earlier. How is it to be home after a long time? Is it hard to adjust? Does your brother help you? My father and brother are a bit cold, aren't they? But they're being incredibly gentle with you because you're young and talented, and for someone like me who has no talent, they're like icy. Try this too, it's specially prepared by my favorite chef, it's delicious. Isn't it? Sturgeon roe baked with cream. They'll come to your room later, so tell me about your experience in the deft. I'm weak, so I'm always in the medical or pulmonary training hall. Oh, my training hall is also very close to Underdog City where you were the deputy chief. Come to think of it, thanks to you the city of Underdog became much more peaceful, right? It's a good thing. Originally I should have been there as an deputy. I have a weak body and little talent, so it is a burden to sit in an important seat. It would be nice to have a brother as capable as you to help me run things. Haha. Seth talks to Vikir constantly for the sake of not making him feel awkward. He even greets the servants who bring him food one by one. A normal half-breed hound would be overwhelmed by this kindness and friendliness from Set. So would Vikir before the regression. But the post-regression Vikir is different. Vikir stared into Set's face as he spoke softly to him. For a long time Set had been unusually good-hearted and caring for the people around him. Because of this he was not well liked by Hugo or Osiris, and because of this he was always sad and sullen. The younger Vikir before his regression had a liking for him. But now, as a seasoned veteran of the Age of Destruction and an iron-blooded hound, Vikir saw Set in a different light. Set Les Baskervilles was presumably not human. Vikir recalled the information Cinderwendy had sent him last night. In truth, he didn't need to recall it. The stench from Set's mouth had been making him sick to his stomach. The kind of odor that would make even the most squeamish Vikir struggle to keep a straight face. But no one else in the vicinity could smell the stench emanating from Set. Vikir knew exactly what it was. It's the smell of a demon. This intense stench, a mixture of soaking intestines and rotting corpses, could only be smelled by hounds from the Age of Destruction. Before my return, I was numb to the smell of the world because it was so omnipresent, but when I smelled it in the peaceful world after my return, I knew it at once. Fa! It was an unholy scent, so foul that even Beelzebub, who lurked in the veins of his arteries, and even the wraith of Madame, who was imprisoned in Beelzebub's orb, were frightened. Why does Set's body emit such a foul odor? Vikir quickly regained his composure. Next Vikir sipped from his goblet. The red glistening surface reflected the images of Hugo, Osiris, and Set. But, to Vikir's surprise, there were only two reflections in the glass. Hugo and Osiris, there was no reflection of Set in the glass. See, Vikir wondered to himself. Demons, beings of the demonic realm. They are generally divided into demons and beasts. The difference between the two is that demons refer to higher demons with spirituality, while demonic beasts refer to monsters. This is similar to the distinction between humans and animals. While a typical demonic beast can be seen in a mirror and reflected in water, this was not the case with demons. They cannot be seen in mirrors or water unless they use special magic to deliberately conceal their appearance. It's something that everyone will learn and pay for expensive lessons in the age of destruction, but for now no one knows. Except for Vikir, that is. You let your guard down, Set. Vikir thought as he drained his glass. Set had become too arrogant to even bother watching his glass. He might be wearing the shell of the second sun, but underneath he was likely a completely different person. Vikir recalled the testimonies of those around him about Set. Master Set, he's a good man. When he was younger he was blunt and cold like most of the other Baskervillians, but since that unfortunate incident, he's changed a lot. I'd say he's become softer. What the unfortunate incident? Oh, by the way, I'm only telling you this for Master Vikir's sake. In fact, Master Set once attempted suicide the night he was severely scolded by his master for his lack of talent. Luckily, we caught him early enough to save his life, but he was so traumatized by it that he's been completely gentle and affectionate ever since, probably because of that near-death experience. Once upon a time Vikir had started a small fire in Baskerville's great library. He had covered it up for the servants when they became restless, and they had been friendly to him ever since. Based on the information he'd gotten from the servants, Vikir reasoned. The real Set probably died that day and the demon took over the empty shell. Suddenly another thought occurred to him. Generally speaking, for demons the blood of human children is treated as a medicine. As Cinderwendy's investigation revealed, the large-scale abduction in Underdog was not just focused on abduction. Orphans have disappeared from numerous orphanages and childcare foundations. They were adopted here and there through formal or informal channels, and then all were lost. They only existed on paper. Cinderwendy used money and informants to track down the missing children. The last place they had in common was the training center where Setless Baskervilles was practicing. It's a neighborhood not far from the city of Underdog. After I took over a childcare foundation, I investigated the adoption route of the children in the name of donations, and I finally found out about this. Illegally. I can see Cinderwendy's face in my head. Vikir listened very carefully, for this was also the reason why he had been executed before his regression. Demons suck the blood of children. Vikir, who was serving Set at the time, was accused of being in league with the demons because a large number of bones with the blood of young children were found in the cellar near his room. And executed, he regressed. Maybe Hugo is not guilty. It was unlikely but not impossible. Hugo, who knew nothing, might have executed Vikir out of sheer selfishness. He might have been fooled by the conspiracy of his second son Set. Vikir thought grimly. The question is, how far has Set's soul eroded? A stench this strong means it's almost 100 consumed. Set must have harbored a lot of resentment, hatred, inferiority complexes, lack of affection, and self-destructive feelings towards his father and brother before he died, and that's how you open the door to your soul and invite demons in. Vikir stroked his chin once. The realization that the only master he had ever followed before his regression was actually the mastermind of the dead dog cooking does not shake him. Instead, I felt my blood run cold. But Set, unaware of Vikir's secret, continued to speak to him in a friendly manner. So, little brother, which of the knights do you like best? I like the wolfhounds the best. Well, pit bulls and mastiffs are good too. Oh, and personally I used to like the Doberman knights best when I was a kid. They have the coolest uniforms. So now that you're back home, what are you going to do? Get into the academy? After all, well, that's what your brother Osiris did, or are you going to stay on at Underdog as a deputy magistrate? I heard your favorite citizens were protesting for a permanent position. Maybe we can work together when I return to the magistrate's office. Set rambled on while Vikir stabbed a piece of meat with his fork. Vikir was just about to frown at the foul odor from Set's mouth. Moderation. Osiris interrupted Set. When Set shut up, Osiris spoke in a cold tone. How chatty you are, even though you haven't finished your meal. Finish your meal and don't interrupt your brother's meal with your chatter. With that, Set shut up and bowed his head. Vikir was finally freed from the stench of demons on Set's breath. It's different seeing you like this. Vikir pulled back slightly and watched the relationship between Osiris and Set. The younger Vikir before the regression would have understood what had just happened as Osiris persecuting Set. What had just happened would have been seen as the cold and arrogant firstborn, driving a wedge between the other middle children. In fact, the servants around him were making eye contact, indicating that Osiris had gone too far. They pitied Set, who shook his head in disbelief. But only then did Vikir see the relationship between Osiris and Set. Osiris felt an indescribable discomfort and distance from Set, which was why he was trying to keep his other siblings away from him. This is why he frowned at Set whenever he opened his mouth, as if he smelled a bad odor. In other words, Osiris' genius instincts and senses are subconsciously disliking Set's demonic nature. It was the same with Hugo. So perhaps I, who served under Set before my regression, had a chin to look good on. Vikir turned and looked at Osiris. Though cold and distant, there was a glimmer of humanity beneath. So much more human than Hugo. Besides, Osiris had been looking out for Vikir, a newcomer to the great banquet, in his own way. Even if it was in his own way, Vikir, knife 3 should not be held in your hand. Tilt the plate to the other side. Don't make a scraping sound with your utensils. You need to brush up on your aristocratic dining etiquette. Napkins are not folded in that direction. It may seem like a high-pressure lecture, but it's really just a way to keep an eye on your younger brother to make sure he doesn't make a mistake in front of your father or other adults in the house. And there was no reason to be offended, because he was only pointing out the things that were wrong, and he only chose the right words. If there's something wrong, you just fix it, and Osiris doesn't say much about the improvement. Of course, if it were a normal child, they would have been scared and cowered. He's a bit of a jerk, but doesn't seem as bad as I thought he was. Not so with Vikir. After 3 scoldings, Vikir demonstrated such good table manners that he didn't need to be scolded anymore. Only then did Osiris' lips curl into a slight smile of satisfaction. I see now, there's a bit of nobility. The clumsy warmth grows a little stronger. With that, the long meal came to an end. The Baskerville family's great banquet takes 2 hours for the appetizers alone, and about 5 hours for the entire meal. By the time it was over, it was nearly midnight. Vikir was about to leave the banquet hall. Wait, Hugo stopped him. There's something I need to talk to you about, son. Yes, father. Vikir stood upright in front of Hugo. Hugo stared at him for a moment, then spoke. No, it's late today, so come back tomorrow morning. Do you have any further engagements after midnight? No, I don't. I just thought you might be tired. Vikir was surprised again. Even though he had no plans afterward, Hugo was willing to wait until tomorrow morning because he was afraid he'd be tired. This Hugo who only knew his own time. He was the kind of man who would turn on the lights of the entire castle and rouse all the humans from their slumber at midnight or dawn if he had to. He would put off speaking to his son until the morning for dread of his tiredness. The servants drew the curtains of the western windows early instead of the eastern ones, for the sun might rise in the west tomorrow. Vikir's tongue was still in his cheek. Vikir bowed his head, his expression nonchalant. Then, as Hugo left the banquet hall, Vikir and Butler Barrymore were alone. Butler Barrymore turned to Vikir with a smirk on his face. Perhaps the Lord is calling to discuss your admission to the academy. Congratulations in advance, master. How do you know that? Vikir asked, and Butler Barrymore spoke in a tone of certainty, as if he had known it would happen. Because I received a letter from the academy last night announcing the new class. Vikir left the main hall where the great banquet was being held. He had just stepped out of the main gate and turned into the path between the training grounds and the castle. Vikir had to stop in his tracks at the mouth of the training grounds. There was life beyond the bushes, a blatant hallucination. Then a black stalk snaked toward him. An aura as sticky as honey and as red as blood, a sword strike that only a top graduator could unleash. 6 teeth sliced through the air, aiming for Vikir. Should I fight back? Vikir thought for a moment. An attack of that caliber could be blocked and countered. But Vikir was only an intermediate graduator, and there were only so many ways he could react in a situation like this. Vikir draws his long sword from his belt, deflects the blow, and rolls to the side to correct his stance. The number of teeth Vikir drew in that brief moment was 6 teeth that flew out. 4 of the teeth bumped into each other and cancelled each other out, leaving only 2 teeth aimed at Vikir. Vikir decided to just take them with his body. With the protection of the Styx River, Vikir's body instantly turned to black iron. Kong Tang. Unsurprisingly, the sword, which contained an intermediate graduator aura, broke into 2, and a handful of the hem of the cloak was torn off. Quack, quack, quack. The strike flew off in a deflected trajectory, leaving a large scar on the ground. The 2 teeth that made contact with his body scattered on their own before he could fight off Styx's protection. Vikir realized that the attack hadn't flown to harm him in the first place. Instead, he heard laughter coming from beyond the bushes. "My nephew, you're grown up." The Earl of Boston Terrier, one of the 7 counts, he smiled wryly at Vikir. Vikir straightened his stance in front of the Boston Terrier. He stood in front of the Boston Terrier and straightened his stance. The Boston Terrier's eyes sparkled as he realized that Vikir was even more precious than who goes on a rampage with a knife in the house. Someone stood between the Boston Terrier and Vikir. A hulking man, his black hair whipping around him. It was the Earl of Great Dunne. He glared at the Boston Terrier. "Attempted murder," he said, "and if your brother knows about it, you'll be on probation for at least a few months. Do not discredit your uncle's affection for his niece. Affection hiding and letting go of the sword is affection. Kids grow up fighting. You're AF King Kid, are you?" At the Great Dane's words, the Boston Terrier bared his teeth under his sunglasses. "Stay out of the next pit bull's business and go on your way." "The next pit bull, maybe the next mastiff. I can't believe we're sending our darling niece to such a ragtag bunch of misfits. A bunch of big mutt bastards begging for their lives with their guts spilling out at the slightest crack in their stomachs. Hoo, you're so big there's no skin to tear." The Boston Terrier leading the pit bulls and the Great Dane leading the mastiffs were snarling at each other tensely, neither giving an inch. Now that there was no Hugo, they could go at it with impunity. "Good, whoever wins here gets Vikir. Anything for the future of my beloved nephew." The 2 counts drew their swords and faced each other. Vikir had long since walked away. Troublesome people. Had expected the brash Count Boston Terrier to be pestering him to show him exactly what he was capable of. It was a good thing he had an opponent, the Count of Great Danes, who was a bit of a handful. Meanwhile, Vikir recalled the force of the earlier blow. "That was more than I expected." Before the regression, the 7th counts were the highest level of graduators, and the current 7th counts were equally accomplished. Vikir was also a top graduator, but the difference between them was in the level of swordsmanship they used. Now, however, Vikir had mastered the 7th form of Baskerville and was more accomplished than the 70 counts who had mastered the 6th form of Baskerville. And with the protection of the river Styx and the power of the magic sword, Beelzebub, I can take on 1 7th count but not 2. Who would believe that this was an accomplishment at only 17? Vikir closed his eyes, planning his next move. "Brother." He hears another voice calling out to him from behind. He turns to see what it is, and a sickening stench hits his nostrils.
C'est les Baskerville Hugo Second Son.
He's looking at Vikir with a big smile on his face. "Where are you sleeping tonight? If you don't have plans, why don't you sleep at my castle? It's not far from here." Vikir watched Set's mouth twitch with excitement. What in the world lurked beneath that shell that made him reek so badly? Perhaps it is evil, but it is not ordinary evil. We already have some evidence that Set is responsible for numerous kidnappings and the disappearance of adopted children thanks to the testimony of Sinduendi and Chihuahua. This was also the most damning and conclusive of the accusations against Vikir before his regression, and there was more. Some of the additional information that Sinduendi brought to the table were things that Vikir hadn't even guessed about. For example, it was Set's mother who sent 2 venomous snakes to Vikir's cradle when he was an infant, and it was Set who kidnapped Hugo's oldest daughter Penelope from the Rococo tribe. Sinduendi uncovered how Set's men had purchased 2 bloody mambas from the natives of Deft 17 years earlier, and further uncovered how Penelope's walking route and itinerary had been leaked to the Rococo. Both were uncovered while preparing to trade with the tribes of Deft on Vikir's behalf. How fitting then that it was a Heman of Balak who sold the bloody mamba. Vikir smiled dryly. He had unintentionally paid off a debt from his infancy. Well, whatever. The reason Set hadn't been taken as a suspect was because he'd been playing his usual good-natured, soft-spoken self. He wouldn't have been a suspect at all if he hadn't been wearing a child's body at the time. So Vikir could only stare at the Set, or rather the shell of a Set in front of him now, and stare at this strange thing that had been pressed against Baskerville Street for decades. So little brother, what are you going to do now? Come back as the underdogs, deputy commissar, or enter the academy? Set remained at Vikir's side, trying to be friendly. Then a voice interrupted him. I said moderation, Set. Osiris. He rode in on his horse, separating Set and Vikir once again. He turned to Vikir and Set with a stern look. Do not speak loudly in the presence of nature, and since it is late at night, we will save this conversation for another time. A stranger would have thought he was a jerk. Vikir before his regression had thought similarly. But having read Osiris' true intentions, Vikir simply bowed his head. They'll see you next time, and say hello, brothers. Osiris' expression softened slightly at Vikir's words, while Set's face hardened. But it's hard to tell if it's praise or resentment. Vikir's demeanor was very formal, and as such not exactly flawless. The eldest son spoke, and with good reason. It was the elder son's word against the younger sons. Even Osiris could not help but admire Vikir's skillful way of looking out for his own interests in the most neutral and objective way possible. There are many castles in Baskerville that have been around for a long time. As a result, there are many remote and hidden corners. Vikir had come to Yuasa Castle today in search of a temporary place to stay. His room where he had spent many hours as a child. He crossed the entrance to a flooded cellar and climbed a spiral staircase through abandoned food storage and unrepaired cracks. Vikir walked through these dank corridors, recalling memories from decades ago. A moment, a strange sense of déjà vu hits him. Vikir stopped in his tracks and turned his head. There was a scene that reminded him of 10 years ago. The triplets of House Baskerville, aka the Trident of Baskerville.
Ik brouw les Baskerville mid brouw les Baskerville en lo brouw les
Baskervilles. The half-brothers who hadn't spoken a word to each other since meeting at the great banquet stood. Now 18 years old, they had grown to full height and their jawlines had thickened. They still had the same stiff demeanor whenever they were in Vikir's presence. Vikir meanwhile wore a dry smile. It's pretty obvious what he's waiting for in this dingy remote place at sword point. What? I asked, ready to draw my sword at a moment's notice. And then, thud. The triplets wordlessly drew the swords from their waists. They didn't emit any auras, but the energy emanating from their bodies seemed to have some sort of hard resolve. I must kill them. Vikir made a decision, a hound that can't cover its shit and sinks its teeth in like this is no answer. Killing blow. This was a good time to bury what happened in the death 2 years ago. The triplets then began to react in a way that even Vikir hadn't anticipated. Shaking. All 3 knelt on their right knees in front of Vikir, heads bowed. The tips of their drawn swords rested on the insteps of their right feet. The tips of their handles pointed at Vikir. Vikir's face contorted in bewilderment. This was the oath of the knights of the Empire when they met their destined masters. The sun was beginning to rise. First thing in the morning Vikir did as Hugo had instructed him at the banquet last night. Enter the academy. Hugo's tone was still blunt. A sheet of paper was slid in front of Vikir. It was a home letter announcing that the academy was recruiting new students. For the new semester, Academy Colossio is recruiting new students for the 20th class. Application submission November 4th, 19th year of the Imperial Calendar. November 26th, 19th year of the Imperial Calendar. Class period 8 semesters 4 years. Entrance date January 1st, 20th Imperial Year. Academy Colossio, a large-scale collective educational institution in Imperial Rock. It has a staggering number of students, over 7,000, and if you count the post academy students, the number is over 20,000. The number of faculty and staff alone reached 4,000. Considered one of the greatest institutions of higher learning in the history of mankind, the Colossio attracts students from many families, including the 7 families that hold the empire together. Every noble young man in the empire considers it a lifelong honor to be admitted, and indeed graduates of the academy have proudly served as elite members of the imperial family and in the highest ranks of society. From the first emperor of Imperial Rock, most of the heads of the 7 great families have already graduated from the academy, as well as billionaires of all kinds, heads of the largest guilds, renowned scholars, and other social leaders who hold top positions in politics, law, business, culture, media, academia, sports, and more. The alumni network was already unrivaled in the empire and the most influential of all social groups. Vikir stared down at the document in front of him. Students at the academy are not discriminated against during their 4 years. Here admission and graduation are based solely on merit. The majority of the academy students enter at the age of 20 and graduate at the age of 24, although there is some deviation. Academy graduates are given the option of remaining in the Imperium and working for the Empire or returning to their original families. Hugo had hoped to return home after the academy, and his eldest son Osiris had followed the same path. And Vikir, of course, intended to follow suit. They'll be back. Vikir didn't hesitate to accept Hugo's offer. Had been to the academy before the regression. Of course, I wasn't eligible for admission then. He had followed the students as a hound, escorting them to various services. For the record, the academy's first class of students were triplets: highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow. Hugo nodded, then turned to Vikir. Do you have a brother who would like to come with you? The academy had given the Baskervilles a certain number of seats at the academy. It's a kind of seat assignment. TO was vacated, but considering the brand and name value of the Baskervilles, it's natural. Vikir didn't hesitate to answer. I want to go with my brothers to the highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow. He had said this to Hugo before. Hugo still rubbed his chin in disbelief, but then he was convinced. 'Cause they're the only brothers in your row that's worth going with. But Vikir didn't want to take the triplets for that reason alone. Naturally, his mind wandered back to the end of yesterday's great banquet. It was unexpected. On his way to his bedroom, Vikir had gotten a visit from the triplets. With a strange look of determination on their faces, they drew their swords and stood in his way, intent on exterminating him, who was in more ways than one to bury them, along with what happened in the death 2 years ago. But the triplets had a completely unexpected reaction. Shake. All 3 knelt on their right knees in front of Vikir, heads bowed. The tip of the drawn blade was resting on the instep of their right foot, and the tip of the handle was pointed at Vikir. If the Vikir reached out and pressed, their swords would go straight through their own insteps. It was an act of surrendering one's life to the other, or in dog terms, lying down on one's stomach. What are you doing? Vikir asked in disbelief. Why would the knights of the Empire make such a vow to him, a vow that is only made when they meet their destined masters? The triplets answered, We wish to repay you with our lives. I will. Their reasoning was in retrospect quite surprising. The triplets had been afraid of Vikir ever since he had beaten them when they were 9 years old. That fear became recognition when Vikir hunted Cerberus and respect when Vikir killed a troll in a single blow. And finally Madame of the Deft. The moment Vikir unleashed the graduator's aura on the massive creature that loomed like death itself, the triplets' feelings toward Vikir changed once more. A sense of reverence, respect. The kind of ambivalent feelings that humans have when they encounter a genius they can never surpass. The triplets were rescued that day, carried on the backs of their guardian knights, and saw their own powerlessness in the face of Vikir's sun-blazing strength. And on that day, the day they barely escaped with their lives, the three of them gathered together and vowed in unison, "From this day forward we are the trident of Vikir," to repay the debt of their lives that day. From then on, the triplets never spoke of Vikir, not even about the ridiculous status he had displayed 2 years earlier. And 2 years later, when Vikir returned alive, he never said that the achievements he showed had not grown at all compared to 2 years ago. They were aware, they knew that Vikir had already been an intermediate graduator 2 years ago, and that in the past 2 years he had grown stronger than ever. But even so, they kept their master's secret. Vikir stroked his chin silently. Born to be hounds, the trio needed a master to obey. Their skill and loyalty had been proven in their last life. Before his regression, they had threatened and driven him more than anything else. Vikir stopped reminiscing and looked at Hugo. "How many other squires can I take with me?" "As you wish." Hugo nodded readily. Vikir nodded silently. In the past, Vikir had also lived within the academy as a squire, assisting with the admission of new students to the academy. Squires rotate through the academy on a semesterly basis to assist their family's entrance. His duties as an aide consisted of little more than escorting and running errands. It was a typical knight's squire role. Vikir had entered the academy as a squire of the highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow before his regression. It was nice to look over his shoulder and listen to the academy's lessons, but other than that, it was all dull and tiring. He had to run errands such as washing clothes, preparing materials for performance evaluations, memorizing timetables and meal plans, sometimes escorting, sometimes settling disputes, sometimes being a dueling opponent, and even delivering love letters. There was a lot of persecution back then. When he returned home, he had seen so many harsh scenes that his face was covered in scars and his legs were limp. Is that why the fine-bred noble sons and daughters of the academy would scowl and show their disdain whenever they saw Vikir, who came to serve as a quarterly squire? Well, it doesn't matter, you're not going to the academy to learn anything. Anyway, Vikir wanted to join the academy for 2 reasons. First, to get off Hugo's radar and build his power. Second, to take care of the blacklist head compiled before his regression. It occurred to him that he might have to wear the night hound mask head kept sealed away for so long. Then Hugo spoke up. "That's all for now, you may leave now." When Hugo had said all he had to say, he called for a celebration. But there was one thing left for Vikir to do: make a deal with Hugo. Instead of walking away, Vikir raised his head toward Hugo. "Father, there is something I would like to ask you." It was unusual for Vikir to ask for something first, so Hugo looked interested. Then, as if to double-check, Vikir asked Hugo a question. "I understand that my disappearance 2 years ago has greatly benefited the main house in its diplomacy with the morgue." Hugo nodded at Vikir's straightforward statement. Vikir continued, "And my father has told me that he is rewarding me for this." "That's right," I said. "I'd reward you appropriately, but we're still discussing that." Vikir's accomplishment was so great that a modest reward would not clearly recognize it. Hugo was considering it, but Biker spoke up first. "I want that reward now." Do you want something?" It was also unusual for Vikir to want something first. Hugo looked at his son's face in front of him with a gleam in his eye, and then Vikir's mouth opened. "What I want is for you to answer my question, father, honestly." Hugo's brow furrowed slightly. It was a demand that could be offensive to some. Hugo opened his mouth. "I don't understand the question." "Then I'll ask it with your permission." Vikir looked Hugo in the eye and asked in a much more direct manner than Hugo had. What was your relationship with the late First Lady, the Marquise de Roxana? Hugo's entire body went rigid. Is this the expression of a dragon that has been stabbed in the back? Extreme agitation. Hugo is reacting in a way I've never seen before. What are you trying to do? Hugo's voice became extremely cold. A terrifying chill, a cold aura radiated from his entire body. But Vikir was unfazed. He didn't flinch despite the fact that all the intimacy and rapport had built up to this point was collapsing. Hugo opened his mouth. Get out. Forget about the academy, it's a blank slate. Hugo threw up his hands. It had never happened before in his life that Head let his emotions get the better of him like this, but Vikir was still in his face. I understand that your admission to the academy has been cancelled, but the trade gains my family made from my disappearance 2 years ago cannot be cancelled. That meant Head better answer quickly. Hugo gave Vikir a look of irritation Head never seen before. What the hell do you want an answer to? It's a question. Vikir said, still in an even tone. What did you think of the Marquise de Roxana? The Pomeranian's smiling face floated around in Vikir's mind. What would Hugo's reaction be if he learned of the existence of a granddaughter he hadn't even known existed? Would he be as displeased as he was now? Most likely he would. Because he's a man without blood or tears. The first wife he met through an arranged marriage, the eldest daughter born with her and kidnapped by the natives, and the granddaughter of mixed native blood. Vikir had already run through 365 different scenarios in her head of how Hugo would react to the discovery of the Pomeranian's existence. And in every case she had made arrangements to benefit herself and the Pomeranians. Hugo began by saying something that wasn't in any of Vikir's 365 plans. She was the only woman I ever loved in my entire life. Vikir felt goosebumps creep over his entire body. Goosebumps rose on his forearms. What did I just hear? Love, love. It was a word so unexpected that even a seasoned warrior, a man who had seen it all and had survived the age of destruction, would doubt the ears that had protected his life for so long. Hugo is the last person in the world you would expect to hear the word love. I never thought I'd hear it from his lips. Vikir felt his entire strategy crumble in the first chapter. And then, as if on cue, Hugo said with distaste and disgust, yes, she was the love of my life, and I hate to say it, but we fell in love. The first sight. Hugo's answer was almost a monologue. Hearing it, Vikir thought to himself, I never asked. He doesn't need to hear the full answer. Vikir is just about to say the next thing. I was a retarded high marquis and Roxana was a commoner with nothing but. The moment we looked into each other's eyes, we knew that neither our backgrounds nor our origins could separate us. Vikir thought for a moment after hearing that. I didn't ask. But Hugo kept muttering. Yes, indeed, certainly our love was turbulent from the first moment I laid eyes on her. I felt a passion that shook me to my very soul, but she didn't. She tried to get away from me because her lowly origins were a nuisance to me. And I followed her, forsaking everything I had. Yes, for her sake I would have given up everything, not just my body but my soul. Yes, father, thank you for your answer. Now I must ask you to. But our love has been put to the test once more. The Baskervilles set up a chaser. Vikir wasn't particularly curious, but he decided to listen anyway. Hugo continued to speak through gritted teeth. The love affair that ensued between Hugo and Roxana was a rough one. A typical romance fantasy cliché, but the sentiment is timeless. Hugo Les Baskervilles is a cold-hearted flower child and a genius at everything, and Roxana a poor-spirited and cheerful girl. Their love defied all odds and eventually found a happy ending. Quarreling over minor misunderstandings, crying and laughing at the supporting characters who tried to steal their love, and sometimes crying out at the harshness of fate, they finally overcame the opposition of their two parents and brought their love to fruition. Vikir nodded thoughtfully. Was that Penelope?
Penélope la Baskerville.
At the mention of the name, Hugo's pupils fluttered once more. His reaction was even more intense than when I mentioned Roxana. What the hell kind of answer do you want to hear? Hugo sighed in disbelief as Vikir remained completely nonchalant. Oh yeah, that's right, my first child Penelope she was. Hugo shuddered for a moment as he said the name Penelope. Vikir stared at him blankly. Had never seen an absolute powerhouse with a foot in the realm of the supreme. So shaken. Perhaps not even Butler Barrymore, who had served him his entire life, had ever seen him so shaken. Hugo opened his mouth. Roxana was a weak woman. She died of illness not long after giving birth to Penelope, and I raised her alone. Penelope was a bright and cheerful child. She inherited a strong spirit from Hugo and a kind heart from Roxana, and she grew to be the favorite of all the Baskervilles. And then one day the accident happened. Out for a walk, Penelope was captured by the Rococo tribe, who were out
Hunting humans.
No one knows how the invaders learned of Penelope's route. Known as a cannibalistic tribe, the Rococo kidnapped Penelope and disappeared into the depths of the Black Mountain with their enemies from that day forward. And from that day forward Hugo went mad. The swordmaster with the heart of a furnace and the blood of iron abandoned all his assets and power in the ecliptic and moved his entire family to the margins. His reasoning was to expand the empire's territory by exterminating the demons and barbarians of the depth. Hugo then abandoned all of his wealth and threw himself into his work like a madman. His cold-blooded grasp of the weapon has left countless enemy generals lying on the ground, but he could only do so much alone. In his quest to slay every last one of the barbarians on the continent, Hugo multiplied his wives through a series of arranged marriages and produced children who shared his martial prowess. The emperor gave the marquis, who had withdrawn from the center of power and asked to be sent to the remote regions, every support. There were no restrictions on the number of soldiers and no surveillance. Taxes were waived and countless grants were handed out in various guises. Hugo threw everything he had at the task and continued to rebuild the empire. For decades, a great family on the margins, yet untouchable by anyone in the imperial, ecliptic, Baskerville House of Ironblood was born. Vikir nodded at the words. I see. Somehow, even when I joined hands with that hated morgue, I knew something was wrong. Vikir remembered what Butler Barrymore had hinted at the time. Hugo had agreed to join the morgue at Red Salt Castle because he had heard that a girl of morgue descent had been taken by the Rococo tribe. Did he recognize his first daughter Penelope? Vikir remembered that Camus had cried when he heard that his flesh and blood sister had been taken and eaten by the cannibalistic Rococo tribe. Butler Barrymore reflected on the incident. It was after that incident that my lord became the cold person he is today. If only his eldest daughter Penelope had been alive, he would not have been. So, from Vikir's perspective, there's no way to know what Hugo was like before he was born. However, Vikir was familiar with Hugo's personality from his two lives. An iron-blooded warrior without blood or tears, a cold-blooded man who cared only for the glory of the empire and the revival of his family. But to see him in front of me now, tormented by the story of an old love, was an overwhelming sense of strangeness. Yes, I did. Hugo's voice was shaking as he spoke. His eyes are red and moist at the corners. Vikir was so surprised by his appearance that he almost had hiccups. But don't let the look fool you. His opponent is a heartless man who, in the aftermath of the loss of his first daughter, has sent each of his sons into battle with the barbarians. He would even go on a rampage if he knew his granddaughter had barbarian blood in her veins. Vikir awakened Beelzebub, the magic sword, ready to draw his blade if necessary. He spoke in a voice of extreme caution. First, thank you for answering. Hugo dried the moisture from his eyes in an instant and raised his bloodshot eyes to glare at Vikir. Why did you ask me this if not to satisfy your insatiable curiosity? But Vikir held up a palm, cutting Hugo off. He asked his question. What would you do if you had the blood of your first wife's daughter?
Penélope la Baskerville.
What? Hugo's brow furrowed at Vikir's words. He looked like he'd heard every stupid thing in the world. But Vikir had never said a single thing that wasn't true. Just as Hugo was slowly realizing that fact, thud, Vikir stretched out his left hand and slammed an object from his pocket onto Hugo's desk. Hugo's eyes widen at the sight of it. This. It's a pendant, an artifact salvaged from a Rococo village that was nearly wiped out by the Red Death. Inside are portraits of the past of Hugo and Roxana as young men and Penelope as a child. I made it, the pendant I gave to Roxana, the one I made in my workshop, and the one I gave to her, and the one I wore around Penelope's neck at the end for sure. Hugo pointed to the pendant on the table with a hand that trembled so much that it almost seemed to shake. A moment, a ding. Hugo's hand shook so violently that he dropped the pendant on the table. As Vikir snatched it up, Hugo screamed like he was having a seizure. "Do it, give it back to me. Calm down, father." Hugo flailed in the air, disoriented. Vikir obediently handed the pendant back to Hugo, who seemed to be half out of his mind. The faded portrait inside the pendant, handprints where the lid's hard metal plate had been worn away. Penelope, their lost first child. Where is she? Is she alive? If she is dead, where are her remains? What were her circumstances and thoughts before she died? How lonely, confused, and scared must she have been? Did he resent his father for not coming to his rescue? Did he despair, thinking that his father had forgotten him? Hugo was always scared. He wondered if she would blame herself to the end, if she would blame her father, who had never said a kind word, who had always been so strict, who had never come to visit or heard from her. More and more Hugo flogged himself. He hadn't given any of his children any love. He didn't care if they didn't feel the same way about him. It was easier that way. When he thought of Penelope, he couldn't imagine her suffering somewhere. And when he looked at his sons, who had the same faces and personalities as he did, he could only feel a terrible feeling of self-hatred. But looking at the pendant, which had been so stroked that the lid had worn off, Hugo felt as if an ice cap had melted in his heart. Thinking of his daughter clutching this pendant until her last breath, Hugo couldn't help but shake his head. A single thick tear finally hit the cold stone floor. And then there was one word from Vikir that brought Hugo's eyes back to life. "There is a daughter of my sister Penelope." Was it Vikir's voice, so dry and emotionless? Hugo's face was blank, as if he hadn't understood what Vikir had said. So as if on cue, Vikir spoke to Hugo again. "I'm saying that you have a granddaughter." And then Hugo's eyes widened until they couldn't get any bigger.
A man's tears.
It's a rare thing to see. The older you get, the more so. Men are socially conditioned not to shed tears. It's a rare thing to see in a normal family home, but not in Baskerville, where the iron-blooded sword is a thing of the past. Iron blood boiling in the heart of a furnace, a swordmaster without human emotion. Hugo Les Baskerville, the iron-blooded swordsman of Baskerville. Tears are not the word to describe him. A needle in his eye would make him bleed, but not tears. So Vikir was surprised this morning when he saw Hugo crying. So surprised indeed. In an age of destruction, through a devastating decade of war, he could think of few times when he had been so surprised. And so Vikir thought, there will be no more surprises. I've seen Hugo cry, what more surprises can there be? Vikir thought. But Vikir had to be surprised once more, even more so than when Hugo cried earlier. Alas, peekaboo. In front of him now was a Pomeranian sitting awkwardly. And the Pomeranian is sitting on someone's lap, and the one who is trying to make the Pomeranian laugh with this stupid joke as soon as, I hate to admit it, but that's Hugo Les Baskerville. Vikir put a hand to his forehead. It is indeed Hugo, the Ironblade Lord of Baskerville, who now has Pomeranian in his lap and is making a ridiculous face with his hands, tongue and eyes. Character breakdown. It's as if all the common sense Vikir has ever possessed has come crashing down. He's shocked, and so is everyone else in Baskerville when they hear the conversation between Hugo and Pomeranian. Just as Butler Barrymore and Osiris Baskerville, now standing beside Vikir, are open-mouthed. Vikir even thought to himself, has he been brainwashed by demons? But no matter, Hugo is still his usual self. Do you find this grandfather's mustache strange? Is it fun to pull now? There is this one too. Mustache dirty. Dirty. This old man always shampoos and rinses his Mustache, today I did a special essence because you were coming. Installment mustache, pick it off. The installment, oh yes, it's grandpa, do you want to call me that again? He, am your grandfather. It was a roundabout way of saying it. Hugo's reaction was not at all what Vikir had expected. Where did this come from? Vikir recalled a moment in time. Hugo looked at the Pomeranian with that same trembling look in his eyes. This child, is this really Penelope's child? It is. The dark hair and red eyes are characteristic of Baskerville and, judging by the portrait, she bears a striking resemblance to Roxana the First Lady and also to Penelope's sister. Not so much as a resemblance. I thought Penelope was alive and well. No way. Pomeranian's whole body proved that she was Penelope's child. The tiny mole on the nape of his neck and the blue stain on his calf were physical features that Hugo also had. What's more, the Pomeranian was found among the Rococo tribe that had taken Penelope, and he even had a pendant that Hugo had made himself. She also remembered her mother Penelope quite clearly. Mommy was always happy, laughed well. Hugo laughed and cried at the same time. From what he heard, Penelope must have had a wonderful life. Yes, Mama is always behind on her installments and she's sick of seeing them, but she's tried to go back so many times she can't. Madame Deft won't let us enter her territory. Hugo scratched his head. The Pomeranian spoke well for a 5-year-old, but he still didn't fully understand. That's when Vikir, who had spent 2 years in the Deft, helped translate. Sister Penelope says she's always missed you and that she's tried to return to the clan several times but has been unsuccessful because a powerful demon's territory blocks the center of her path. What are you saying? That it was a demon that separated me from my daughter? Yes, it was a dangerous creature called the Deft Nightmare, and now I have killed it. Hugo admired Vikir's words. Well done, you have avenged me where I could not. Well done, well done. You get what you deserve. Hugo hadn't lost his Baskerville colors. Finally, Hugo turned his head toward Vikir. His eyes were red with moisture. I'm glad to hear of my daughter's last days and that they were happy in their own way. I don't know if he'll ever have a better day in the rest of my life, especially now that I have the granddaughter she left behind. Praise. This expression of extreme joy from Hugo's mouth stunned both Barrymore and Osiris. Even Osiris, who like Hugo rarely shows emotion, was stunned to see his mouth open and his eyes wide. Then Hugo strode over, cradling the Pomeranian in his arms, and stood in front of Vikir. Vikir instinctively cowered, ready to fight back. But contrary to Vikir's instincts, Hugo stopped in his tracks. And then, thank you, son. Hugo bowed his head to Vikir, his back bent 90 degrees. Barrymore and Osiris' mouths dropped open again at the unprecedented sight. After a few moments of silence, Osiris stammered. It's a short life, but of all the moments of my life, today will be the most amazing. I have lived quite a long time, but I think so too, Lord. Barrymore replied, barely able to move his mouth. Then Osiris' gaze fell upon Hugo. Parents are mirrors of their children, and children are mirrors of their parents. Up until this point, Osiris had always tried to mirror Hugo's stoic and cold demeanor. Had killed his emotions and suppressed his ego as much as possible. From the smallest desire to eat something tasty to painstakingly turning away from the woman he was attracted to, it was a quest that bordered on self-abuse. But today Osiris' feelings about Hugo have changed slightly. I wonder if my father was like that. That means he has a side like that too. And Osiris had learned a lesson today. He didn't have to suppress the clumsy warmth within him so much. Can't I be a little bit of what I want to be? You don't have to try to be perfect. The humanity that comes from a little flaw, a little imperfection, is enough to make even my cold father smile. Osiris mirrored his father's face as he smiled broadly at the Pomeranian. Barrymore, who was standing next to him, was stunned to see Osiris' face. My God, he's smiling, he's smiling. Even Barrymore, the butler, had never seen Osiris laugh so easily in his life. Naturally, the butler's face lights up when he sees his master and little master laughing. There was a breeze in Baskerville that hadn't been felt in a long time. Just then, a voice wiped the smiles from Hugo's, Osiris, and Barrymore's faces. I have a word with you, father. It was Vikir. Vikir. Suddenly the atmosphere cleared. As Vikir opened his mouth, both Hugo and Osiris turned to look at him with serious expressions. The one who had brought them this great happiness. Their gazes toward the belly of the family were grave, but they were also filled with undeniable favor and gratitude. Hugo quickly understood Vikir's purpose. Oh yes, the reward. The reward should be clear. That was Hugo's theory. You've found Penelope, you've avenged her by killing a demonic creature, and you've rescued a granddaughter you didn't even know existed. These deeds are unspeakable. Hugo nodded, ready to listen to anything Vikir had to say. Beside him Osiris did the same. Tell me what you want, son. Anything I can do to help, brother. Vikir nodded. Now that things had gone so well, it was time to set his sights on the end goal. Before heading to the academy, there was something he needed to take care of. Within the family. It is revenge for the miserable end before the return, and it was the first step to prevent the age of destruction that was about to unfold. There's a demon I'd like to hunt. A very dangerous one. Hugo and Osiris' faces hardened as they heard Vikir's words. They were the iron-blooded swords of Baskerville, the master and young master. The swords of the Empire fighting demons. Hugo asked, "What kind of demons?" "If you're asking what kind of demons, I don't know exactly, but just..." Osiris asked this time. Vikir answered tersely, "I only know the location of where they are hiding." At that Hugo and Osiris nodded in unison. "Yes, and what is that location?" Vikir answered as if he had been waiting. "Inside the family estate." The two men's eyes widened. At this point Vikir told them what he really wanted. "Half a day, I want to borrow the 7 knights of Baskerville for half a day. Half the power of the Baskervilles. A single weak nation could be wiped off the map in a day."
In a darkened cave.
A man sits alone in a training hall on the outskirts of the Baskerville estate.
C'est les Baskerville Hugo II sont.
He is reading a letter delivered by a 3-eyed raven. So Vikir he left for the academy. Set closed the letter. Tsutsits. Then the parchment on which the words were written burned away. The flames were black and vivid. Set opened his closed eyes. For a moment each eyeball seemed to turn in a different direction, and then only a stark blackness filled her orbit. But I'd rather not have it. There was a lot of room to get in the way when the family was swallowed up. Set smirked and leaned his head against the wall. As he did, a dark giant shadow fell across the rock face. It was bad enough having to deal with Hugo, Osiris, and the 7th Count. But now you've got that little bastard. I should have killed him in the depth. Alas, I should have done it when I let the viper loose in the cradle in the first place because of that stupid mother and nanny bitch. Set mulled this over and then, in a fit of nervousness, reached out to the side. There was a frightened-looking child. "Ha, patroness, where am I?" Don't worry, this is the house you're going to live in." "Aha, but the nursery director said I would be adopted by a good home." "But this is a scary cave." The cave was dark as far as the eye could see and filled with a foul stench that made it hard to stand for more than a moment. Set tugged on the child's arm and chuckled. "A cave, alas, you mean here there must be some misunderstanding, but of course this is not your home." At Set's words the child's expression relaxed, if only briefly. "But this is where you will go." At the same time Set's mouth dropped open as he looked into the child's face. A row of razor-sharp teeth sprouted from its gaping mouth. A single large eyeball in its hood flashed across the child's face with a horrifying crackle. Before the child had time to scream, Set swallowed its head in one gulp. "Woodchuck, woodchuck." The child's shadow twists miserably against the cave's rocky walls. The blood splattered on the walls quickly lost its color, and the last warm breath sank into the depths of the abyss. Set wiped his mouth a few times before stripping the bones off and tossing them to the floor. "Human fluids are the most delicious. I can't get enough of them. Maybe we should start a collective and breed them." Set looked at the bones on the floor and smirked. In the darkness, a mountain of bones had already piled up on the pitch-black floor, emitting a foul stench. The smell of decaying flesh. Set wrinkled his nose and made a happy face. The scent of home, home, sweet home. Set flopped down on a pile of bones. Just then, A three-eyed raven opened its mouth. "Hey Ten, how's things going?" "Ugh, what a surprise." Set spat out the bones he had been gurgling in anger. The raven shines its three eyeballs and says, "We must open the gate to open a new era. The dawn of a new era is just around the corner. You haven't forgotten, have you? I see. Keep an eye on the others. I'm not the only one. What are you doing?" "I can't be bothered with you for the time being. I have one more human to pay attention to." "Another human to pay attention to? Ate yourself." "More like you." Set frowned at the raven's words. "By human I'm paying attention to, do you mean Vikir? It's in Morgue where the 8 are infiltrating, if so." When asked who the newest Upancomers in Morgue were, Set quickly found the answer. "You mean the newest member of the Dark Faction? What's his name? Camus? Why?" The crow didn't answer. Instead he gave Set a pincushion. "I want answer unnecessary questions. Also, have you guys been eating too many human fluids lately? There have been too many kidnappings and missing infants around town. The dogs of Baskerville have good noses, so be careful not to give them away." "Don't worry, I'm doing a good job of staying undetected. I've never been disturbed. I'm a little concerned about all the bones in the cave. What if someone breaks in?" "Don't worry, the cave is wired so that only demons and human fluids under the age of 8 can enter. No one will find it." The raven nodded, finally relieved, and he ended the conversation at will. "For the destruction of humans, for the 10 Commandments." With that, the magic emanating from the raven's eyeballs faded. The raven fell to the ground and died. "Still talking out of your ass, you asshole." Set crushed the crow's corpse with his foot as if it was a nuisance. "Damn it, I'm still a long way from building up enough magic power to open the gate. I wonder how much human blood I'll have to suck before I can. At this rate, I'll be waiting at least another decade." Set grumbled, flashing his demonic glare. His cunning brain calculated the amount of mana needed for the plan and the time it would take to gather it. 12.5 years to be exact. That's at least as long as he needs to hide in the human realm. Only then could he create a giant gate between the demonic and human realms, setting the stage for the Great War. "We must open the Age of Destruction as soon as possible. Alas, it's a thrill to think about." Set squeals with delight at the thought of the inferno and the devastation of the human world to come. The thrill seemed to last for quite some time. Open what? If it weren't for the unwelcome intruder who suddenly burst into the cave. In an instant, Set jumped to his feet. He didn't even feel the intruder. No flow of mana, no concentration of magic, not even a sound. Set was horrified to see the face of the man who had entered the cave. Vikir van Baskerville. It was his brother, the one Set had been watching so closely. What happened to you? Weren't you going to the academy?" "I'm going, but not before I see your face." Vikir replied in a nonchalant tone and stood in front of Set. Set squinted and stared at the man before him. He could smell the extremely faint but unmistakable scent of magic on Vikir, especially around the wrist of his right hand. "So you were able to break through the crystal." Set stretched out his mind to see the crystals. There were marks on the grid where a drumstick had been torn with something like an awl. There was a distinct crack small enough for only a Vikir to fit through. Meanwhile, Vikir looked into Set's eyes. The irises were eyeless, filled with blackness, and the demon's signature magic radiated from their sockets. "You don't even bother to hide your identity anymore." "Not since you've discovered the scene." Set shrugged at Vikir's question. Then, seeing the remains of the children on the ground, Vikir swallowed hard. In a previous life he had been framed and executed for this horrific crime. It was a futile end even after the Age of Destruction had ended. And now the man who had framed him was laughing in his face. Because of him, Vikir had been deceived countless times, had come close to death many times, and had actually died. Pomeranian also lost his family and had a difficult childhood. Hugo and Baskerville's misfortunes were also caused by this creature. Set less Baskervilles know something under his skin. Vikir gave a short warning to the enemy in front of him.
Don Log.
But Set let out an even louder mockery. He, little brother, I don't know how you came to know about this place, but I can't believe that you have the confidence of an intermediate graduator. You are too arrogant. Set snatched his flamberg from his waistband. Suddenly the aura of an advanced graduator began to envelope the sword. With a dark smile Set swung the sword at Vikir. At that moment, puff, a short blood-curdling sound resounded. Set could only stare in horror as he realized what had just happened. Then, thud, there was the sound of something falling to the ground. It was the left arm that wasn't holding the sword. Blood was gushing out of the neatly cut-off left arm. Set looked up dazed and saw Vikir's sword coming at him. The magic sword Beelzebub and the 7 teeth it depicts. The 7 deadly sins of Baskerville. But it was something else that stunned the Set before them. An aura as sticky as nectar and as red as blood. A step up from a graduator to peer into the realm of a master. The aura of a peak graduator was exploding.
Don Log.
That was the last thing Vikir said before he tore the skin from both sides of Set's mouth. How? Set looked up, his eyes wide.
Vikir van Baskerville Hugos illegitimate son.
He must be some lowly bastard from an insignificant birth. Just another hound to be used and discarded. However, it was also true that he was born in the fastest time ever to pass through the cradle of the sword and was favored by the river Styx, and from an early age he hunted high-ranking demonic creatures such as trolls and Cerberus. 2 venomous snakes were placed in the cradle to remove him early on, but they failed. Not long ago he miraculously returned from the battlefield after being thought to be dead, revealing a stunning achievement of intermediate graduator. At only 17 years old he had achieved the rank of intermediate graduator, a feat no one else in iron-blooded Baskerville had ever accomplished. Even the first son, Osiris, rumored to be a genius, was over 30 years old when he reached intermediate graduator. So even as Vikir demonstrated his power in the banquet hall, Set clicked his tongue. TSK, he shouldn't reveal all his secrets like that. Power should be shown in moderation and hidden in moderation. That way you can make the most of your future with less pressure from those around you. Wearing your power on your sleeve was the behavior of children who wanted the praise of adults. In that sense, Vikir was still a child who didn't need to be watched. At least that's what Set thought. But in person, Vikir's true character was far more formidable, almost unbelievable to the naked eye. Who would have thought that at the age of only a few years he would have achieved a level of mastery that would allow him to cross into the realm of the supreme advanced graduator? No, supreme. Set's mouth was half open at the sheer unreality of the sight. Honestly, if it weren't for his enemies, he might have thought it was a sight to behold. Meanwhile, against Set's dazed expression, Vikir unleashed all of his hidden combat power without restraint. You don't have eyes to see anyway, so it doesn't matter. I don't have eyes to see, little brother, because you do. It's an eye that will soon be gone. Vikir's next move wiped the smile off Set's face. Quackajigigigig. Baskerville's 7th form, a small but sharp flash of the 7th tooth, the one that only Patriarch can master. When combined with the aura of a top-notch graduator, its killing power is enough to frighten even the highest-ranking demons. You're insane. How could you use a 7th tooth that only a Patriarch can master? Set exclaimed in astonishment, but he couldn't afford to be surprised. Vikir hadn't bothered to tell him that he knew how to deploy the 8th, 9th, and even the 10th. He just kept silently swinging his sword until he mastered the 7th and broke through the wall beyond.
Bang bang kagak.
The surrounding stalactites and stalagmites bend like reed stems. Set is backed into a corner with no time to catch his breath. He's an experienced bastard. Even the worn and tattered old knights of Baskerville aren't like this. It was as if he was facing a mountain, a feeling similar to when he had faced one of the 7 counts in the past. Set gritted his teeth and swung his flamberg. A Baskerville carnivore 6 teeth blocked 7 teeth. But the teeth that drew from the tip of Vikir's blade were shaped differently than Set's. Stabbing fangs or not, what is this? By the time the question was asked, it was too late. Puff 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 puck. Set's body explodes in all directions. It's an ambush bite, one that exists solely to inflict pain on its opponent. It sliced through the flesh and stabbed deep into its very core, unleashing 7 deadly and irresistible stabs all over Set's body. Set stumbled back, dragging his tattered body. He could barely keep his balance after his left arm had been severed. And Vikir, like a seasoned veteran, took advantage of his enemy's hesitation. Thud. One step back, two steps forward. Boom. One swing, two swings, and a slash. Poo-poo. Baskerville's Hound Death's tooth ferociously bites Set's entire body. It would be more appropriate to say that it stabbed rather than slashed. Uyuik. Set was unable to resist seeing his flesh fall off as he was turned into pieces of meat. He couldn't think clearly. Looking at this relentless sword attack, it was clear that it was not a skill. That had been killed once or twice. Nonsense, it's only a human and 17 at that. How many have you killed before? Set barely managed to swing his sword back. But, hook. Vikir, the Hound of Death, closed the distance. Suddenly the scent of Vikir assaulted Set's sense of smell. It's a smell that no amount of washing can erase, a smell that sticks to the soul, not the body. It is the smell of a demon, or more specifically the smell of a demon as it bleeds and groans in pain. A ray of light shimmered in Seth's black eyes. It was a light of terror.
À deux mon hunter.
Yes, in front of him, the young adult body of this young. Unbelievably, his soul exuded the scent of a butcher who had killed countless of his kind. Do dogs recognize their masters and wag their tails? Set felt his entire body stiffen. How many demons had he killed so far? With each burst of Vikir's momentum, Set's eyes flashed before him a terrifying landscape with mountains of demon corpses and rivers of blood flowing through it. No nonsense, how could such a young guy go through such an out-of-human demon scene? Set opened his mouth, but it was only to increase the volume of space for Vikir's attack. Thwack. Vikir's slash flew in. It sliced through Set's gums, knocking out several of his teeth and slicing through his tongue and uvula. Sapuk. It sliced into Set's left cheek, retrieved the protruding sword tip neatly, and flicked it once. Vikir started to ask something but stopped. I already know his plan and his purpose. It was something he could guess given his knowledge before and after the regression. He's a higher being from the demon realm. He probably wants to destroy the human world. Before the regression, 10 demon kings opened a gate to the depths of the demon realm and caused an era of destruction. They were called the 10 corpses, referring not only to the 10 demons but also to the 10 corpses that were taken over by them. Some of them were known, some were not, and in the case of the Set Baskerville, before us they were not known. For even I did not know his identity until the day of my execution. Even the heroes who closed the gates and ended the age of destruction were never able to find the 10 commandments and condemn them once and for all. But this time is different. The age of destruction has not yet begun. The gates to the depths of the demon realm have yet to be opened, and the 10 commandments that would open them have yet to appear. And Vikir had already found one of them. You die here, Vikir declared. If you can kill him here, the future will change. Killing one of the 10 commandments would not prevent the age of destruction from occurring at all, but it would slow it down immensely. This would give Vikir much more time to plan. Time to solidify his plan and prepare for every variable. I will never lose a single game. With all errors and variables blocked and sealed off in advance, Vikir swung his sword with all the power he had before his regression. His swordsmanship was even more noble than before his regression, his aura even more powerful, and the blade of his magic sword Beelzebub blazed with sun-like red light. And naturally Set, who was only an intermediate graduator with the power of an advanced one, was unable to parry Vikir's sword. Set screamed through his tattered body. Even if he was weak, that was only by Baskerville standards as Hugo's second-born son. His talents shouldn't be inferior. The problem was he had his mother's weak bones and pelt and couldn't contain the powerful qualities he inherited from Hugo. So no matter how hard he tried, he could only become a graduator advanced, and that was his limit. This was a terrible humiliation for a genius outside the standard, someone who had achieved great things even if it was by blood. Still, it was nothing new for Set, because before Vikir it was Osiris. MMPH. Blackened blood dripped from Set's eyes, nose, and mouth. A terrible sense of inferiority washed over him. Seeing this, Vikir hesitated. Was Set's soul still there? Obviously Set's body had been taken by the demons after he was hanged. But it seemed clear that somewhere in the depths of his soul Set's memories and personality remained. But that was that, and this is this. Even if he paused for a moment, it was a matter of the mind, and the hands and knife were still relentlessly slashing at Set. Puck, 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 puck. 7 teeth flew out, slicing through Set's entire body. Eventually, "How dare you, you dirty Baskerville, you filthy hound." Finally Set, or rather the thing that had been wearing Set's skin, showed his true colors. Suts. Formless magic erupted from the holes in Set's body. It soon wriggled like the mud on a doll and began to take shape into a single, massive form. And Vikir realized the nature of the demon that had consumed Set's body and soul. Andromalius X. Danger rating S. Size. Found in the depths of the gate of destruction, the serpent's womb. Nicknamed 10th Corpse. One of the 10 catastrophes that lead to humanity's natural enemy. Incomprehensible and unkillable. They shall swarm like flies. The 10 Commandments, 10 top. The final boss, 10 corpses, one of the 10 top corpses. One of the 10 keys that unlocked the age of destruction. 10th Corpse, Andromalius. Danger rating S. Size. Found in the depths of the gate of destruction, the serpent's womb. Nicknamed 10th Corpse. One of the 10 calamities, natural enemies of mankind, inscrutable and unkillable. They shall swarm like flies. The 10 Commandments, 10 top. The top 10 corpses. Refers to the 10 demon kings who opened the gates to the demon realm and ushered in the age of destruction, or the 10 corpses that became their bodies. Before his regression, Vikir had a vague idea of their existence, but he hadn't realized they were actually Set. It's a good thing we met relatively soon, Vikir thought as he stepped back. More innocent children would have been sacrificed if he had been allowed to live longer in the Baskervilles. Someone else would have been falsely accused too, like himself before the regression. Vikir calmed his mind and eyed the enemy before him. Sure enough, Andromalius, the 10th Corpse, rose like a mist behind Set's body and then began to take shape. Red eyes, black flesh, horns curved like a ram's. From his severed left arm sprouted a long, massive snake, writhing and slithering. The powerful demon that had taken over Set's body growled into his mouth. "I never thought I'd show my true form to a human. You should have hidden better." Andromalius' expression went blank for a moment as he heard Vikir's short rebuke. Why is it that the humans in front of him are never surprised to see him for who he is? Of course, Vikir had no intention of answering Andromalius' question. He simply compares his pre-regression knowledge with the information from his current life to make the best possible plan. I wondered where the culprits who would bring about the age of destruction in the coming decades were hiding. I never thought it would be this close. Vikir cut off any and all feelings he had for Set. He was no longer the kindly half-brother he remembered. Not even a monster, not even a fiend, but a demon, a true-blooded evil. A demon of the highest order, a demon whose family name is somehow tied to the abyssal lineage. Even so, there's no business in swords. Vikir was unfazed. He drew out as long as he could, and the tip of his Beelzebub was imbued with an aura of power. Poo-poo. In the short time it took for Andromalius to descend and reshape Set's body, Vikir laid down over 30 stabs. A trajectory so clear in its intent, aimed at killing, not dueling or contesting. The malice displayed by Beelzebub, the magic sword, was unmistakable, following an extremely efficient route, selecting only Andromalius' vital organs to stab. Ugh, why is it painful? Why does the pain of a mere body reach to the soul? Andromalius then turned his attention to the awl-like sword that Vikir was wielding. Sensing the magic emanating from Beelzebub, Andromalius cries out in horror. What? No, Beelzebub, the sword of gluttony, the remains of the ancient demonic constellation, Lord of the Flies. Long ago, when Andromalius was not yet born. a relic of one of the 7 great and long-dead kings who once ruled the demon world. Only then did Andromalius understand the source of Vikir's confidence. A normal sword can harm the body of the corpse possessed by Andromalius, but it cannot damage the spiritual body behind it, unless it was an aura sword, which was a concentration of pure mana. However, it's a different story with demonic or holy swords. They are the only non-standard objects that can physically interfere with a spiritual body, and a magic sword or holy sword with an aura. It becomes a powerful weapon that even a demon of the highest order cannot ignore. Moreover, Vikir is a seasoned warrior who has accumulated karma from killing countless demons in his past lives. Andromalius, who hasn't yet gained his full strength, is confused as to where this monster came from. Vikir wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible while Andromalius was still in the dark. Before Andromalius had taken his body, Set had been an intermediate graduator. And now that Andromalius was in complete control of Set's body, he could easily be a sword master or higher. But Vikir was confident too. His body was strengthened by the river Styx his battle experience gained over 2 lifetimes and the power of Baskerville family swordsmanship and the magic sword Beelzebub. Even a swordmaster could be killed by surprise or assassination. Vikir sank his teeth into Andromalius' flesh with conviction. However, yes, that was a bit of a surprise, I'll admit, but that's it. Andromalius is essentially an endgame boss, an archdemon so terrifying that he plotted the destruction of the human world with only 10 others. Andromalius, who had somewhat adapted to Vikir's onslaught since breaking through the barrier, immediately took action. Shiriririk. The snake that had replaced Andromalius' left arm swooped down open-mouthed. Vikir swung the hilt of his blood wind to strike the snake down, but the snake's teeth left a long trail of blood on his forearm. Then a dark smile appeared on Andromalius-possessed Set's face. That's it, you're done. With that, Andromalius stretched out his right hand. Vikir's forearm turned white for a moment, and then blood began to gush from the wound. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Andromalius drained the blood from Vikir's body and absorbed it into his own. Wah! Vikir suddenly heard the unpleasant flapping of wings. Flies. The ugly insect, plump and fat, was sucking blood from Vikir's wound. Is a bloodsucker. Vikir crushed the fly, killing it, and quickly pressed his arm against the wound to stop it from bleeding, but it was no use. The flies were everywhere. The flies that had been frantically licking the children's bones now clung to Vikir. Buzz, 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 buzz. Andromalius sucked the blood from Vikir's body no matter how far away they were. The streams of blood gushing out of Vikir's body were being coiled like snakes by the flies and being absorbed by Andromalius' right hand. My strength is returning. Set's tattered body began to recover. Infinite blood-sucking using a swarm of flies. This power that Andromalius possessed was semi-immortal. As long as there are wounded and exhausted things around him, his life force is limitless. The art of digging into the wounds of others and draining the life force from them is common among demons. And one of the best at it is this Andromalius right in front of you. Set too has long since become his sacrifice. The need to be accepted by his father, the inferiority complex of his brother. With these 2 emotional wounds, Set would have been easy prey for Andromalius. In the end, Set was left empty-handed with everything sucked out of him, and this is the result. Vikir remembered Set's usual monologue before his regression. I want to be accepted by my father. I want him to look back and see that here. You're so amazing. I wanted to be like you. I wanted to walk beside you, side by side with you. We don't know if it was a faint remnant of Set's subconscious or if Andromalius memorized and mimicked Set's last words. But at the very least, it's clear that Set had those feelings when he was alive, and it's equally clear that Andromalius used them to take over Set's mind. That made Vikir feel terribly uncomfortable. Even though he didn't know Set, he empathized with him on some level. Quadruple. Vikir swatted away the snakes and flies that were biting at his chest. Thanks to the protection of the river Styx, he was not mortally wounded, but Several chunks of flesh fell off his breastplate. Andromalius looked at it and mocked. Yeah, that's how you die, with all those wounds, now let's suck blood. Again. But the sneer didn't last long. Ping. Was it an illusion? For a moment my vision burns black. And for the briefest of moments my head pings as I realize it's not an illusion. Stagger. The moment I regained my senses and came to my senses, this time the strength in my legs was released. Cough. Andromalius felt a foreign sensation that took his breath away. It wasn't just his nose and throat, it was his entire body, and it was happening simultaneously. He checks himself to see what's going on and realizes that his entire limbs are numb and shaking. The blood vessels were clogged with sticky masses blocking blood flow. Searching for something, I looked inside my body and soon realized that I was surrounded by black clotted blood that was clinging tightly to my veins. A combination of stroke and other conditions assaulted Andromalius' soul at once. As the blood stopped flowing, so did the mana. For a moment Andromalius lost control of Set's body. What the fuck, what the fuck? Andromalius raised his head, watching the body scatter as it lost its host and turned into mana with nowhere to go. Whack, 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 whack. Dead flies fell from the sky, and there stood Vikir, regenerating the scars on his arms and chest with terrifying speed. Dip, dip. Vikir raised his forearm with a nonchalant expression. The red blood from the wound in his forearm drips to the floor and turns into a dark dot like tar. Chi it boiling. Vikir's blood made an unpleasant sound as it touched the bones of the floor and began to boil black. Andromalius looked dazed. Finally he understood why his body had changed like this. Yes, your blood state changed to normally an ordinary drop of blood. But the moment its owner harbors malice, it becomes a deadly poisonous liquid. A venomous poison that can make even the most powerful in the world cower. Madame Eight-Legged, the nightmare of the depth, her ghostly toxicity has wrapped itself around Andromalius' entire body. The poison is listening a little late. Vikir pieced back together the torn flesh of his chest and forearms. He could feel the wraiths sealed in the slots of his magic sword Beelzebub, rampaging madly. Binge fly Beelzebub all.
1 slot Venomus Madame Eight-Legged S.
Slot 2 Silent Hill Mushuhushue.
Slot 3 Super Regeneration Bog Salamandera.
With his body restored by the regenerative powers of the swamp salamander, Vikir inspects the slots on Beelzebub. Crackle, crackle, crackledle grake. The red beads beneath the blade clattered against each other, churning violently. The wraith raging most furiously within Beelzebub right now was Madame Eight-Legged. She seemed to be very proud of the fact that Andromalius, who had been poisoned by her own poison, moved normally for a while. But Vikir was surprised enough by the effect for now. The Madame's poison was so powerful that it made even the world's tens of thousands stumble, and it was so terrifying that even a life that had already died could be endangered again. Being able to inflict debuffs like slow, numb, and blind against such a high-ranking demon was a huge win. Andromalius meanwhile watched in horror as his own body faded to black. A poison that even the dead can't escape. Where in the world is this poison a mere mortal? Andromalius thought as he struggled to control his spinning vision. How many demonic creatures in the world possessed such a vile poison? The cunning spiders of the red and black mountains, the 9-headed snakes of the giant country, the great jellyfish under the Black Sea. There are several other candidates that should come to mind that live in the depths of the outer demon realm, but how their venom is being used by mere mortals is beyond me. It's so virulent that even the greatest demons are reluctant to deal with it. And it's impossible to even contain or store it somewhere, so how could a mere mortal? But there was no time to think about it now. Andromalius gritted his teeth and stepped back. The bloodsuckers followed suit and backed away. He looks around to see if there are any other bloodsuckers around, but there aren't. The only bloodsucker is the Vikir in front of you. But his blood is already tainted with a terrible poison, and sucking on it will only poison you as it is now. Not good for you. The Vikir bites down on his index finger, drawing blood and spraying it into the air. Cha-cha-cha-cha. The The bubbling droplets of venom flew like bullets. The blood could turn from mundane to venomous at any moment depending on Vikir's will. Not only is it hemorrhagic and neurotoxic, but it is also deadly acidic, burning Andromalius' body and soul at the same time. As a demonic sword, Beelzebub deals direct damage to a demon's spiritual body. Andromalius had no choice but to attach meaning to each and every one of Vikir's attacks. What's more, Vikir's own brute strength was more than enough to draw out the power of a sword of the highest graduator class. Baskerville 7th form 6 teeth followed by a 7th small but distinct. Once again the tip of the sword oviposited Andromalius' entire body. Ugh, what the hell? Andromalius gnashed his teeth at the absurdity of it all. He hadn't expected to be attacked by a mere mortal, much less on his home turf. Andromalius swatted at the remaining swarm of flies forming a black mist and quickly ducked behind it. He stepped back, intending to close the distance. That's what I was hoping for. Vikir didn't bother to follow Andromalius as he fled deeper into the cave. Only Kararek pulled 2 black sticks from his back and assembled them into one. It was the black bow wielded by Adonai, the legendary archer who had led Anubis and Balak in their prime. Boom! An arrow from Anubis flew out and pierced Andromalius' body. Boom! Andromalius hit the cave wall and looked down at the hole in his chest with a horrified expression. The arrowhead was dyed red and of course coated with Madame Eightlegs venom. Ugh, a bow. This is unbelievable. Why would a Baskerville swordsman use a bow? He looks up and sees Vikir walking toward him. His stride as smooth as a snake's, his killing intent eerie. The ghostly figure made no sound as it walked, and Andromalius felt goosebumps creep up his spine. No. Andromalius decided that he could not face Vikir in the cave. Weeing. At Andromalius' call, all the flies gathered in one place. They shall swarm like flies. These were the flies that had been licking the flesh off the bones of the children and swarming over them. These myriads of grave-dwelling flies loyally rallied at their master's call. But flies are the spider's food. Vikir intermittently slashed his wrist, black blood pouring from it. The fog of blood laced with venomous spider venom was killing the flies like nothing else. Buzz 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 buzz. Buzz 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 buzz. The stiffly moving flies melted like ice cream dumped into a flame as soon as they touched Vikir's blood mist. That wasn't all. Vikir had also contaminated the groundwater flowing along the walls and ramps with his blood, so the flies were constantly draining their health without a place to stick. Vikir was in control of the situation, including the terrain around him. Wawa. His breathing is getting tighter. He didn't know why he was being pushed. Andromalius' expression crumpled. For God's sake, spare a few children. Head never regretted eating all the children Head kept in the cave for blood bags as much as he did now. But, yeah, he'll give you credit for pushing this body this far as a mere mortal. Andromalius was still not relaxing. Outside the cave, outside the circle, there was a river and a sandy bank that cut a wide swath through the training grounds. If he could burst the bank and divert all of the river's overflow into this cave, he still had a chance. The regenerative powers of the flesh will not be able to keep up with a demon. He would lose some magic power, but that would also delay the summoning of the gate that would open the Age of Destruction by quite a bit, but it was unavoidable. Kukik, yeah, that was fine for a human, it was for a moment, but it was embarrassing, but that's it, you crossed the line. Andromalius raised his blood-red eyes and glared at Vikir. Then he took the first step toward leaving the cave. He broke the bonds. Tsutsits. The binding that had enveloped the entire training hall disappeared. Only demons and children under the age of 8 could enter the demon binding realm, and it required an enormous amount of magic power to maintain. It's no wonder it's so secretive that even an archmage can't detect it, and it's so powerful that it can't be broken by anything less than demonic strength. Breaking the bond restored Andromalius' magic to a great extent. With that Andromalius suppressed the poison that was eating away at his body, and leapt up through the hole in the ceiling in the center of the cave. Hold on, I'll show you hell in a moment. Andromalius slammed into the rock with a sickening laugh. On the other hand, he was glad to see the dangerous bastard now. In a few more years he'd be truly unbearable. If Hugo Osiris and the seventh count had been the only ones prepared, it would have made a big difference. Better to make sure they're dead now so they'll be ready for the next time. They want to devour Baskerville. Then, Andromalius reached the end of the hollow where he could see the night sky, and suddenly stopped. Down below he could see Vikir standing still. Andromalius furrowed his brow and bowed his head. Somehow Vikir hadn't given chase. He just looks up and stares at Andromalius with his usual expressionless face, with a strange-looking whistle in his hand. With that, Vikir raised the tooth-like whistle in his hand to his mouth and blew. A high piercing note echoes through the hollow. Andromalius felt a chill run down his spine as he heard it. It is impossible not to know that he also has the experience of living for decades wearing the skin of the second son of the Baskervilles. What is that whistle in Vikir's hand, and what does it mean? And then, the night has grown even darker. Dark clouds blocked out the moonlight and a veil of inky darkness fell. Long shadows began to cast countless shadows from outside the hole in the ceiling Andromalius had climbed. Flutter. A black blood-colored wisp fluttered in the night breeze. Andromalius raised his bloodshot eyes to the sky outside the hole. The ceiling after the demon binding had disappeared. There the tips of countless shadows pointed at Andromalius. What are you doing there, son? Hugo Les Baskervilles standing waving a black robe. Beside him his eldest son Osiris Les Baskervilles. And the 7 hounds standing behind their father 7 counts.
Pitbull,
Mastiff, Doberman, Shepherd, Rottweiler, Wolfhound and so on. A total of 100 hounds under each knightly order 700 in total. The full force of the iron-blooded military power. All the dogs of Baskerville were assembled.
Hugo les Baskerville Asked.
Son, what are you doing there? An expressionless face, the tone so casual. It's like a father coming out of a bar and seeing his son on the side of the road. Hugo's casual tone was calm enough to make Andromalius continue his mimicry of the set. A father, you're here on business. Andromalius' face lit up and then he realized what was happening. He was now in demonic form. A demon that had taken over Set's body. He's been seen, he had been caught. There's no point in trying to mimic it anymore since he's been caught right there on the spot. But the way Hugo looked down at Andromalius was as consistent as ever. Trash. It didn't matter if it was Set or Andromalius with Set's body or Andromalius with Set's soul. At some point the unpleasant object becomes invisible. Hugo was looking down at Andromalius with such a gaze now. You look terrible, my son. Hugo said, still with the same horrible indifference. For a moment Andromalius gritted his teeth. Son, don't do it, how dare you mock me on a human subject. Andromalius' anger exploded at Hugo for daring to call him son when he knew better. That moment, Andromalius felt the snake on his left arm stiffen as he reached for Hugo. What? Andromalius started to surge out of the cavity but stopped. His feet were tingling like rats. With Hugo in front of him, he was frozen in place. Why is my body stiffening? Why? Andromalius is the king of the demons, 10 demons who crossed over to the human realm to bring about an age of destruction. But why does he freeze at the sight of a mere mortal? Fear, that's impossible. Even if you're a sword master, you're just a human. In the end. Nevertheless, Andromalius found himself unable to move. As much as he hated to admit it, it was obvious that this uncontrollable emotion surging within him was fear. Andromalius finally understood the phenomenon. I'm not afraid, but I'm afraid. It sounds strange, but it's possible. Andromalius was clearly not afraid of Hugo. The problem was the body.
Said Les Baskervilles.
His body is afraid of Hugo. Andromalius' mouth is half open in disbelief. A dog is an animal that cannot move before its master. It is their destiny to go when their master calls them even if they know they
will die.
But he died a long time ago, Andromalius thought. But the fear that Set felt for Hugo was beyond his imagination. A fear that was imprinted in his bones, a fear he would never forget even in death. And it was affecting the next user of the body, Andromalius. Oh no 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 no, this is off the table, I have to move fast. Andromalius' face showed his impatience. He turns his head and sees the river in the distance. All I have to do is burst the dam in front of me and draw the water into this cave and it will be over. But the corpse's feet, already frozen, don't move at all. They're even shaking, making it difficult to stand on the ramp. Andromalius is just rolling his eyes.
I'm sorry.
An unfamiliar voice rang out. Andromalius looked up and there was Osiris. He was shaking his head with an expression he had never seen before. I'm sorry, brother, I didn't expect you to be so crowded. Hearing this, Andromalius was filled with joy. So he turned his face to Set's and cried out mournfully. It's all because of you that I'm like this. If only you'd acknowledge me, if only you'd guided me to the right path, I wouldn't be like this, I wouldn't have sold my soul to the devil. With those words, Osiris shakes his head, his expression even more somber. Andromalius was about to move when he realized that the direction Osiris was standing was the only way out. A dagger pierces his back, protruding from his breastplate. What the hell, this asshole is doing it again. Andromalius cried out, spewing black blood from his mouth. Before he knew it, Vikir, who had approached from behind, had driven his sword through Andromalius' spine. I'm used to rock climbing. Had spent days and days climbing on the way to raid Madam's nest, so he was good at it. Vikir lifted his head and looked up at Osiris above. He had once thought Osiris cold-blooded, without blood or tears, but now that he had grown older, he could see his true colors. Vikir said, "Don't pay any attention to what he says, brother." Osiris looked up. Vikir spoke briefly. Brother Set has already died in childhood, and this demon has only been acting, hiding in his skin. It was half a lie, but there was no way to prove it, so what the hell? Given the circumstances, I can't say much more. As Vikir comforted Osiris, he placed 3 or 4 more stabs into Andromalius' body. Only when Andromalius stretched out the snake on his left arm to counterattack did Vikir fall backwards, kicking off the rock wall and onto the ceiling. Then Vikir and Hugo's gazes met. Hugo nodded. He was the Lord of Baskerville, but he was not authorized to call upon the dogs of Baskerville at this time. Half a day. For half a day Vikir is their master. That was what Hugo had promised when he brought the Pomeranian to him. Vikir glanced up. The moon in the dark clouds was slowly falling, until its light faded and the dawn's first rays rose. All of the Ironbloods belonged to Vikir. Then the master gave the hounds their first command. Bite and kill. The target is self-explanatory. Hehehe, you're cutting through all the demons like that in my life. A demon of the highest rank, this will be a good experience. Count Boston Terrier and Count Great Dane sheathed their swords. All the 7 counts who were just gathering at the family to see Vikir draw their swords at once, and terrifying killing intent burst forth. Thud. Osiris Les Baskervilles, a young master of the Iron Bloodsword family, also drew his sword. A brotherly love that has never been shown because it is clumsy in expressing emotions. When Osiris touches his sword, it spreads to a pale bloody color. It fluttered. And then the black robes fluttered in the wind. 700 graduators led by the 7th count raised their swords. Puff 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 puff. Andromalius' entire body began to explode. Slash slash slash, stab stab stab. Countless fierce teeth oviposited Andromalius' entire body. Andromalius was immobilized by Madame's poison and the fear of his Bodis original owner. Andromalius unleashed his demon power with all his might. Countless blood-sucking flies were unleashed. A family of grave-dwellers, the great insects that once ruled this world, soared high into the air. But they could not rise too high, pickled in the water that ran down the cave walls, the groundwater tainted with spider venom. Thud. Even more so after Osiris' sword split Andromalius' spirit body and Set's body. in half at the same time. As Set's head flew into the air, Andromalius' head was also severed. It was a fitting end for a man who had brought the continent to the brink of destruction before his regression. And now the situation was settled. Each knight made their way into the training hall where Set had been staying. With Set gone, it was easy for anyone to enter the training hall. The foul smell of magic and poison, the corpses of flies, and the bones of children strewn about were enough to make anyone cringe. "You've done it again. He's my nephew and he's amazing, I'm so proud of him." Boston Terriers and Great Danes come up to pet Vikir's head, showing off their inner faces. The other 7 counts also sneak up on Vikir, pretending to know him and showering him with praise and compliments. Meanwhile, Hugo and Osiris are silent as they look into the depths of the training hall. Countless strewn bones, strewn miasma, the rotten and twisted interior of the cave. "Is this the inside of Baskerville?" Hugo's voice rose from the depths of his lungs. He didn't show it, but he himself seemed shocked. "Is it because of the corruption and death of the second son, or is it about a mighty demon hiding nearby, or both? I don't know what else is in his mind, no, maybe even himself." Osiris' mind, on the other hand, was a little easier to read than Hugo's. Set. Osiris stared into the deep pool where Set supposedly resided. A cold, narrow, lonely den was this where Set had spent all those years, sharpening his sword and harboring his poison. Osiris thought back to the long years of Set's training. Where had it all gone so wrong? Then Vikir stepped forward. "You have nothing to blame yourself for, brother. This is all the work of demons." But Osiris shook his head. "No, I'm just as guilty of giving the demon a chance I am to blame. Set has been a great admirer of mine since he was a child." The confession was somewhat surprising coming from his mouth. Vikir's eyes widened a little, but he didn't show it. Osiris spoke, a hint of sadness radiating from his expressionless face. "It is the second thing to feel sorry for the corruption and death of flesh and blood. Prior to that, the people of Baskerville, the children who would become the future of the family, had been sacrificed so many times, and I regret that I have been neglecting it until now." On that point Vikir could only nod. But this happened even before the regression. It wasn't something that could be stopped. Just then, "What?" a member of the Pit Bull Knights shouted in the distance. Staffordshire Baskerville, the knight who assisted Vikir in the past, stretched out his sword and shouted, "Enemy, the enemy is alive, fleeing." At those words, more than 700 eyes turned in unison to one place. It was the mask that underestimated the amazing vitality unique to demons.
"Ha ha ha, you stupid Houndsty."
Andromalius was fleeing with only his head. He stretched his winged serpent tail down the cut side of his neck and flew away at tremendous speed toward the river in the distance. "The time to open the gate will be delayed, but it can't be helped. That's what the other brothers will do. Ha 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 ha." Andromalius cursed at the Baskervilles and charged toward the dam. No, he was not going to run. Thwack. He would have if Hugo hadn't drawn his long sword from his belt. Flash. A sound like explosives, a strike faster than lightning. In that brief moment, every knight in Baskerville saw it. 7 crimson thunderbolts, powerful enough to split the sky into 7 pieces. It evaporated a thick layer of dark clouds in an instant and aimed for Andromalius beyond. Ah! Andromalius didn't even finish laughing. Digig. He disintegrated in midair without leaving a single scrap of meat behind. Even his soul was shredded to pieces. All the swordsmen of Baskerville were humbled by Hugo's incredible strength. Even the 7th Count and Osiris, the young master, stared at Hugo's back with trembling pupils. Meanwhile, Hugo muttered as he looked up at the sky split into 7 pieces. "Mustache, he'll shave it." It seemed that he was remembering the only traces of Roxana and Penelope, who had parted a long time ago, and the only traces of their reunion. A few days have passed. In every territory under Baskerville's jurisdiction, in every square rooms, have been set up information on the process for investigating and compensating for the disappearance of infants within Baskerville's territory. The purpose of this room is to uncover and compensate for all cases of infant disappearances that occurred between the years BC 10 and AC 19 of the Empire. In accordance with the principles of Article 1 Paragraph 4 of the Vakir, special law compensation plan is being sent to all families and nurseries where missing children occurred during this period so that the liquidators and related parties can fill out the relevant documents and submit them to the City Hall within the time limit and recover the remains of the lost children. The Baskerville family has thoroughly investigated a series of incidents, including infanticide and kidnapping, and conducted compensation procedures. While they did not reveal that a demon of the highest order had descended, they did not mince words about the horrific acts committed by the Baskerville's second son. This was a small consolation to the bereaved family whose lives had been destroyed by the loss of their child and who had organized protests and hunger strikes to demand an investigation and find out the truth. They were also able to receive real-time reports on the punishment process of the perpetrators and see them in person. The first to be brought to justice was the set's mother Nut, who served as a participatory judge and juror. She was surprisingly not brainwashed by the demon and cried out the whole way to the courtroom to be allowed to see Set. Nut was summarily executed on a total of 1,642 charges, including releasing poisonous snakes in the children's rooms, first-degree poisoning conspiracy to kidnap the eldest daughter, and aiding and abetting the kidnapping of Set's infant. Set's nannies were subsequently lined up and publicly executed, as were Set's henchmen who worked under him to systematically kidnap and transport children. The trial and execution of a high-ranking member of Baskerville's inner circle on the spot came as a shock to many statesmen. It reaffirmed the perception that the laws of Baskerville were so severe and thorough that not even Baskerville could escape them. Also, numerous orphanage directors who sold children were decapitated, and brokers, lobbyists, and government officials who participated in the falsification of documents were torn limb from limb. Countless others disappeared or were crippled as due on the sentence. For those children who had no family, memorials were erected and maintained annually by high-ranking officials. Many annual rituals were organized for constant remembrance. All of this was the handiwork of Osiris, the patriarch of the House of Baskerville, and entirely under his care and control. No one there was a being to whom Osiris had ceded some of his authority. Vakir van Baskerville, this hero who survived a war with barbarians outside the borders, was recognized upon his return as the original discoverer and chief contributor to the project. He was given a share of the state's authority, and his fame grew to great heights. Osiris and Vakir's work was swift and precise. Within days all the relevant special laws were in place, and it was no more than a week before they were actually enforced on the ground. It was an event of such magnitude that an imperial commission was sent to investigate it, but it was unusual that no noise was heard afterward. Right, come here, Pomeranian. Hugo shaved his mustache, a lifelong vice. It didn't exactly make him more likable, but it was surprising to see him try so hard to look pretty for his granddaughter. Pomeranian touched Hugo's dull chin and smiled brightly. Look at her smile, he looks just like Roxana and just like Penelope. Hugo held the Pomeranian's gaze with a mixture of happiness and sadness. Meanwhile, Vakir had been summoned to Hugo's office and was watching the scene. Osiris was there too. Long time no see, brother. Hugo has been overworked lately and his eyes are a bit hollow. But as he smiles faintly at Vakir, his face seems much more human than before. To Vakir, who bowed reverently, Hugo said, "You must be very busy these days." "Yes. By the time I'm done with this matter, it will be too late. Hurry up and join the academy." Vakir shook his head. "The family is still in turmoil. I'll have to wait until things are a little more organized before I go." Vakir still didn't believe Hugo. Purge, a large-scale purge. Hugo seemed to be using this incident to reorganize the power structure within the family. Reality is not a fairy tale. This series of trials and punishments, which seemed to be a process of justice being served, was actually just a show Vakir thought an outgrowth of the political battles of the big boys. It was rare for a Baskerville family to fully admit responsibility and pay compensation in a high-profile case like this infanticide and kidnapping. But Hugo had done so. It was an act of cold political judgment, not an appeal to emotions like morality or humanity, to officially recognize the family's responsibility for the incident and to remove those involved from their positions of authority to eliminate many of their enemies and consolidate their power. Reweaving the plate, aka making a new board. The number of those who have been ousted from the power structure due to this set incident is numerous, from the most insignificant to the most prominent. When these people are purged and demoted at once, several lines are shaken. For example, the power of the 7 counts to keep the family in check was significantly weakened. It was only natural that the limbs were cut off. There was also some shuffling within the knights. A series of elderly senators and deputies were purged to punish demonic infiltrators, a process spearheaded by the family line Osiris. Vikir, with his pre-regression knowledge, was of course part of the operation. And not just to solidify his position as a representative of Patriarch Hugo's line. Data on the contact set had been secretly making. Vikir smuggled it out and handed it over to Sindawendi to analyze, to determine the identities and current locations of the other 10 commandments. I don't want to do this, I'm already overworked enough as it is, and what? You want me to track the location of demons at the king level? How many heads do you think I have? Of course she didn't want to take on such a dangerous task. So you don't want to trade with the natives? In the face of a megadeal of epic proportions with the natives of Deft, she had no choice but to give in. Well, let's just say it was. There was one thing Vikir didn't understand right now. Why would they want to send me to the academy, especially at this point? Vikir has no reason to refuse, but the timing is a little too good to be true. It's good to have a public figure like Vikir as a face when you're trying to weed out the noise like Hugo is doing now. It's good to have someone like Vikir as the face of the family when there's no one in the family who doesn't know that Vikir is Hugo's line, so that Hugo can take the knife with a good cause. After all, Vikir was the first to recognize and report Set's corruption. Sending me to the academy now would be inefficient from Hugo's perspective. So Vikir didn't understand why Hugo was trying to send him to the academy so soon. Normally Hugo would take the initiative and tell him to delay his enrollment for a few years. Is he up to something? But since he couldn't ask outright, he could only suspect. Then Osiris, who had approached, spoke up. My father is concerned that you will be caught in the aftermath of a power struggle and get hurt. Concerned? Vikir laughed in disbelief. Hugo wouldn't do that. Who was the great man to be worried about that? Heartless scoundrel. It was strange that Osiris should even be listening to him in the first place. Isn't this supposed to be Butler Barrymore's job? But Butler Barrymore was too busy marveling at Hugo's mustache. My lord, you look much better without a mustache. Indeed, but it makes me look very hollow. Hugo smiled weakly as he styled the Pomeranian's hair into a feather braid, a skill he didn't know where he'd learned. What an unfamiliar sight. Vikir thought to himself. Tuck. Osiris' hand came up to rest on his shoulder. It was unexpectedly warm. Vikir looked up to see Osiris standing next to him, looking down at him. Thanks to you, I know that I have duties as an individual but also as a brother. Do not worry about yourself, but go to the academy. Osiris seemed to be trying to change at least a little in the way he treated his brothers from now on. He turned to Vikir with an awkward, clumsy smile. You'll have everything sorted out by the time you return home for your first vacation. Easterners don't boast of the pyramids. Westerners don't talk about Babylon. There is no place for them in front of the Emperor's Academy Colosseo. All fame is for this. All shall be in its shadow. The Colosseo Academy, the most prestigious academy in the world, from east to west, north to south, and across the central continent. Located in the heart of the central continent in the capital city of the imperial family, the academy occupies the entirety of the most fertile yoke land in the imperial capital. Unlike the Magic Tower, which specializes in magic, and the Varangian, which specializes in martial arts, there is a tendency to value both literal And martial arts, it is famous for not being able to enter or graduate if you do not meet the strict standards. For the start of the new semester, crowds of students flocked to Venezia, the capital of the ROK, freshmen, and their families, and the groups escorting them, and the hordes of people trying to sell them stuff. It's the one time of year when the largest concentration of people can be found at the academy. All the new students from the east, west, south, and north who flocked to the imperial city had to marvel twice, once at the beauty of the capital and again at the grandeur of the academy. Venezia, the city of water. The capital of the imperial empire of ROK. Venezia is a gently sloping basin, where rivers from across the continent converge to create a myriad of waterways. As you drive into the city center, you'll be greeted with sweeping views of the entire city on the land below, with a crystal-clear freshwater lake gently hugging the ecliptic 112 islands. On top of it, and nearly 400 bridges, the metropolis looks like a paradise. Slow, warm rivers, countless waterways and bridges connecting them. Beautiful architecture rises high above the crowded streets above the bridges. Numerous aerial bridges connect skyscraper after skyscraper, and greenery grows all year round on the piers. The city's waterways have become important transportation routes, creating a unique and beautiful cityscape, and it is not uncommon to see canoes traveling on the waterways in the alleys, as well as various street vendors on them. As an imperial capital, it is also home to a number of modern cultural institutions, including theaters, museums, clock towers, churches, opera houses, the imperial library, and huge public baths. But it's the academy that's most famous, home to some of the continent's finest materials. The Colosseum, this massive circular cluster of buildings, is home to about 20,000 people, including students, professors, and workers of all kinds. Together, the buildings form a gigantic arena surrounding a single large stage, and a walk around the diameter of the academy grounds would take the average person over 4 hours. The academy is divided into two main parts: the dormitory building where students live, and the classroom building where classes are held. The dormitory building is divided by grade and gender, and the classroom building is divided by grade and class. Since the school is a 4-year program, there are 4 grades. Students are divided into first, second, third, and fourth grades, and there were rare cases of students taking a leave of absence or returning to school after failing the graduation examination. There were 2 main classes, the cold class and the hot class. The cold class includes students who specialize in swords, bows, and spears, and they take courses related to their specialty as required courses for their majors, other cold classes as electives for their majors, and courses in the hot class as required courses for their general education. On the other hand, the hot class contains students whose primary specialty is magic, and they take courses related to their primary elemental magic as required courses, other magics as electives, and courses in the cold class as general education requirements. In other words, it doesn't matter if they specialize in swords, bows, spears, fire, ice, earth, or plant magic. The end result is that they have 4 years to develop a general knowledge of all of them. In addition to these classes, of course, there is a wealth of other general electives in languages, theology, law, astronomy, geography, military studies, etc. In order to graduate, students must take a certain number of credits of these major requirements, major electives, general education requirements, general education electives, and courses for majors and minors, sometimes voluntarily, sometimes compulsorily according to their schedule and aptitude. Class schedules are organized sometimes voluntarily, sometimes by force. Naturally, there is a pecking order among students based on their grades, which has a huge impact on their later academic life. In addition, students are limited in their ability to participate in clubs, volunteer activities, work experience programs, and other internal and external activities such as choosing a major. Therefore, freshmen are eager to take the Academy's placement test for the first time. Seniors are also very interested in the results of the freshman's placement test. They want to recruit the best possible juniors for their clubs and social organizations. Is that so? The Academy's current students have been buzzing since February when the freshman placement test ended. They wanted to get a head start on the new students who had already stood out. I heard the freshman placement test is over. Who stood out the most? Probably the ones who did well in the practical evaluation, right? Except for the professors, the freshmen's information is off limits, but the grades and rankings of the freshmen were already circulating among some powerful students. Like stock market speculation, the names, grades, and rankings of the new students were traded at a high price depending on their accuracy. This is because most of those who enter the academy are likely to enter the upper echelons of the empire in the future, so it's important to make connections in advance. Oh, look at this, all the new students this year have great grades. Isn't the first place in the cold class tied? Tutor from the Sun Spear clan and Bianca from the God Bao secret house are tied for first place. They're tier 1, they are our club's top priority for recruitment. The current students of the cold class were already excited by the rumors of an outstanding junior would be joining them. Tutor, a spearman, and Bianca, an archer, are likely to receive a lot of offers from their seniors as the school values practical skills much more highly than written ones. These geniuses have caught the attention of professors and seniors alike. Ranking in the cold class practical evaluation. 1 Don Quixote Tutor Usher Bianca. 2 Highbrow Baskerville. 3 Midbrow Baskerville. 4 Lowbrow Baskerville. 5 Sancho Barataria. 6 Tutor eldest son of Don Quixote, one of the 7 great houses of the empire, and known for his spearmanship. Bianca, the eldest daughter of Usher, one of the 7 great houses of the empire and known for her archery skills, and the highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow triplets from the Iron Blades of Baskerville, Sancho Barataria, who was selected as a scholarship student by the Northern Mercenary Guild Alliance, and others are the super rookies who are currently causing a stir in the cold class. On the other hand, the hot class was also in a frenzy. Wow, there's a kid who got a perfect score on the practical exam. He's second in the written exam too, so he's really good at studying. Sinclair, a genius among geniuses, has been admitted. Did you hear the rumor? This is information from the admissions office. What a beautiful girl. The department was paying all the attention to Sinclair, a genius who scored a record-breaking first in the practical assessment and second in the written assessment. Practical evaluation ranking of the hot class. 1 Sinclair. She didn't reveal her family name, but it was safe to assume that she had some sort of fancy background behind her, as she was the top of the mage class, which required an enormous amount of scholarship money in the first place. In addition, the tycoon bourgeoisie, the ultraviolent Leviathan, and the religious Corvatis also admitted many talented students. Normally, the 7 great families would avoid admitting students from similar grades so that their own talents could easily take the top spot, but this time the great talents of all 7 families were admitted at the same time. It was such a strong entry that this generation of freshmen was dubbed the Glory Generation. This was because there was a massive influx of talented students who could have become class leaders and student council presidents if they had entered at different times, and overshadowed by a strong freshman class, the likes of which we haven't seen in recent decades, and an academic culture that values practical skills far more highly than written work. There was one person who was not being recognized. Comprehensive Written Theory Evaluation Ranking. 1 Vakir. Study Bug. Sandman. A commoner without a surname. Common names. A hound with no name tag or leash entered the academy. Tien Tutor from the Sun Spear clan and Bianca from the God Bao secret house are tied for first place in Raw. 1 Don Quixote of Sun Spear clan Usher of God Bao secret house Itgif. This is the correct. So this is where I'll be going to school from today. A boy enters the academy. The boy walks to the academy's main gate full of ambition. He is surrounded by a huge crowd of people in the same situation as him, the new students of the 20th class. They are like carp swimming backward towards the gate. Suddenly I hear a middle-aged woman's voice behind me. Oh my God, look at him, he forgot his backpack. It was the mother of a freshman boy, and she ran toward the academy's main Entrance in a panic calling her son's name. Hey Vikir, don't forget your backpack. Suddenly a few heads turned among the crowd of people climbing the main entrance. Me. A dozen or so boys scattered about turned their heads. This was because they all had the common name of Vikir. Oh mom, don't call me that loud. Vikir, who had forgotten his backpack, scurried down the hill red-faced, grabbed his backpack and started back up the hill. The other 9 Vikirs turned their heads again, realizing that their mother hadn't called them. But there was one Vikir who never looked back in the first place. A freshman with stuffy bangs hiding his face, horn-rimmed glasses completely obscuring his eyes, and a shabby shirt and pants carrying a modest backpack.
Vikir van Baskerville.
A boy who shed his Baskerville surname to take the academy exams as a commoner. Inwardly Vikir thought it was a good thing Head left the Baskerville name behind. However, the name of Vikir van Baskerville, which had been recognized by the imperial court, had become so famous that it had become a nuisance in his daily life. It defeats the fundamental purpose of coming to the academy. Vikir had a clear idea of what he wanted to do when he joined the academy: to capture and kill the demons lurking in the ecliptic, the traitors and traffickers of humanity. To do so would prevent an age of destruction in the near future. Vikir remembered a time before his regression. 10 high-ranking demons descended upon the mortal realm. Together they erected 10 giant pillars and formed a gate to the demonic realm. One of those 10 demons was Andromalius, the demon who wore the skin of Set.
Les Baskerville.
Luckily, we were able to kill him before he could accumulate too much power, or we would have been in trouble. If it hadn't been for Vikir in the first place, no one would have noticed Andromalius' presence. And now it's clear that the other 9 demons are also hiding in the human realm wearing human skin. According to Cinderwendy's research, several high-ranking individuals who were in contact with Set have gathered here on the Imperial City. The more people there are, the more likely it is that demons are lurking. That's why Vikir has come to the academy here and why he's assumed a suitable identity to avoid suspicion. An academy freshman from a commoner's background. He often has to travel outside the academy to attend classes and go on assassination missions, but becoming too famous and drawing attention to himself can cause many problems. So Vikir purposely entered the academy as a commoner, just to focus on the written exams.
Im Confident in Theorie.
It was a bit too much to get first place, but in reality written grades are not treated well anyway. Maybe it was because he hadn't been able to take the academy's theory class properly in his previous life. The holes and gaps in modern swordsmanship theory. Anthropological perspectives on the ecology of the new species Mushuhushu. Examination of the habits and strategies of Yetis living in the snowy mountains of the northern continent. Discussion on the possibility of the existence of undead-type demons that do not have divine power and their strategies. The field experience of a seasoned veteran who had survived through an age of destruction was a great help in verbalizing and describing theories. Thus Vikir was able to write the answer sheet with ease, and that alone earned him first-place honors. Meanwhile, at the dormitory where Vikir went to unpack his belongings for the rest of his life, he was greeted by many of his fellow students. Do you know the Tao, and would you like to explore it with our domino club? Hey, you look so lucky, why don't you join our pufferfish cooking study group? Hey, I'm trying to be nice, but come over here, our meditation study group. ITLL only take a minute, but can you fill out a survey and put your fingerprints and seal stamp on the sign-up sheet for your favorite club? Clubs, research groups, clubs, societies, organizations, etc. Many current students are working hard to appeal to new students. Among them, the clubs that most freshmen are interested in are major level clubs that help them with their specs, or clubs that sound interesting just by hearing about them. Student council, various sports, band, dance, theater, economic research, and culinary clubs are the main ones that attract freshmen. On the other hand, newspaper clubs, horticulture clubs, art clubs, reading clubs, and long-lived beetle research clubs are relatively unpopular. Meanwhile, the seniors who were inviting students to join the clubs were also looking for some freshmen with a light in their eyes. First of all, Tudor from the Don Quixote family famous for his spear skills, and Bianca from the Usher family famous for her archery skills were the first targets of the seniors. The same goes for Sinclair, who despite her unknown affiliation scored a staggering first in practical and second in written. But none of this matters to Vikir. All he can think about is getting back to his dorm, unpacking and getting some rest, because he has to go on a killing expedition starting tonight. How many pages are there in the Book of Killings alone? The blacklist. There were many things that deserved to die even among humans, not demons. Traitors who sided with the demons and sold out humanity. That's a lot of people to kill. Vikir thought to himself as he walked through the crowd of new students. Just then, newspaper department, keep up with what's going on in the school. A familiar voice called out from somewhere. Vikir turned to see a familiar face hawking flyers and enrollment forms.
Saint Dolores El Covadi.
The youngest early admit student, current third-year senior, the Academy's student council president, and the head of the newspaper club, the school's #1 idol who hasn't missed a beat in the past 3 years. She was handing out application forms by hand. Senpai, please take a look at this kayak. Senpai, I'm a fan, I love you. I joined the academy just to see you.
Wow, you're so beautiful, so pious, so holy.
The freshmen are jostling to get the flyers handed out by this legendary senior, hoping to catch her eye for once. But as they pass in front of her, Vikir only presses her face-hiding bangs and thick horn-rimmed glasses even tighter. He has already met Saint Dolores. I met her once when I was a Hound of the Night. The holy water she brewed for us helped to quell the water plague. But the holy woman doesn't know Vikir's true face now because he wore a mask. So Vikir had to turn away from her and return to his dormitory without giving away his identity. There was no point in being recognized. The atmosphere in the dormitory building was quite relaxed. The building was large and grand, but from an individual's point of view, there was no need to wander all over the place. It was very well designed so that you didn't have to wander too much beyond the limited area of your floor, hallways and stairs. The boys' and girls' dormitories were attached to the two main buildings in an A-shape, but were strictly separated with different floors for different grades. 4th grade is on the 1st floor, 3rd grade is on the 2nd floor, 2nd grade is on the 3rd floor, and 1st grade is on the 4th floor. I think this is because the older you get, the harder it is to climb the stairs. The rooms are neither large nor small, and the standard option is a simple setup with a large bunk bed, an equally large desk, and 2 chairs. It had the feel of a standard youth hostel, except that the restroom with shower was a bit dated. Tuck. After arriving at the room, Vikir dropped his simple luggage consisting of a few clothes on the desk. Then, "Hey, are you in this room too?" The voice came from the side of the bathroom. Vikir turned his head to see a short boy standing there. Blonde hair, his cheeks were less chiseled, and he had a few false teeth, and his androgynous appearance quite cute. A name tag was pinned to his chest, written in crude handwriting. Piggy. This was his roommate for the next year. And Vikir already knew this guy. Piggy, here we go again. Before the regression, he remembers him as a nice guy. He was the first to reach out to Vikir, who had come to babysit the Baskerville's triplets even when he was doing odd jobs. In this life, Piggy was nice too. So your name's Vikir, so you'll be good to me in the future, and you'll have to forgive me if I'm a little clumsy and slow. Oh, and I heard there are 2 bunk beds, so you can pick your own first. Vikir sighed briefly at Piggy's cheerful suggestion. The students at the academy are young, but they're smart. They've been around the block and heard the elite talk, so they're no strangers to civility, betrayal, politics, and bullying. A nice innocent guy like Piggy gets lost in the jungle of freshmen where there is a lot of first mover advantage. In a previous life, that's exactly what happened. Piggy was a long-time victim of bullying. His cute looks, small size, and timid personality made him stand out from the crowd of big, muscular, and outspoken boys. His hobbies of reading and analyzing information in solitude didn't fit in with the academic culture of power. Vikir knows this, and it's why he can't help but look at him with compassion. Before the regression Piggy's roommate was highbrow Les Baskerville's I believe so. I have an idea of what his academic life was like back then. Whether he realized it or not, Piggy breathed a sigh of relief at the thought of having a roommate whose first impression, while a bit reticent, was still friendly. He must have worried a lot about meeting a scary roommate. Then, Piggy spoke to Vikir first. Hey Vikir, you're going to OT later tonight, right? Freshman orientation. I read it as a time to educate the newly admitted freshmen about the basics of the academy and a time for the seniors to meet the freshmen and get to know them over drinks. It's not really required, but it's still something that every freshman should.
Attends.
The idea is to get to know the people you'll be spending the next 4 years with and to network with the seniors. The connections you make here will be the foundation of your future career, aka your line, and you fought through a bloodbath to get here. But, no, Vikir was not interested in any of that. The assassination act. Because from now on the real bloodshed was to come. Piggy looked at Vikir with a blank expression. Then, in a tone of deep embarrassment, he asked, "Oh, you're not going to OT?" "No, I'm not going." Vikir was still adamant. Piggy gestured frantically toward Vikir, who was unpacking his few remaining belongings. "Oh no, we have to go. If we don't go to OT, we'll be labeled an asshole by our seniors and we'll be a pariah among our peers, which will make it very difficult for us to get information and connections." An outsider is a word that refers to a person who does not belong to a group and stands out. Not only do they face difficulties in situations that require group strength, such as unexpected lectures, class schedule changes, and group assignments, but they are also at a disadvantage in networking and information gathering. Therefore, Piggy's point about attending OTs is well taken. That is in the case of a normal freshman. However, in Vikir's case, it was much easier to be active without being seen by everyone, as he rather wanted to become an assassin. Meanwhile, Vikir stared down at Piggy, who was looking sullen. Piggy's gaze was genuinely concerned about Vikir's academy life. He's still a nice guy almost to a fault. It's going to be hard for him to fit in at the academy with this personality. Piggy is timid but cautious and good at collecting and analyzing information. If Cinderwendy saw him, she'd scout him out in a second. However, among the new students at the academy, Piggy is the easiest person to take advantage of and bully. The academy's culture favored practice and actual work over notes and theory. It's a belief that has been passed down through the generations, not only in the Colosio but in other top institutions such as the Magic Academy, the Magic Tower, and the Varangian Academy of Martial Arts. In other words, within the academy, power is always above all else. It's not about childish brawls or fistfights, it's about performance in
Practical assessments.
Without that, it's hard to get noticed. In reality, Piggy was good at gathering and analyzing information because he had a good head on his shoulders, but that's it, he wasn't very good at anything in cold class or hot classes, so he always got stuck in practical exams. His caring nature at best and timidity at worst led to subtle ridicule, scorn, and bullying. And to add insult to injury, he had the misfortune of meeting the vicious highbrow of Baskerville as his roommate for the first semester. From then on, Piggy was always on the sidelines. Because of highbrow's personality, Piggy was barely treated as a human being. And other classes and even upperclassmen were always bullying and taking advantage of him. But despite this, Piggy was a good boy who always had a smile on his face. Whenever he saw someone who was weaker than him, he would always lend a hand and help them as best he could. Vikir glanced at Piggy and then looked away. Piggy, meanwhile, had no idea what Vikir was thinking and was still trying to convince him of the necessity of the OT. There's a lot of powerful seniors coming to this OT. St. Dolores, the student council president, is coming, and we have a great class you've heard of. Tutor, the eldest son of Don Quixote, and Bianca, the eldest daughter of Usher. That's not all. The Baskervilles have triplets, and they're all amazing. There's a kid named Sancho from the Mercenary Guild of the North who passed up a chance to be a top student at Varangian to come here, and then there's Sinclair, who's a top in the hot class, and this person came to the Colosio after being accepted as a top in the Magic Tower. Isn't it amazing? That he's a top in the Colossio's hot class. These guys are already considered the next generation of heroes, so you should definitely go see them. I can't believe him in the same class as these guys. Actually, it's great that Piggy already has this information. If the seniors of the current students had heard of it, they would make a scouting offer to their club or family just with their ability to collect and analyze information. How's that? You're feeling a little more motivated now, huh? Piggy looks up at Vikir with a twinkle in his eye like he's looking for a compliment. But Vikir still shakes his head. But I'm not going. Why, what the hell? Piggy, who had hoped to go to OT with his roommate so that they could have each other's backs, was faced with an unexpected challenge. In fact, it was rare, even impossible, for a freshman to skip OT. To this reasonable question, Vikir had a short answer. I just don't want to go. That was it. Vikir gathered his things and quickly left the room. He quickly disappeared down the hallway, which was bustling with freshmen. Piggy watched dumbfounded and muttered, "Cool, my roommate is a cool guy. I should learn from that kind of determination." Always the positive Piggy. Gloomy evening, the afterglow burning over the high walls of the academy. The streets leading down to the lecture hall were already crowded with new students. Girls dressed up brightly, boys dressed smartly. But somehow the atmosphere was sloppy and green. Sloppy makeup and overdone hairstyles are still on display, and the girls are standing a bit stiffly. Boys and girls are exploring each other's groups, looking like they're about to be blown away. And the seniors were gently leading the newcomers to the meeting place. Okay, cold class A, please gather this way. Hot class C, well, meet under the red flag over here. Student council executives, please lead the new students to the venue. In the lecture hall where the evening play is over, students and newcomers enter every empty classroom because the beginning of the semester has not yet arrived. In the corridors of the lecture hall, which quickly became crowded, rumors and gossip about the new students were spreading. These freshmen are really tough. They're all killing it on their practical assessments. Of course, Tutor Bianca and Sinclair are the ones you're most excited about, right? Well, individually, I suppose, but then there's the Baskerville triplets. And I'm more excited about their synergy together. But didn't that crap say that he was getting in from Baskerville this year? The chatter among the freshmen heats up even more at this last statement. Oh, you mean Vikir? I thought that was a rumor. There's no way he could have accomplished such a feat in his late teens. Isn't he a fictional character? Yeah, well, aristocratic families tend to spread rumors to boost their family's stock price, and Baskerville is a pretty closed community. There are more than a dozen kids named Vikir in this freshman class, and they're all commoners. But there's one kid who stood out, and he's the one who took the first written exam. A written exam? What's so great about a guy who only knows theory? I don't find studying worms like that. Attractive jocks are cool. Soon the chatter in the hallway became more and more frequent. New students have entered every classroom in the lecture hall. Boys, and girls. After a few moments of small talk and eye contact, the classmates quickly bonded. Although the friendships were hastily made, they have already sprouted between them. Is everyone here? Let's take a roll call of the new students in class 20. The seniors of the student council call out the names on the list and proceed to check the attendance of the class. And then a name is called out. Vikir. Yes. Vikir. Yes. Vikir. Yes. Vikir. Vikir. The one absentee who had been called a few too many times by common names. Vikir van Baskerville. No, just Vikir now. He did indeed not attend the OT. It's just that he wore a black cloak and mask as the Hound of the Night, instead of the student Vikir. Boom. Vikir stepped on the roof of the academy's spire wearing a black cloak and a gas mask shaped like a stork's beak used by medieval plague doctors. Over a wall almost as high as the city walls, he stepped into the beautiful city center of the imperial city with its countless waterways and bridges. Vikir melted soundlessly into the pitch-black city. It's a night when classmates of the 20th class are drinking and strengthening their friendships with their seniors and classmates. In the meantime, Vikir will visit the mansions of those on the kill list one by one, the demons and traitors. It is here in the imperial city that the traitors of mankind gather. My comrades, be patient, I will avenge you in a moment. Vikir remembered the faces of his fellow hounds who had been betrayed and died, recalling the bad ties of his previous life. And then, he followed the faint scent of demons across the city. The night hounds have finally begun their hunt. A dark night. In front of a large shabby warehouse, several mercenaries were burning cigarettes. As they chuckled and gossiped, they spoke with a sense of relief. So refreshing to not have to listen to the children whine. The warehouses have been full of them the last few days. But where have they all gone in one day? At dawn a wagon came and loaded everything up. I didn't ask where you were. Going live long. Not long ago the warehouse was home to a number of orphans with no connections. But now the warehouse is empty, and in a few days a new batch of children will be transported from somewhere. And then they'll disappear, no one knows when or where. I want to know where they're coming from and where they're going. Arthur, wondering about useless things will lead you to your destiny. I heard they go to some kind of nursery in the center of the imperial city. That's right, a nursery run by the religious Quavadis. Don't worry. The mercenaries make small talk, stretching and yawning. Then, suddenly the mercenaries fall silent. A hulking man who must have stood at least 6 feet tall stepped to their side. Captain Ron Bartison. A fierce mercenary from the north, the flesh grinder, the butchers. Hammer and other gory nicknames followed. Stop talking and stand guard if you want to take home a handful of coins for your wasted life. Trashy stuff. Bartison clicked his tongue and continued on his way. He sneered inwardly at the mercenaries who couldn't speak a word at his size. What kind of argument could a lowly mercenary with no mana have against a man of his stature? The standing mercenaries didn't just talk. Thud. A man slumped to the ground. He was followed by the other mercenaries who went limp. What the hell? Bartison quickly reached to the hammer at his waist. Now a long shadow is cast in the glow of the roaring campfire. What? Bartison was startled. A figure peered down from the roof of the warehouse. A black cloak, a black hat, and an ominous stork's beak mask covering its face. Are you Ron Bartison? The spooky voice said. Bartison swallowed dryly. Sutsits. Bartison's hammer took on an aura. A liquid aura that could only be used by those who had attained enlightenment. An aura that symbolized the graduator wrapped around the hammer. What are you doing? He swung the hammer with all his might. Tried to swing it away. But all he could manage to swing were his 2 wrists, which were now missing. Thud. The hammer flew upward with such momentum that it landed behind him, scattering the aura it carried. Bartison staggered backward. No blood gushed out. The cut where his wrist had been severed had been instantly dried by the heat. Oh! Bartison opened his mouth to scream, but he couldn't. The ominous shadow had crawled down from the roof of the warehouse and was now looking into his face. Ron Hubert Bartison first packed with the demon 4 years ago when he molested and killed the 13-year-old girl next door and sacrificed her since. Then he's been stealing information from the Northern Guild Union and feeding it to the demon. Finally, he betrayed his platoon, the 1st Platoon 4th Company 207th Regiment 75th Division 5th Legion of the Humanity Alliance, by handing over the location of the platoon's sleeping quarters to the enemy. While on guard duty, led a friendly platoon to destruction. Is that right? The Shadow's question was hard and chilling. Bartison stammered a reply. Ugh, at the very beginning the incident from 4 years ago is correct, but what happens after that? I didn't do them. Yeah, they're just things you haven't done yet. What? Bartison gasped, stepping back. But he couldn't. This time his ankle was severed. No. Bartison couldn't even scream anymore. The Shadow stretched out his right hand and a black sword was drawn and plunged into his throat. Bartison struggled and then he was dead. Vikir, the Hound of the Night. He stared down at Bartison's body in front of him. No, he wondered. In time Bartison's corpse would quickly begin to decay and turn to mush. Just as Set Baskerville had said. The odor is still there. Vikir's brow furrowed slightly. Those who have made a pact with the demon emit a rotten odor from their very souls. A stench that grew more and more foul with the degree of corruption. Veteran swordsmen who have lived through the age of destruction recognize the scent like a ghost, but the people of this age will not yet be able to smell. So for now only Vikir knew how to smell it. Suts. Bartizan's face melted like ice under the sun, and soon he was gone, his skeleton on full display. It was unusual for the face to decay so quickly compared to other body parts. I wonder if this is the ability of the 10 Commandments who made a pact with him. I'll have to investigate that as well. Vikir took an owl from his bosom and wrote a letter detailing the situation. It was addressed to Sindawendi, who had a number of agents and informants at his disposal. With the letter in hand, Vikir turned away. Several bottles of liquor lay in front of the roaring campfire. Vikir picked up the strongest bottle of rum and poured it over the bloodstains on his cloak. The strong liquor washed away the dirty blood. Vikir tore the page from the entry in the kill book that listed the name Ron Bart Ison and threw it into the bonfire. The page turns black in an instant and curls into a ball, then turns to ash and floats away into the sky. Soon. Oh, it's your back. What did I fall asleep? The mercenaries standing in front of the warehouse began to wake up one by one. But all they saw was a dying bonfire that had lost most of its wood and a faceless corpse lying in a heap beside it. Ding 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 ding. From the clock tower at the center of the academy, the majestic bell chimed 12 times. A little after midnight, the night's tasks were over earlier than had expected. Vikir had visited mansions in upscale neighborhoods, warehouses on the outskirts of the city, gambling dens in the slums, glitzy clubs in the basement, secluded houses by the lake, brothels, and more, and that night alone he had snapped 29 heads. The only thing they all had in common was that they'd made pacts with the demon, were accused of betrayal and infidelity, and their faces melted immediately upon death. Unfortunately, Vikir got almost no clues out of this whole process. This meant that his assassination was going to be a long and arduous one. I didn't expect a harvest from the first step. Today is literally just the first day. Vikir returned to the academy, the pages of the killing journal still thick in his mind. He climbed over the academy's outer wall, which was as high and solid as a city wall. From this vantage point you can see that the academy's buildings are indeed large and magnificent. In the distance, the dormitories are silent in the darkness. Vikir flies toward the lecture hall. Bright lights and boisterous laughter emanated from the windows of the buildings in the other direction. Is the freshman welcome party still going on? Vikir thought for a moment. Should he go back to his dorm and sleep, or should he stay up late and attend the freshman welcome dinner? After a few moments of deliberation, the answer came quickly. Just show up. It wasn't about networking with seniors or classmates. I just wanted to have an alibi just in case. He was also a little worried about Piggy being alone. Vikir took off his mask, tucked it into his arms, and landed on the roof of the lecture hall. As he was about to descend the stairs leading down, bing boom! A single firecracker shot high into the air, lighting up the night sky. In the next moment, Vikir could see 2 men and women standing by the railing of the rooftop stairs. Vikir's eyes narrowed. The brief glow of the firecrackers as they exploded and faded was enough to tell him who they were. The beautiful woman, tall and sharp-featured, was unmistakably Usher Bianca, a freshman in class 20. She was a super rookie who was making a name for herself by ranking first in the cold class placement test. The boy's face, on the other hand, was not one that Vikir remembered particularly well. Their vibe was odd. The boy squeezed his eyes shut and called out to Bianca. I fell in love with you the moment I saw you. Want you go out with me? I'll be nice to you. Apparently he was a second-year student. But Bianca was adamant. With a deep sigh, she swept her bangs and squinted one eye. You're right. Did you call me up to that rooftop just to say that? Yeah, right. Well, first of all, let me apologize. I can't afford to go out with a guy or anything right now, and I only got in today in the first place. But you have nothing to lose by going out with me. I'm in the student council and I'm also in the leading club.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And with that Bianca turned and kicked her confessor to the curb. Vikir stood behind the stone pillar of the railing and thought, "Good times, well, it has nothing to do with me." Watching the innocent lovemaking of children 20 years younger than him made the tip of his nose tickle. Vikir soon pulled away his back to the pillar. At that very moment, Bianca's head snapped up. "Who's there?" Bianca asks in a cold voice, and then she takes a step and shoots toward the stone pillar that Vikir is hiding behind. "Oh no, you must have good eyesight because you're from the sacred palace." Vikir shrugged once. Bam! Vikir slammed into the wall and leaped down. No need to take the stairs. Vikir leaped from railing to railing, pillar to pillar, and quickly disappeared in the direction of the lecture hall. Bianca caught up with him a few minutes later and her eyes widened. What was that? I could definitely feel the presence. Bianca looked again at the stone pillars, railings, and stairs that had been kicked in just before. But something that had been there was gone like a ghost. Did I see it wrong? Bianca scratched her head. The divine archers of Usher, the superhumans, can see and hear things miles away. They are also masters of the art of archery, and their bodies are so strong and gaunt that it is no exaggeration to say that no one can match their speed, especially in pursuit. Bianca, the eldest daughter of such a family, chasing someone and losing them. That couldn't happen, at least not within this academy. I must have been looking in the wrong place. I was too sensitive. Bianca turned to look between the stone pillars. It was time to return to her seat at the new student reception. Just then, Bianca stopped in her tracks. A faint smell wafted past her nostrils. It was the unmistakable scent of strong rum. Not the kind of smell you'd expect to find on a rooftop exit staircase with nothing but the night breeze and moonlight. What does that mean? Someone was here. Bianca's expression hardened. Someone had been here just moments ago. But that didn't matter now. What mattered was that someone was here and that someone was gone. And that someone who had been here had evaded Bianca, the prodigy of the Usher family. No way. That person must have been there when Bianca was feeling the hits. But what about the fact that there's nothing in front of her now? It means that the person has fled at a speed that barely exceeds her own. Who could it be? A senior or a professor? But there's no reason for a senior or a professor to run away from Bianca's pursuit. Moreover, Bianca was confident that she could outrun any senior or professor. In terms of speed. After all, Shed demonstrated that in her practical assessment. But who? Did he mean that anyone in the academy could just walk away and leave her behind? Bianca sniffed, confused at the scent of rum that was slowly fading on the night breeze. Then, "Hey Bianca, come on, it's almost time for the freshman talent show. I hear my classmates waving and calling from the window below." Bianca can't help but turn on her heel with a nervous look on her face. With only the scent of cheap rum wafting behind her, Vikir walked into the lecture hall in search of Class B of the cold class. A large group of people were gathered in a circle drinking, and in the center of the room, one by one, the new students came forward to perform a talent show. As Vikir walked into the classroom, he heard a welcoming voice right by the door. "Vikir, you're back. Why are you so late?" It was his roommate Piggy. Piggy was so happy to see him that he rummaged through a box on the table and pulled out a name tag that read Vikir Class 20. "It's my job to hand out name tags to everyone who comes in. Hey, race yours. Why are you doing this job?" Handing out name tags to newcomers is usually the job of the second-year seniors. Since Piggy is also a newcomer, why is he doing the chore of handing out name tags to his classmates? Vikir wondered. Then Piggy smiled wryly. "Oh, the seniors said it's a hassle to keep track of all the name tags, so they asked me to help out a little." Vikir's head snapped up at that. Sure enough, several of the sophomores who had deferred to Piggy had mingled with the crowd watching the newcomers' talent show. "Whoa, tutor is awesome, encore. Swoon, cold class, go tutors. You're the best tutor, my sister's already a fan. Eek." A pretty tough bunch even for sophomores. To get to know the newcomers who seemed to be doing well, they had already assigned chores to Piggy, who didn't seem to have any ability or backbone, so I thought they were definitely quick to understand. Meanwhile, In the center of the stage, the newcomers who have completed the talent show are seated in rows on one side of a long table. On the other side of the table are a few professors, teaching assistants, and seniors. The seniors are few and far between as they are preparing to enter the workforce. Saint Dolores, the student council president, was making the rounds to each class, stopping to check on the remaining juniors. The president is here. Saint, I would be honored if you would accept my cup. Sister, you're here to write an article for the cold class senior and junior reunion, right? Please take care of the article. I love you, President Kayak. Dolores was a hit with everyone. She was the center of attention. At this point, the sophomore MC grabs the mana-filled megaphone and makes a comment. Yes, it's time for the next talent show, and the one everyone's been waiting for. The super rookie of Class 20, Ms. Usher Bianca, please join us. Thunderous applause erupted. Then, with all eyes on her, Bianca stepped forward. Her complexion was calm, as if she had just received a rooftop confession. However, her breathing was slightly uneven, as if she had rushed down from the rooftop. She then bowed her head in front of the seniors. I, a junior who is lacking in many ways, dare to raise a drink to you, seniors. Bianca nonchalantly picked up the bottle and popped the cap. And then, pow 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 pow. She grabbed the bottle and gave it a quick shake, sending the liquor flying through the narrow neck. In the space of a single sip, it flew a long way over the heads of the people in front of her and landed precisely in the glasses on the table behind her. Clink, 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 clink. The seniors let out a collective exclamation of admiration at this strange trick of throwing liquor from several meters away and filling the glasses. Bianca kept the mood high for a short but intense moment, then bowed her head. Then she turned back to the crowd and thought to herself, whoever this is, they're going to have a hard time with the next one. Bianca's stunt, while entertaining, didn't really deserve the cheers it received. The outpouring of support was probably due to her background abilities and appearance. So unless a newcomer comes along and does something amazing to match Bianca's background abilities and appearance, it's going to be hard to keep the momentum going. In other words, having set the tone, the next newcomer is going to be under a lot of pressure. Well, it's none of my business. Bianca returned to her seat, deciding that there was no reason to be considerate of the motives of those behind her. And then, in a cruel twist of nature, the host called for the next act in the talent show. Okay, we've got our highly anticipated super rookie, Ms. Bianca, and we've seen her pouring skills. What are we going to do about this heated atmosphere? We need our next performer before it cools down. The host immediately called out the next name. Next, new student from Class 20, Mr. Piggy, the cutest little guy. Piggy's name was called. Then Piggy, who was handing out name tags at the back of the crowd, stiffened. I thought you said you'd let me out of the talent show if I volunteered to hand out these name tags. As Piggy turned his head in embarrassment, the sophomores who had been handing out name tags to Piggy giggled and turned their heads away. Turning away, Piggy looked up in disbelief. The host continues to gesture toward Piggy, who remains oblivious. What are you going to do about this atmosphere? We can't let it cool down like this. Hurry up. Piggy felt his head go blank. His vision goes white and his hands and feet shake. A cold sweat broke out at the crown of his head as he felt all eyes on him. Piggy, Piggy, what are you doing? Come on out. The host kept calling for Piggy. Then one by one the seniors who were applauding also shook their heads, their smiles disappearing. Piggy despaired. His timid and introverted personality made it difficult for him to talk to others eye to eye, and he couldn't imagine performing in front of such a large crowd. Piggy's hobbies and interests include reading, listening to music, drawing, and having pets. These are not the kinds of things that will help you get up in front of a crowd. It would have been one thing if I'd been prepared from the start, but the fact that I was caught off guard by the promise of exclusion made it all the more confusing. I'm breaking out in a cold sweat and my legs are shaking. I want to run away right now, but my legs are stiff and I can't get off. The room was getting quieter and quieter. Even the hosts who were making comments looked awkward and stiff. The seniors around me also looked confused. Just then, A hand gripped Piggy's shoulder. Well, do the talent show together were roommates. A low, gravelly voice from behind. A boy with bushy bangs and thick horn-rimmed glasses covering his face stepped forward. It was Vikir. Oh, who's who? Vikir from Class 20. Alas, you were late for roll call. Earlier. The host broke the awkward silence and greeted Vikir with a smile. Yeah, I usually don't do that, but I'll make a special exception. This time you're roommates and you're gonna have to live with Myo and Kuga for a year, so why don't you be nice and show us your talent? Many eyes now turned to Piggy and Vikir. Vikir. Piggy looks up at Vikir with a questioning gaze. Vikir simply blurted out in a nonchalant tone. I'll sing. You shall dance. Then Piggy threw another tantrum. Me, are you serious? Well, of course I'm tone deaf, but it's okay, anyone can do it. Vikir shook his fist at Piggy, first from top to bottom, then from bottom to top. It was a simple dance, really requiring only that he repeat the motion and stomp his right foot each time his fist came down. Can you make this work? That's enough, just make it hard and make sure you bow. Vikir grabbed Piggy by the shoulders and led him to the center of the crowd. Then, as everyone watched Vikir's song and Piggy's dance began, the gazes of the hosts and seniors became slightly subtle. Surprised, yes, but not with admiration. What is this? They all looked confused, unable to grasp the situation. He was right, the song Vikir was singing was a completely different kind of song from what the newcomers had been singing. High mountains, deep valleys, deserted mountains, snowy fronts, here we come. A military song. The kind of songs they used to sing on the front lines. Vikir didn't have any particular talent to get the crowd going. Had spent his entire life wandering the battlefields of the 9 rivers, without the luxury of hearing a single popular song. But only one thing. He knew one song that could move anyone, that could make anyone shudder, that anyone could relate to. In those days when the bodies piled up into mountains and the blood flowed into rivers, the age of destruction. A song that could be sung by anyone who had ever held a sword and fought a demon. It was a war song that was shared and enjoyed by all. The spot where a young soul died, the wounded old pine forgot his words. A monotonous shaking of fists and stomping of feet. But the thrill, the emotion, the heart and soul of those days when thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of millions of people rolled and cried and sang together. Vikir scanned the faces of his seniors and classmates gathered in the academy. Brothers who had died in long wars, old comrades who had stood shoulder to shoulder guarding the borders, brothers who had shed tears of blood for him, even to the point of being falsely accused and executed, still sat there, green and young and frail. Vikir looked at them and swallowed back the bitterness and longing. Do you hear, comrade, that angry voice? A hound from an age of destruction, understood by none. Can you see it, comrade, the tearful eyes? And with that Vikir finished the last verse of the song. When he was finished, Vikir gave a respectful salute. He turned around, gave a quick bow and disappeared into the crowd. There was a strange feeling in the air that was hard to describe. The excitement was definitely dampened, but not in a bad way. One way or another, Vikir's song had left a mark on everyone's hearts. What's with this creeping vibe? Are you an old man? What are you doing all of a sudden? What's with this atmosphere? Most of the people complaining about the dampened excitement were younger students. However, the atmosphere in the hall slowly began to change. The old professors sitting in the front row suddenly burst into tears. High mountains, deep valleys, deserted mountains, snowy fronts, we go. The spot where a young soul died, the wounded old pine forgot his words. Do you hear, comrade, that angry voice? Can you see it, comrade, the tearful eyes? From the military song going to the front. As the ages of the audience changed, so did the evaluations. Older professors who had previously laughed at the newcomer's talent show as a child's game began to speak seriously. I've never heard a military song that touched my heart so deeply. It's as if you can read my soul. It reminds me of the last front 50 years ago, just before the Empire was united and so many of us died. Lieutenant Big Fresher, Sergeant Wisehawk, Corporal Upham and Private Ryan, far from home I miss you. Old comrades, I'm sorry, I'm the only one left standing. I'm sorry. I hope you don't hate me for living up to your share. The old professors who were veterans who had spent half their lives on the battlefield began to tear up, and the young professors and teaching assistants who had been through a war, big or small, were also wetting their chests with alcohol. The old soldier read the waves of emotion in the old soldier's crude song and resonated with them. It was a fine song filled with a heavy sadness that the young pups couldn't understand. Do they know? Just before that, a far-off successor who crossed the axis of time held a ceremony for themselves who were once senior or superior. Meanwhile, Tutor and Sancho, who had been forced to share a room, were scratching their heads at the sight of such a fakir. Why is he singing a war song like an old man? Hey Sancho, I thought you said you were a mercenary. Have you ever heard a war song like that before? It's a war song that doesn't exist in the north. It's so good I'd like to learn it. Do you have a veteran in your family? He must be the same age as us. Oh, and by the way, was he the top scorer in the written exam this time? That's pretty ambitious for a nerdy kid. I can't believe he's thinking about singing a military song at the talent show. It seemed that the young prospective heroes were not yet able to sympathize with the sentiment of military songs. Then Tutor and Sancho's conversation was interrupted. Hi, excuse me, are you a cold class, and if so, do you recognize the man who just sang the military song? A pretty girl with short cropped white hair. Sinclair's interest was piqued as she walked down the hallway from the hot class. No, we're in different class. I don't know him. Why? Tutor and Sancho shook their heads, and Sinclair watched Vikir and Piggy disappear into the distance with a twinkle in her eye. She had actually been watching them earlier. The way Piggy had twitched nervously at the sound of his name being called, and the clumsy hand on his shoulder. Just at this, Sinclair nodded with a faint smile. He seems like a nice guy. I just wanted to get to know him. Vikir finished the talent show and returned to the bar. Several of the older professors came over and spoke to him before he had even sat down at the bar. Is your father a soldier? I've never heard of a military song before. Is it from your old country? What, you wrote the song yourself? No way, such a great song. Our Royal Academy often holds a competition for military songs. You must enter. Why don't you take my songwriting class as a liberal arts elective? Vikir was somewhat embarrassed, but he didn't decline the professor's offer. How could he refuse a drink from a gray-haired old professor who had once been his commanding officer, a senior officer who had taken a sword to the heart so many times on his behalf as a rookie officer, a man who had gone into enemy territory in short order to save his men and died in the line of duty, and whose face was young and vibrant. The Academy is a gathering place for heroes past, present, and future, so it's no surprise that he's met quite a few people from his past life. Vikir drank all that was offered and returned to his seat. The moment Vikir turned to go back to his seat and paused, Bianca, the Usher family prodigy, the only child, the only daughter, was standing in Vikir's way. Vikir silently pushed past her to get to his seat. The moment Bianca turned her head toward Vikir, the rooftop smells like rum. Vikir considered stopping and turning around but didn't. TSK. Vikir continued on his way as if he didn't realize he was being spoken to. Bianca smelled the familiar rum on his breath. It was the same rum Shed smelled after the rooftop chase earlier. No matter how fast she ran, she could never close the distance between them. Despite running as hard as she could, Bianca had failed to uncover the identity of the man. Shed never lost a race before, but Shed never been so overwhelmingly defeated that she couldn't keep up. Bianca frowned and called out to Vikir, "Hey, wait, you were definitely on the roof earlier." But Bianca couldn't finish her sentence. "Here we go, newbies, cheers.
Drink, 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 drink."
The liquor's going in, chug, 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 chug. A few drunken seniors clinked their glasses together with a loud noise, blocking Bianca's view. Clink, 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 clink. Glasses clink in front of her, splashing droplets of alcohol. Among the many glasses in Bianca's path was a glass of rum. Hold on, I'll pass. Bianca pushed her way through the crowd, brushing aside the arms of her seniors and classmates. But once the toasts were over and the glasses were gone, Vikir was nowhere to be found. Where did he go? Bianca looked around but couldn't find him in the crowd. She stopped in her tracks to follow him. Come to think of it, there's a lot of rum here now, it smells strong too. She couldn't say for sure if this was the same smell Shed smelled on the roof. Am I mistaken? Bianca frowned slightly. The bitter rum scent that had seemed to emanate from Vikir was now completely gone. Instead, her sense of smell was numbed by the other crude alcoholic odors wafting around them. At this point she wondered, had she really smelled rum on the rooftop? Earlier she wondered, maybe the whole charade was a sham. Yeah, it must be the mood. Bianca turned her attention away from Vikir. Where was the strength and speed to outrun him, she wondered. There was no reason to pay any attention to him just because he sang a military song she couldn't relate to and didn't know where it came from. Meanwhile, Vikir stood in the opposite direction from where Bianca's gaze rested. You've got good instincts. The rum on his breath must have been picked up when he subdued the mercenaries outside the academy. Luckily, there were plenty of drunken seniors and classmates around to hide the scent. He looked up and saw Bianca in the distance, looking around, then giving up and walking away. I shouldn't dismiss them as just kids. I'll have to be more careful in the future. Baskerville of the Sword Morgue of Magic, Quo Vadis of Divinity, Don Quixote of the Spear Usher of the Bow, Leviathan of Poison, Bourgeois of Money. Even if they're just Onady puppies, they're descended from 7 great families. He would have to be more careful. Vikir breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, avoiding Bianca's gaze, Vikir found one more pair of eyes still lingering on him. Saint Dolores, the Academy's student council president and head of the newspaper club. She was glaring at Vikir. What is it? What is it? There's something familiar about his aura. Dolores was scratching her head, trying to figure out what she was thinking. Vikir quickly pushed back his bangs and adjusted his glasses. He locked the door to his mind firmly to prevent the saint from reading his soul, then blended into the crowd as harmlessly as possible. Fortunately, Dolores' gaze lingered for a few more seconds before fading away. The old professors, including the department chair, had gotten his attention with compliments. Vikir moved out of the saint's line of sight, doing his best to keep the night Hound's identity a secret. That's enough of that, I must return to my dormitory. It was getting close to the end of the night. A few drunken classmates were being carried out of the dormitory building. Vikir thought he would take advantage of the atmosphere and go home a little early. However, just as he was about to disappear from everyone's sight, something caught his attention. Hey, did you make a funny face at the talent show earlier? Is it nice to bury your roommate? Are you a parasite? Dude, you should sing by yourself. You have to learn to do it alone. Bitter senior told you to do it, why don't you do it sooner? Guys, Piggy is singing from now on, everyone listens up. A ragtag group of second graders surrounded Piggy. Piggy was hiccuping with embarrassment. Stop, seniors, I'm not very good at anything and I'm not very interesting. So I'm not going to hic. His face was red from the alcohol and he was sulking. But the second graders were giggling and laughing at him. If you can't do anything good, what's the point of going to school? Why don't you try dancing? You were so good at it earlier. All you could do was pump your fists and stomp your feet as if you weren't good enough, ha ha ha. If you can't do it, drink it. Here, finish this and I'll let you off the hook. One shot if you're a man. Guys, Piggy says he's about to show you something, pay attention. They giggle as if they've caught a toy that they can play with for years, to come a ball that they can do whatever they want with. Cruelty, harshness, ruthlessness, malice. There's a lot of that kind of violence in the eyes of the sophomores as they look at Piggy. And then, standing some distance away, Vikir is watching the second years with similar eyes. The only difference is, Vikir is not smiling. The sophomores surround Piggy and boo him. This time it's Nagari, look forward to the next one. If the next one is also Nagari, pull out all your teeth. 1 beat off, 2 beats off, 3 beats off, 1 2 3 4. Hurry up and do something, brother, the ladies are bored. This group of 3 men and 3 women continued to harass Piggy. Naturally, Piggy was too timid to say anything, so he just stood there with tears streaming down his face. Then the girls giggled. What is he crying? Oh my God, poor thing. You're so mean, why are you picking on him? The boys giggle and retort. When did we bully you? It's all about getting to know you. We'll be seeing you for a long time. Dude, why are you crying, and XX, are you trying to make us look bad? Just then a girl tapped Piggy on the shoulder.
Dit stop crying, get a drink.
At the same time, a large glass began to fill with liquor. Gulp, 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 gulp. A vile bomb of fermented and distilled liquor. One drink, and it was clear that his head would crack the next day. The schoolboy looked into Piggy's face and grinned. One shot and we'll let you off the hook. The 6 of them surround Piggy and giggle. They weren't going to let him go until he finished his drink. Eventually Piggy started drinking with a sullen face. The result came less than 2 sips later. EW. Piggy gagged and spit out the contents. Since he hadn't eaten any appetizers, the vomit consisted mostly of alcohol and gastric juices. Meanwhile, the rest of the team freaked out when they saw Piggy throw up. Yuck, that's so gross, it's all over your tights. Wahahaha, you're puking, you've been so colorful since OT. From now on your nickname will be Puking Piggy. They'll call you Puke until I graduate. Gazes snapped to attention. The murmuring around them made Piggy cower even more. Then, a flutter. Something covered the top of Piggy's vomit on the floor. It was Vikir's cloak. A cloak given to new students. Embroidered with the Academy's logo, it was so symbolic that newcomers treasured it next to their lives. Vikir took it off and covered the vomit on the floor. Then he walked to the front of the group of dazed second years and slapped Piggy on the back. Go to your dorms, I'll clean up here. Piggy looked at Vikir with a shaky gaze, but Vikir merely wiped the floor with his cloak in silence. Then, hey you. The sophomore grabbed Vikir by the shoulders, his face crumpled. Are you crazy hanging up on a senior when they're talking to him? What are you doing with that cloak, and how dare you think you know what kind of cloak it is? You bastard, are you this guy's coworker? You're in Class B of the cold. Class, what's your name? Take off your bangs and show me your face. The atmosphere was becoming even more tumultuous. Several members of the group patted Biker's glasses and cheeks, giggling. You must be pretty confident coming out like this. Dude, your friend left you some leftovers, you should finish them. This is Piggy's glass, and if you finish it, I'll let you and Piggy go. You're his friend, you're going to drink it for him, don't you think? Hell. Just leave, show some loyalty. The men dangled large glasses in front of Vikir's eyes. A bomb of vodka, rum, pulque, and more. Piggy had only taken 2 sips, so at first glance it looked like more than a liter, and it was sloshing around the edge of the glass. It would be impossible for a human to drink this. But Vikir picked up the glass without another word. And then, gulp, 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 gulp. Without a single change in expression, he emptied the glass. Children in Baskerville always take a small amount of poison with their meals to build up their tolerance. They can't get drunk on a mission, so a tolerance to alcohol is also essential, along with a naturally strong liver. Vikir has seen his fair share of drinking in his previous life, even amongst the toughest of men. Vikir downed a full liter of the bombshell too easily, then slammed the glass down on the table. Then he walked away as if nothing had happened. As he walks away, the crew stumbles to their feet and tries to follow. Hey, what's all the fuss over there? Did someone throw up? Student Council President Dolores, who was walking back to the hot class, called out to them. One of the newcomers threw up. Well, clean it up. It's no big deal. Dolores can only shake her head in response to the awkward smiles of the first-year students. You guys, you can't be harsh on the new students. Protect the dignity of the Academy's upperclassmen, do you understand? Yes, of course. Good. The Saintess glanced at the sophomores, then turned and walked back the way she came. The sophomores looked up, but Piggy and Vikir had already disappeared. Man, these assholes just ran off. I've never seen an asshole wipe someone else's vomit with a commemorative cloak in my life. Yeah, maybe they're commoner assholes or don't realize the value of this logo. He'll find them later and he'll beat them both half to death. Oh, how are you going to do that? You do realize that dueling is forbidden. Without an upperclassman initiate of at least 2 grades, right? Well, we could just beat them flat at a sporting event or something. The sophomores walked away, each muttering a few words. Each one of them grumbled a few words, thinking about how they would harass the 2 juniors who had been caught today. A few hours later, Man, you're drunk, we should go out and get some ice cream. The sophomore class had gotten quite a bit drunk. They left the lecture hall where the drinking was going on and strolled for a while toward the shopping district outside the academy's walls. It's a bit far, but the ice cream is always better outside. The group of sophomores giggled and walked out the academy's back door and into the shopping district. In the alleyways, small festivals were taking place alongside the academies. Otis. The sophomores made their way down the street to the various food vendors. No, I tried to move it. Boom. Until one of them was grabbed by a hand that shot out of a narrow back alley. In the dark night. Whoa, yoop. The first boy to be grabbed looked up startled. A dark shadow loomed eerily in front of him. A black leather glove wrapped around his face and an unyielding grip. Beneath a wide-brimmed black hat, a storksbill mask with a pestilential aura. His eyes bore into those of an unseeing monster. Puck woof. The next moment he was hit by a flying fist and slammed against the wall. He didn't even have time to raise his mana. The monster's fists were fast and strong. One hit had already shattered his nose and teeth, sending him sprawling on the ground. Puck, 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 puck. The same fate befell the other 5. Dragged into the mud of the back alley, the 6 sophomores looked up in disbelief. Night hounds. An existence that looked like a hell beast was staring down at them, looking like it would pounce and bite them all to death at any moment. The jaws of the first one to be captured snapped back. Teeth broke through the back of his head and then through his cheek. His nose was broken into 3 pieces and twisted into a zigzag. His cheekbones were sunken and hanging down, and blood was leaking from every hole in his face. The bravest of them all opened his mouth. It was a classic "Do you know who I am" threat. Vikir in Night Hound mode nodded once. Then he let out a mana-modulated growl that sounded like a hoarse old dog. Growling. I know. The second-year students were stunned twice, once by the eerie sound of the Night Hound's voice and again by the fact that he knew who they were and had done this to them. The Night Hound continued. From right to left, Uspir, Realbelt, Yellow Love, Acme, Redmin, and South Mid. They are sophomores in Class B of the Cold Class Scions of House Pal House. Vetri House, Housings House, Seaweed House, Bison, and House Euler. Respectively, their parents are Baron Oppenheimer, Baron Munich Viscount Osborne, Count Germa, Lord Upham, and Lord Dowsing. As the names, houses, locations, and even the names of their parents come out, the faces of the sophomores turn pale. And then the Night Hound thrusts a sharpened dagger in front of their eyes. The second-year students shook their heads in horror, but they could not escape the firm grip on their jaws and the slow draw of the dagger across their foreheads. The blade with its ominous aura left a festering scar on their foreheads. A mark like a bullseye. It was both a symbol for a target and a stigma that would not be erased for years to come. Make a nuisance of yourself inside the academy one more time. The Night Hound had warned them sharply as they paced, blood dripping from their foreheads. Then I will kill not only you but your father and mother and your family. At 6 in the morning the wake-up bell rings in every dormitory at Colosio Academy. All students, boys and girls alike, gather on the field in front of their dormitories and begin their morning routine with gymnastics. After about 30 minutes of gymnastics, everyone goes their separate ways to eat breakfast, take a shower, or catch up on sleep. At 800, all students head to the lecture hall unless they have something else going on. Depending on the day, students with no classes or classes that didn't require attendance could use the gym, library, theater, or other cultural facilities. Vikir and Piggy planned to finish gymnastics that morning and then go to the lecture hall after eating. Then Piggy was on his way back from gymnastics when he ran into some patients coming out of the infirmary. They were the same sophomores who had harassed her in OT yesterday. What? Piggy froze in place and the 6 sophomores froze as well. And then, all 6 of them scurry away from Piggy. Piggy flinched, then turned to look at the seniors who were dodging him and gave them a puzzled glance. Why are you all running away? Vikir looked at Piggy's bewildered expression and the backs of the scurrying sophomores. Suddenly the events of last night came flooding back. Try being a nuisance in the academy one more time, I will not only kill you, but also your father and mother and your family. If one day you suddenly hear that your entire family has been wiped out, consider it your own doing. If you offend one of them, expect the rest of your kind to suffer. Last night Vikir had nearly beaten the second years to a bloody pulp. If you're willing to go to such lengths to bully someone, you must be a real heartthrob, but they don't have the balls to do that. Someone with that kind of ego wouldn't take pleasure in picking on people who are weaker than them. They disappeared, leaving everyone around to stare at them as if they'd harassed many people before. Vikir smiled bitterly. In his last life, Piggy had dropped out of school because he couldn't stand the bullying and had made a hard living as a low-level government employee. His parents had gone into debt to send him to the academy. Then, when the Age of Destruction began and the Great War with the demons began, Piggy volunteered to go to the front lines, where he contributed greatly to the Allied forces of humanity by implementing numerous supply strategies and analyzing and gathering intelligence. Then, just a few months into the war, Piggy was assassinated. Vikir still remembers the devastated look on his parents' faces when they saw their son's cold, dead body. He was an honorable comrade-in-arms. Vikir glanced at Piggy, who was yawning next to him. He hoped that in this life his comrade-in-arms would not have such a tragic life. Then, Vikir and Piggy were just about to enter their joint general education classroom in the center of the lecture hall when someone stopped them. Stop, wait. The person who stopped them had a familiar face and voice. Saint Dolores Rune Quavades, the third-year student council president, stood with a stern look on her face. The center staircase here is for professors only. Students are not allowed to use it, so from now on only use the stairs in the left or right hallways. Yes, I understand. And I'm going to have to give you demerit points for walking in a restricted area. Both of you -1 demerit point. Please state your names, class, and grades. The saintess was stern. Vikir and Piggy both received demerits. This is recorded on the enchanted scoreboard, which is updated in real time. Then, Dolores frowned for a moment as she looked at the demerit list. Vikir, what did you do to earn so many demerits already? Dolores looked up in surprise to see that Vikir had accumulated quite a few demerits since the first day of school. He had already gotten demerits for the same thing a few times now, for wandering into the restricted areas of the dormitory and lecture halls as well as other buildings. It's a necessity to familiarize myself with the academy's topography. In order to transform into a night hound and go on a night hunt, you need to find a lot of openings that lead outside. But Dolores, unaware of this, just sees Vikir as a lazy bad student. You know that accumulating too many demerits, no matter how many attitude points you have, will hurt your grades. In some cases you may have to miss lectures and do community service outside the school. It will also affect the image of the class, so try to be more diligent and careful in the future. Do you understand? Understood. Vikir replied in a businesslike manner. He was trying to sound as normal as possible, but it made Dolores and Piggy jump. VII, Vikir, don't just answer like that. Piggy punched Vikir in the side of the head. When Vikir looked at him with a puzzled expression, Piggy sighed lightly and bowed 90 degrees to Dolores. I apologize, senior, I'll be more careful. What, all right, well, see. Dolores nodded. He glanced back at Vikir once more with a frown and then disappeared down the hall. You, isn't this going to get us caught? Unlike Piggy, who was running his hands through his bushy hair in agony, Vikir. Then, the window of the lecture hall opened and someone spoke in a fluent tone towards them.
Es la misión del verdadero caballero, su deber no su
privilegio. It is the mission and duty of a true knight. No, it is not a duty but a privilege.
Sour lo imposible sour.
To dream the impossible dream.
Vencer al invicto rival.
To defeat the invincible enemy.
Sufrir el dolor insufrible.
To endure the unbearable pain.
Morir por un noble ideal.
To die for a noble ideal.
Saber enmendar el error.
To know how to fix the wrong.
Amar con pureza y bondad.
To love with purity and goodwill.
Querer en un sueño imposible.
Falling in love in an impossible dream.
Con fe una estrella alcanzar.
To have faith to reach for a star. A romantic poem straight out of chivalric literature. The speaker was a nobleman with beautiful blonde hair and blue eyes. Don Quixote tutor, a top member of the cold class. Strength to strength, intelligence to intelligence, good looks to good looks. Toughness to toughness. The perfect man with nothing missing. He leaned against the window and winked at Vikir. You've been spotted by the student council president since the first day of school, my friends. You'd better be a little more punctual in the future. I hear this student council president is very strict about tardiness. Just then a cold sneer comes from the side. A female student with long raw hair tied back in a tight bun spoke up after. Tutor, I don't care if you get detention or forced community service for being late. Don't ruin the image of the entire cold class. Apparently there's such a thing as a group attitude score. This was Usher Bianca, a top member of the cold class. As Tutor and Bianca each said something to Vikir, the front door of the classroom opened and a girl with disheveled gray hair and a short skirt stepped out. What's wrong with you both? Friends shouldn't be arguing with each other. On the first day of school over there are you, Vikir and Pig, right? Come on in, you two. Your seats are in the window row on the right. The girl gesturing to Vikir was Sinclair, the overall top student in the prefect's class and head of the joint general education class. She had memorized the name and she called Vikir by her first name. Piggy was equally impressed that Sinclair had memorized his name and called him by it, even if she did spell his name slightly wrong. Class began. General Studies, a class that all hot class students and all cold class students were required to take. It's a theory class where we study the ecology and culture of monsters and barbarians. Many students are intimidated by the difficulty of the course and either take notes frantically or give up altogether. Some freshmen were intimidated by the notorious difficulty that their seniors had warned them about and chose to drop out. And Tutor and Bianca, co-leaders of cold class, glared at each other. You know how I cut it off at the seams when I was talking to my tardy friends earlier? Don't do that in the future. It's my business and I need to be told off when I see something pathetic. I don't look kindly on tardiness either, but I don't like to be interrupted. You should know that. I know. Why do I need to know what you like and dislike? You're an idiot. As co-leaders, the tension was already high. Is that why even in theory class Tutor and Bianca would listen to lectures with their eyes glowing, trying to outsmart each other? Also, they had one more common enemy besides each other. Sinclair, the head of the hot class, smirked at Tutor and Bianca, who were glaring at her. She was so well versed in theory that she was ranked second in the class, not only in practice but also in writing. So in addition to keeping an eye on each other, Tutor and Bianca were also keeping an eye on Sinclair. In other words, it was a battle of the hot and cold and a battle within the cold. Then the professor turned to all the students and asked a sudden out of the blue question. In this way we've finished our general lecture on the culture of the barbarian tribe, the Balak. Now it's time to test how well you've memorized and understood what I've taught you. The stern-looking professor adjusted his tiny glasses on his hawkish nose. Then in a dry voice he asked the question. Based on the locations of the places where the hunters of the Balak have been said to have been found, I want you to guess the location of their home base. It is of great military importance to know where the enemy is based on the places where they have been engaged. This was a difficult question to answer without memorizing the culture of the Balak, their fighting style, and the geography of the locations where they had been spotted and their immediate surroundings. There was a moment of silence in the room. There was no way any of the freshmen could answer this difficult question. After all, this was a question that even third-year students would struggle to answer. When no one answered the question, the professor took the roll call. Who's number one in the cold class this year? Tutor, is that you? What? Yes. At first Tutor is quick to answer. But with the professor's glare demanding an answer, he had none. Well, first of all, the clashes between the Balak and the Empire took place at the 1st, 8th, and 75th heights on the Western Front too. The 1st, 8th, and 75th, is that all? That is. When Tutor failed to answer, the professor clicked his tongue once. Then he turned his attention to the attendance book. I see you're the one in charge of this cold class, Bianca. Would you like to answer the question? What it's. Bianca rolled her eyes. She was about to add what she knew to be flesh to what Tutor had said earlier. The clashes between the Baloch and the Empire took place on the Western Front. At heights 17875 and 207, and considering that these are all low basin terrain, perhaps the Baloch's main base is in the low plains. Wait, are you sure that there are only 17875 and 207 heights, and are you sure that all those forts you just mentioned are all in basin terrain? That's. Bianca stammered, as did Tutor. The professor clicks his tongue again. He turned to the attendance book and called out the next name. Sinclair, you're the head of the hot class this term, aren't you? Yes, Professor. Sinclair nodded, trying to sound calm. Her expression, however, was lightly set with tension. The professor looked at the attendance book and nodded, then raised his gaze to Sinclair and nodded once more. Her cue to answer. Sinclair took a light breath and opened his mouth. According to what the military has published to the academic community, the locations of the clashes between the Baloch and the Empire are the 1st, 4th, 5th, 7th, 8th, 30th, 75th, and 207th heights on the Western Front. All of these locations are basin terrain with the exception of the 8th, which is atop a high mountain peak. Taken together, this suggests that Baloch's home base is likely to be in a low-lying area deep in the jungle along the lines of the map. It was a neat explanation. It was also the best theory that fit the academic literature so far. The stern professor nodded in agreement. This year I'm going to add 10 points to your attitude score, Sinclair, and 1 point to the overall attitude score of the class. The faces of all the hot students brightened at that. The faces of all the cold students crumpled. Tutor and Bianca could do nothing but grunt and groan. Just then, the professor's already furrowed brow furrowed once more. He spoke up, sounding slightly offended. No, I don't think it's the hot class that's outstanding, it's the cold class that's terrible. Judging from that pathetic sight, the cold class students were stunned. All of the students in both the hot and cold classes turned their heads to follow the professor's gaze. It was a seat by the window on the right side of the lecture hall. It was in the back, just below where the curtains fluttered in the wind. A boy with bushy hair that covered his face and thick horn-rimmed glasses dozed with his arms crossed. It was Vakir. Judging by that pathetic sight, Professor Banshee is a man who takes unusually strong pride in his class. The cold anger in his voice and the blatant disparagement in his intentions had all the students in both hot and cold classes on edge. There was a reason why the hot class seniors gave out ice that doesn't melt. Well, made with magic. I keep putting it on the nape of my neck so I don't feel sleepy. Wow, I'm jealous. They used to hand out little metal sticks, and when you get sleepy you poke your thigh with it. By the way, that Vakir guy is in trouble. He's gonna get his ass handed to him by Professor Banshee on his first day. Ugh, he's screwed. I heard that professor gives you a group grade whether you do well or not. He just gave Ms. Sinclair 10 points for her attitude and 1 point for the entire hot class. It would be nice to have a top student hot class. On the other hand, you're doomed from the start, cold class, all because of one stupid troll. How could you fall asleep at the beginning of class? Even the most nervous idiot can't. The students look at Professor Banshee and give a small bow amongst themselves. Not a single person stiffened, except for Vakir. The controversial Vakir is deep in thought, unaware of the attention being focused on him. Come to think of it, there was something off about all the guys I killed yesterday. He recalled the 29 Faces head snuck outside the academy to assassinate before attending the OT last night. Every single one of them had a distinctly demonic stench, and their faces had melted away upon death. It was the trait he most associated with the 9th of the 10 corpses, the 9 top corpses whom he was now pursuing. It's most likely that he is involved. I'll have Cinderwendy focus her investigation on him. Vakir was making plans for the next demon hunt. Vakir. I feel Piggy poking me in the side, making me groggy. The first thing I see when I open my eyes is Piggy's sullen expression and the fierce glares of my fellow cold class. The first thing I saw was Professor Banshee's angry face beyond the giggles of the hot class students. Then, with a crooked smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, Professor Banshee turned to Vikir. Vikir of Class B of the cold Class 1C, from your detention record that you already have a bad attitude. How in the world did you ever get into the academy if you've been dozing off since the first day of class? Professor Banshee's words brought sighs from the cold students and scoffs from the hot students. It's clear that a single Vikir will result in a deduction in the attitude score of the entire cold section, which will lead to a relative advantage for the hot students. Then, something happened that shocked the entire class. I wasn't asleep, Vikir blurted out. For a moment Professor Banshee doubted his ears. He hadn't seen a freshman talk back to him in the 20 years since he'd been on the faculty. He'd seen plenty of students who cried or fussed over a point. No freshman had ever dared to argue with Professor Banshee's waxen pale expression and the grim aura of a warlock from Morg's dark faction. Not even fourth-year undergraduates, not even graduate students, not even professors like him. So Professor Banshee checked his own ears to make sure they were functioning properly and asked Vikir once more, "You're not asleep?" "No, that's a lame excuse even though everyone saw you with your eyes closed." "My eyes were closed, but I wasn't asleep." Then Professor Banshee's expression turned harder and harder. At the same time, the faces of all the students were getting whiter and whiter. Professor Banshee's smile grew even more crooked. Then he spoke again in a sarcastic voice. "I see I must have misunderstood you, for you have branded a student who merely had his eyes closed as a lazy slacker. It's okay, you may have misunderstood." Vikir's nonchalant response left his classmates and even Professor Banshee speechless for a moment. For a moment I thought, did I really misunderstand? Poof! Professor Banshee closed his mouth and a terrifying sound emanated from it. The sound of gnashing teeth made the students in the front of the room shrink, their shoulders in unison. Anything that comes out of a warlock's mouth should be taken with a grain of salt, but that was before the problem. As if the temperature in the room had dropped a degree or so, Professor Banshee turned to Vikir and asked him his earlier question in a sharp tone. "All right, if you weren't dozing off, you'd be able to answer my question. I will do you a favor and remind you of the problem from earlier." Professor Banshee glared at Vikir as if to say, "I'm going to repeat the problem from earlier. If you have memorized and understood my lecture so far, this should be easy for you to answer. Name the places where the hunters of the barbarian tribe of Balak have engaged the armies of the Empire and based on their locations. Guess where their home base is." When he had finished, he glanced from Sinclair, who was fidgeting in the front seat, to Tudor and Bianca, who were seated side by side behind him. Professor Banshee glared at Vikir. "Your classmates gave me some not-so-bad answers earlier, and you don't tell me that even those capable of coming up with their own answers have been taking my class with their eyes wide open, and you who aren't even close to that level have been taking my class with your eyes closed. Now I expect an answer." Professor Banshee left the lectern as if he had made up his mind and walked up to Vikir's desk. It was his intention to take this opportunity to give the entire class a steamer clearance by frantically gnashing his teeth on one of the dullards. But, oh, so this is the kind of problem the youngsters at the academy solve. Naturally, Vikir was not the least bit fazed, only amused. For Vikir, a war veteran with decades of battlefield wear and tear under his belt, these problems are easier than tying his shoelaces. The answers were imprinted in his flesh and bone, especially since his life depended on it. Naturally, the depth of the theory is much different than just a fountain pen on paper. However, Vikir was so familiar with the answers to these kinds of questions that he hadn't realized that Professor Banshee had deliberately given them to the students as a stunt. So he made the mistake of answering the question over and over again. The places where the Balak and the Empire fought were the 1st, 4th, 5th, 7th, 8th, 14th, 27th, 30th, 75th, 207th, and 306th heights of the Western Front, many of which are incorrectly characterized as basin and peak terrain, but in fact most of the battles were fought in the winter when the ice and snow Accumulated and melted, the warriors of the Balak are characterized as ultra long-range snipers and guerrilla warriors easily traveling great distances, and high terrain while taming wolves for mobility on the plains, so their settlements are expected to follow the general characteristics of nomadic peoples, and based on their movements it's clear that they are located on high ground deep within the jungle. Based on that map ID, say the most likely location is the Salt River to the west between points A and B and the waterfall area that borders the west coast. Even military secrets, things that hadn't yet been reported to the academic community. It doesn't matter anyway, the natives of Balak have moved elsewhere since the Ahiman incident. Even if they did, no one could get there. Wild beasts, poisonous insects, dangerous plants, harsh terrain, and endemic diseases keep the Imperials out. So Vakir came up with an answer that would not offend the natives of Balak. But even as Vakir answered Professor Banshee's question, the silence in the room remained unchanged. Vakir finally turned his head. He looked up and saw a puzzling scene. Piggy next to him, Tudor and Bianca across from him, Sinclair beyond him, and finally Professor Morg Banshee. Everyone in the classroom, hot and cold, student and professor, was staring at Vakir with their mouths agape. Wide open eyes, half open mouth. Professor Morg Banshee wore an expression he hadn't worn in years. If you didn't know him, you might think he was a little surprised, but if you did, you'd have a different opinion. For Professor Banshee, who was so expressionless that he was often nicknamed the wax figure, to be wearing this expression was an expression of sheer astonishment. Everyone in the room was stunned and speechless. Professor Banshee was the first to break the silence. Correct. But then he added, however, your answer seems to contain a number of controversial and unreported points that have not yet been vetted by the academic community. To be sure, there were some things in Vakir's answer that even Professor Banshee hadn't heard before, but Professor Banshee didn't think he could dismiss Vakir's answers out of hand because they were eerily accurate. How does he know about the 14th and 27th battles that no graduate student, let alone a professor, should have to learn and study in the first place? And the Battle of the 306th parallel is a historical fact that has only recently been discovered by academics and is just beginning to be studied. Isn't this the kind of information that only senior officers in the active Imperial Army or even a member of the House of Baskerville would know? Professor Banshee swiped a hand across his forehead, finding it difficult to control his expression. In truth, the question was far beyond the ability of the freshmen to answer. Tudor and Bianca of the cold class could be called outstanding freshmen if they knew only the first 7th, 8th, 75th, and 27th battles. Here Sinclair of the hot class was memorizing the battles of the 4th, 5th, and 30th heights, which was beyond the level of an undergraduate student. However, how was he supposed to explain this freshman in front of him? That's where Professor Banshee's confusion comes in. How do you know something that hasn't been reported in the literature, and why are you answering as if it's true? Professor Banshee asked Vakir. Meanwhile, Vakir remained nonchalant. I can't say I've lived it, it's too much trouble. When it comes to enemies and the Balak of the Black Mountains, Vakir knows more than anyone. Perhaps no one in the Empire knows more about the Balak than Vakir. Vakir sidestepped Professor Banshee's question with a good reason. Recently, trade between barbarians on the Western Front and the Empire has begun. Many merchants are vying for trade. In the meantime, do is just a common stock market slob. Sorry if I sounded assertive. Vakir took a step back, and even as Professor Banshee, it was hard to press him further. After all, Head gotten more answers than Head asked anyway. But the way Professor Banshee looked at Vakir was a little more intense. The difference was that the intent in his gaze shifted from disdain to curiosity. You're quite interested in economics, aren't you? It's not that big of a deal. I'm just a little guy with a sensitive side. How modest. Professor Banshee narrowed his eyes and studied Vakir's face. He opened the attendance book and flipped through the pages, taking in the students' personal details. After a moment, Professor Banshee salivated. I see perfect score on the handwriting. Professor Banshee muttered under her breath and the entire classroom fell silent. Oh, so that's the one with the perfect handwriting. But he got a perfect score in handwriting, is that possible? The handwriting difficulty in the academy is really terrible. It's crazy, I was 4th overall in this handwriting and I flunked it. Everyone looked at Vikir like they were looking at a monster. But there was one person who was most surprised. Perfect score. The girl stares at Vikir with rabid eyes. She was Sinclair, the runner-up on the handwriting test. An honors student with a score of 931 out of 990. It was a long way from the 700s in 3rd place and the 500s in 4th. But just when she thought it was weird to be in 2nd place, Sinclair got a little dazed when she heard the difference between her score and the 1st place score. His opponent's perfect score meant that he could have scored much more. He only scored 990 because the limit was 990, but no one knows where his skill lies. That's what a perfect score is. Meanwhile, Professor Banshee looked away from Vikir. Vikir, I'm going to give you 10 points for your excellent answer, but I can't condone the fact that you had your eyes closed in my class, so I'm going to deduct 10 points from your attitude again, and I'm also going to add 1 point to the attitude score of the entire cold class. Professor Banshee then went back to teaching as usual. Vikir was able to move on quietly with neither extra credit nor a penalty. The faces of the cold class students brightened. But that didn't mean that their reaction to Vikir was particularly favorable. What an arrogant bastard, you're sleeping in class just because you aced the written exam. You could have flunked the whole class. I was afraid I was going to get a failing grade for attitude. I'm glad I got extra credit in the end. When I see sandals like that studying, I want to punch them for nothing. All the students hot and cold gossiped. Many students didn't recognize Vikir as the academy's academic style emphasizes practical skills over written work. This was especially true for the cold class students. This is because students in the hot class represented by mages tend to put a lot of emphasis on handwriting, while students in the cold class represented by warriors put less emphasis on handwriting. Next, several of the cold students began to discuss their devious plans amongst themselves. He seems like a study bug, so let's see if he can be as cocky in his afternoon class. Maybe there's a physical education lab in the afternoon liberal arts requirement. Whoa, Naphtali is a real physical education class. It's even an anti-war concept. It's a great way to break the snout of an arrogant asshole. Everybody hold still, I got him. And so began a fierce battle of nerves between the freshmen. Don Quixote tutor, the head of the Cold Warrior A-class, he was currently in the center of the Academy for Physical Education. This class is for me. This afternoon's lesson was practical Naphtali. Naphtali is a type of sport that is categorized as a ball game. A total of 40 people divided into 2 sides try to score points by throwing the ball into the opponent's goal. There are goals at each end of a large field 50 meters long and 100 meters wide, and players from both teams have to carry the ball in any way they can to get it into the other team's goal. Can be kicked, thrown, or picked up and thrown. In the middle of the game, you can try to body slam your opponent or attack them with your fists and feet. Either way, whether you dodge, fight, or pass the ball into the other team's goal is entirely up to you. Only 2 things are prohibited: using mana and using weapons. Naphtali is what I do best, let's go somewhere. Tutor stepped forward to represent Class A. Despite having no mana and no weapons, he was confident. And there were 3 members of Class B standing in his way. What are you talking about? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Kill him. They were the Baskerville triplets. And so began the back and forth between the A and B teams. Pass my ball. Tutor waved enthusiastically at his classmates from the start of the game. Soon a leather oval-shaped ball flew out and landed in Tutor's hands. Tutor picked it up and started sprinting forward. That's it, this is the real deal. What's the point of memorizing theories for a written exam? A true dragon, a true knight, must be able to run like the wind, to blow past his enemies and reach his target. Tutor was in the runner position and he was running fast. And then there were 3 linesmen in his way. Cocky bastard, how dare you try to break through? How dare you? Dare. Highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow stand in Tutor's way. No mana, no weapons, just pure physical combat. The iron-blooded Baskerville and the spear-wielding Don Quixote were about to go head-to-head. But, I beg your pardon, sir, but I have no intention of going toe-a-toe with the monsters of the iron-blooded. Tutor whirled in place. In the blink of an eye, he sliced through midbrow and lowbrow and slipped through the gap between them. It was a ghostly dodge and an all-out charge. The rest of the class cheered at Tutor's superplay. Wow, that's Tutor, that's amazing. I can't believe he has no mana and no weapons. I heard Don Quixote had a genius in his family. That's what you get for being the head of the Cold Warriors class. The cheers didn't last long though.
Im going some wäre.
A shadowy figure followed Tutor as he ran.
Icht bro les Baskerville.
The strongest of Baskerville's tridents, he blocked Tutor again. The ball, give it to me. And with that Highbrow hand and Tutor's hand met, and the result was poof. Surprisingly, Highbrow lost. Tutor dodged a flying Highbrow's hand and left a deep palm print on his chest. Arm. Boom. Highbrow stumbled back half a step and Tutor spun him around at the same speed he'd been running. Ha ha ha, block him if you can. There was no stopping Tutor once he had outrun even Baskerville's trident, the ace of the B class. Bow boom 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 boom. No one is taller, no one is heavier, and no one is bigger than Tutor. With the waist of a leopard and the back of a bear, Tutor ran fast and stamped on everyone in his path. Speed to speed, strength to strength. Don Quixote Tutor is the most powerful runner and lineman in the world. After smashing through or past every obstacle in his path, Tutor finds himself in front of the B-class goal. The goal is a large-shaped iron hoop, and if you throw the ball through it, you'll score a point. Tutor pulls his arm back ready to score when something catches his eye. It was Vikir standing off to the side near the goal. Apparently he hadn't been assigned a particularly important position and was playing a modest backup defender. For a moment Tutor's grim smile widened. Isn't that the boy from Professor Banshee's lecture this morning? He remembers Vikir rambling on and on about the theory. It made his first response sound like a dumb answer. Let me give you a little poke. Tutor stopped throwing the ball and lunged forward a bit more. He was going to bump into Vikir's shoulder and send him sprawling to the ground. Hey buddy, I hope this inspires you to work out and not just study. And then, puck. That was Tutor's last thought. Tien, I know this is like American football rugby, but in raw like this. Naftali. What's? Tutor jerked awake. Had he dozed off? No, that couldn't be it. How could he doze off in the middle of a match when he was sweating it out in the first place? As time seemed to pass slowly, Tutor recalled the situation just before his memory was momentarily interrupted. I'm pretty sure I got the ball. I dodged the Baskerville triplets. I broke Highbrow's pursuit. I ran forward. I took a shot at the defenders in my way. And I don't remember what happened next. I'm pretty sure I spotted the goal and was about to throw the ball in, but why did I stop? Thought after thought led to another. And with that momentary lapse in thought, Tutor came to his senses. What am I doing? Only then will his vision return to normal. After a moment of blackness, his vision returned to normal. The green grass of the training field, the blue sky, the towering goalposts, and the surprised faces of his enemies and allies. So far it's the same scene I saw just before my memory faded. The only thing different is that they're all upside down. Only then was Tutor able to come to his senses. He was now stuck in the corner of the field, also upside down and in a ridiculous position. Tutor scrambled to his feet, looking down at the dirt and grass that covered him. He looked down at the dirt and grass on his body, and in front of him stood Vikir with a nonchalant expression. Tutor suddenly remembered everything. That's him just before scoring a goal. I gave him a sneaky shoulder bump. A guy who was only good at studying and seemed very corrupt. For a moment I had the nasty thought of giving him a hard time. But the moment I reached him and slapped him on the shoulder, Tutor was impacted as if he had been hit by a giant mountain. He bounced off and rolled on the floor, leaving him stretched out in a ridiculous position and momentarily stunned. Somehow the guy who'd actually gotten the shoulder block was just standing there dazed. Tudor scrambled to his feet and was about to say something to Vikir when he heard a voice. Class a goal. Tudor heard the referee shout. Tudor looks up startled and sees the ball rolling under the B team's goal. As Tudor spun out of the way of Vikir, the ball floated upward and somehow went in. It was a lucky goal, like catching a mouse in the back of a cow. But there wasn't much of a roar from the crowd. Even Tudor's head, after scoring the goal, was marked with a "What did I do? Why did I fall?" Tudor continued to look bewildered. Even though I scored a goal, I didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. It was just a silly goal that went from bad to worse. The question is, why did Tudor fall? Tudor had never encountered a situation like this before in his career. Even at the age of 17, he was able to overwhelm the knights in his family with his physical strength, and his talent was especially evident in the sport of Naphtali, a jack-of-all-trades who could jump, run, dash, pass, and wrestle. Holder, kicker, punter, returner, running back, fullback, quarterback. Receiver, tackler, guard, center, linebacker, sapper, all-arounder who could play any position. Don Quixote's unrivaled ability to outwork his peers. That was Don Quixote Tudor. But he was beaten to the punch by that study bug in front of him, the sandy-haired Vikir. No, that's not possible. Even if I hadn't spent any mana, that's impossible. Tudor shook his head in disbelief. If Vikir had been a good lineman and blocked his charge, he wouldn't have allowed the goal to go in the first place. There was something wrong there. Let's do it right again. Tudor corrected his stance and ran back to his side of the field. Next thing you know, the B team's keeper has kicked the ball out of play. Tudor, being the genius that he is, snatched the ball up. It was a phenomenal display of ball possession. Block it. Tudor hugged the ball and ran at full speed. What? For some reason he couldn't see the Baskerville triplets who had been blocking him with their eyes lit up. I looked up hoping to see something and saw the back of the stadium. The Baskerville's triplets were blocking Vikir's path. It looked like they were escorting him. What are they doing? Why aren't they staying on the line? Was it because they didn't feel confident enough to confront him? No, I don't think so. Tudor, the eldest son of Don Quixote, had heard rumors about the Baskerville triplets. Strong, cunning, and rascals their own age. They are not the kind of people who would give up just because they were pushed out once. Tudor ran straight for them. Papapapap. Tudor, a near professional when it comes to lead dribbling, once again flipped off the Baskerville triplets and drove deep into the B team's goal. Someone like a loach. Highbrow Baskerville closes in on Tudor. Puff. Highbrow's muscles and bones, hardened by the protection of the Styx River, clashed with Tudor's. However, in hand-to-hand combat, Tudor was definitely outmatched. This isn't martial arts, my friend. With a flowing motion, Tudor slipped through the hollow under Highbrow's flank and ran straight for the back. Suddenly the goal was in sight. Except, this time it wasn't the goal but Vikir standing far behind him. Even without mana, Tudor was confident. The power of his grueling training had been summoned from his lower and upper body, from the soles of his feet through his hips and waist, and exploded in his palms. Tudor's arms flew out like a single giant spear, smashing through the targets in front of him. There will be no coincidence this time, try it. And then, puck. Once again, that was Tudor's last thought. Meanwhile, Vikir clicked his tongue as he watched Tudor crash into him and fall away. Why does he keep coming this way? Since the other party is getting upset, the atmosphere makes it impossible for you to get upset too. Vikir gave him a cursory glance in the direction of his position with a look of annoyance. But this time I hit him pretty hard, and Tudor is worse for wear, completely unmoving. Looks like he'll be stunned a little longer than last time. The ball rolled and landed at Vikir's feet. Vikir stared at the ball rolling on the floor. But to his surprise, no one came to pick it up. Tudor's unrivaled performance had kept everyone, friend and foe alike, away. Then a tremendous amount of cheering came from the stands of the B team. Who is he? You're in Class B, right? Tudor's in the grass, now's your chance. But why did Tudor fall? I don't know. Does it matter now? We're going to lose to the A class if we keep doing this. Run, it's almost game time. But who is he? I don't know. He's in our class, so cheer for him. Everyone in Class B who was about to lose 10 started cheering for Vakir. Vakir sighed softly to himself. He didn't want to stand out, but in such a high-profile crisis doing nothing would only make him stand out more. Unable to help himself, Vakir reached out and grabbed the ball. Oh well. But the situation was pretty hopeless. All of his allies were either on the ground or far away, having been pierced by Tutor. There were only as running toward them. Vakir was faced with a dilemma: is he going to lose the ball like this? If he did that, he'd get the risk of being branded as a traitor and receiving more attention throughout the new semester. But he also didn't want to charge with the ball, score a goal, and become a star. In the end, Vakir made his own compromise. Swoosh! Vakir picked up the ball and pulled his arm back. The game was seconds away from ending. The cheering Class B students muttered to themselves in disbelief. Alas, 5 seconds before the end of the match, it's over. Can't believe we've been losing to Class A since the beginning of the semester. Look at him. What's the kid with the ball trying to do right now? What are you doing? There's 3 seconds left. Everyone was frustrated. Even the Team A linemen were slowing down, realizing that the game was over. And then, boom! Vakir's arm moved. A throw. The ball flew straight up into the sky. But with 1 second left in the game, what's the point of a ball flying? One by one, the students who were watching the sporting event packed up their things and left the stands as if they had nothing to look forward to. Only a few students who are unusually attached to the victory follow the ball's trajectory with regret. But the ball flies a little far. A little too far. Zoom, zoom, zoom. The ball continues to rise even though it has passed the distance where common sense would tell it to stop. And now it began to fall in a gentle curve. Everyone's eyes widen, A and B teams alike. Time had run out and the game was over. But the ball, still hovering in midair, continues to move forward, not caring that the game is over. And then, bang! The ball hits one of the posts of the iron-shaped goal and slides into it. And the center of the field is immersed in silence. All the students in the stands and on the field were at a loss for words. The professor who officiated the game dutifully dropped the whistle in his mouth and muttered in a daze, "Buzzer beater." The buzzer beater is one of the more unusual rules of the game. It allows a goal to be scored at the same time as the buzzer sounds, or even slightly later, as long as the ball has left the player's body and is still in the air when the end of the match is announced. Vakir's ball hit the post almost simultaneously with the signal to end the game. The score was tied at 11 between the two teams and the game went into overtime. By then, Tutor, sprawled out on the field, had come to his senses. What the hell is going on? Tutor still hadn't quite gotten his composure back. It was inexplicable unless he had slipped, but the mighty Tutor would never make such a rudimentary mistake. In the midst of all the questions, a large hand rested on Tutor's shoulder. "Let me deal with him." Sancho, who has been Tutor's best friend since enrollment, steps forward. Sancho Barataria was a scholarship student selected for integration by numerous mercenary guilds in the north. He's given up his keeper's position and moved to the front of the field to pay back Tutor for recognizing him as a friend and someone he can trust with his back. Sancho stared across the field at Vakir with a serious expression on his face. Unlike Tutor, he hadn't let his guard down. In the frozen north, where even the frost itself groans, everyone fights their own battles, from the newborn to the dying. Everyone is a warrior. Warriors are tempered by the harsh climate and terrain. Sancho was well aware that even the most insignificant of men could take the life of a great man. Tutor said to Sancho, "I thought you were only a keeper. How can I stand idly by when my friend has been struck down twice?" Sancho said as he stood next to Tutor. He had promised himself he wouldn't play in his age group's league because he was too physically overpowered. Tutor was touched by Sancho's words and patted him on the arm. And then the game was on. Overtime. The first team to score a golden goal in either A or B would win. This is a performance evaluation that is also reflected in the midterm evaluation, so everyone was on the line. Whoa, 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 it's the last one, let's win. It's a side shootout, all defenders come out and attack. Linemen get together, block it. Smash it. All the students began to shout back and forth. Then, anyone get it? Highbrow, who was holding the ball, found a gap in the siege of Class A linemen and passed it. He threw it to the guy who thought he was on the same side based on his uniform. It was Vakir. He had been half dragged out by the B team's strategy of using every defender as an attacker. Unintentionally, Vakir caught the ball. As soon as Vakir caught the ball, he looked at Highbrow. Not wanting to be the center of attention, Vakir's unspoken message to Highbrow was simple. Do you want to play? Sorry. Highbrow met Vakir's gaze even in that urgent moment and lowered his eyes. It was the same with midbrow and lowbrow. When the Baskerville triplets suddenly became sullen for an unknown reason, the morale of the Class A linemen skyrocketed. Tudor and Sancho also seized the opportunity to hit. What's going on? Why are they suddenly so intimidated? I think it's our guts. Here we go. Sancho stepped forward. Da-da-do-da-do-do. Sancho charged like a buffalo toward Vakir, who was standing in the distance with the ball. Then his muscled log-like forearms and palms slammed ferociously into Vakir's chest. Just then, Sancho's eyes flashed open to an unreal scene. It was a memory from a long time ago. It was a memory from his childhood when he used to push and roll huge boulders for training. Does his small body have the ability to roll over a much larger rock? But the young Sancho kept pushing and pushing and pushing that rock. And now, bam! The same frustration Head felt then was being felt in the tips of his palms. What kind of power? Sancho felt a huge boulder in Vakir's slender body. He pushed with all his might and it didn't budge. In fact, it felt so heavy and counter-elastic that it pushed him back. But Sancho gritted his teeth. He had never been pushed by another person before, not with mana but with pure strength. Not by people his own age, not by older warriors like his father and mentor. I've never been defeated by strength in my hometown, so how can I lose here? At the academy, even in the frozen northern continent of the warriors, he was unbeatable. Even Sancho as a child had been forced to push a seemingly insurmountable boulder. It will happen again. Sancho snorted and used his arms to push Vakir away. Kugaguk. The giant boulder finally moved. Look at that, how about that? Sancho smiled curiously and looked down at Vakir. At that moment, Sancho had to face it. Vakir's gaze unmoved, just staring back at him with an expressionless face. A rock, what he thought was just a giant rock. The moment he's knocked backward by Sancho's force and the moment he stretches one leg out behind him, heels on the ground behind him. A thud. A different kind of gravity, a different kind of weight stood in Sancho's way. It was overwhelming. He pushed against what he thought was a large boulder only to find Mount Tai standing behind him. No way, how can this little guy? Sancho was amazed. When Vakir kept his feet horizontal, he could push back a little, but now that he had one leg stretched out behind him, he couldn't push back even a millimeter. Kugaguk. Vakir was bearing Sancho's strength and weight and still not losing the ball. He was just thinking, should I let him fall? Vakir wasn't using any mana. His bones and muscles had been strengthened beyond their limits by the protection of the Styx River that permeated his body. Before his regeneration, this would have been impossible, but for Vakir in this life, who had tapped into the power of the Styx River from a young age, it was quite possible. It is also said that a healthy body is a healthy mind. The karma experience and the smell of blood imprinted on his soul from slaying countless demons had pushed his physical strength to the limit. The Baskervilles' superior physical strength, coupled with their hardy souls that had seen it all, allowed them to surpass the natural limits of their weight class. But that doesn't mean you have to use mana to win here. Eventually Vakir backed off. Oh no, I can't take this. Vakir collapses in a heap. The ball was thrown far enough away that Vakir was no longer a target for the Class A lineman. As the ball flies away, all eyes turn back to him. Oh, Sancho got the ball. Yeah, but that guy who got tackled by Sancho isn't dead, is he? Who cares? Shut up and get the ball back. All the students rush after the ball again. But only one Sancho's gaze was still on Vikir. What was that? He collapsed into a heap at the end, but the gravitas head displayed just moments before was still making Sancho's palms and wrists tingle. Head managed to push him off eventually, but his vision had gone black with frustration during the clash. Tutor, seeing the look on his friend's face, realized what was happening. That guy's got a really tight body. Guess he wasn't a studying worm like. His basic physique is pretty good, maybe even better than yours or mine. It would be a different story if he used mana. Yeah, that's too bad. If you'd been born into a noble family and gotten some organized training, you'd be an expert by now. Tutor and Sancho looked at Vikir, who had fallen behind them as they ran for the ball. There was pity, envy, and a bit of recognition in their eyes. Then, with a dramatic golden goal from highbrow Baskerville and great assists from middlebrow Baskerville and lowbrow Baskerville Class B1, it was the Baskerville triplets who got the cheers. Chwack. The B students are laughing and splashing soda on their heads. Meanwhile, Vikir was a little farther away from everyone's hugging and jumping around. Then, clang. Something spilled over Vikir's head. Turned out to be a soda. Vikir looked up to see Tutor and Sancho standing there equally covered in soda, laughing. You're the one who won Class B and you're not going to get away with it. You should be more excited. Your buzzer-beating goal is the reason they won. Tutor, covered in soda, smirked and shouldered Vikir. Honestly, I was a little jealous that you were so good at answering questions on your own in that last lecture. I wanted to give you a hard time in gym class, but I was the one who got humiliated, and I knew it when I saw it. I realized how sleepy I was. Ugh, I'm sorry. Tutor apologized honestly. Vikir simply nodded in agreement. Don Quixote, Tutor, hero of the Spear family. He would later go on to hunt countless demons in the endless wars of destruction that followed the dawn of the Age of Destruction. The hero who saved countless human beings closed the gate and died a spectacular death. He was Tutor. Vikir nodded, remembering Tutor's heroic traits from his previous life. Just then Sancho, the man next to him, asked Vikir, "By the way, what kind of exercise have you been doing? You're so out of shape. I thought you were using mana." Sancho reached out and rubbed Vikir's chest, shoulders, and back. Vikir smiled weakly. "If I had used mana, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you. I have a terrible amount of mana. It's a shame you blessed with a great skeleton with an early education. You would surely have become an exponent like me. It's not too late for you to start taking lessons in mana breathing at the academy." Tutor sounded genuinely sorry, but Vikir only smiled. Tutor felt the tip of his nose twitch once more at her nonchalance. Meanwhile, Sancho chuckled as if he liked Vikir's hard body. "By the way, what size are you in the third generation without mana? Would you like to go to the weight room later and work on ironing together?" "Dude, what are you talking about? Working out again? Drink this. I don't have any alcohol. It's soda." "Ugh, yuck, don't feed me this stuff. I'll lose muscle." Tutor and Sancho playfully splashed their drinks at each other. Vikir laughed softly and turned away. Soon students from other classes who were watching passed bottles of water to the lead runners from Class A and Class B. "Tutor, here, drink this water. Wash your sweat off with this. And race a towel." The idea was to wash the sweat and drink from their bodies. A crowd of girls crowded around Tutor, offering him water and towels. "Haha, thanks girls, it's only classmates after all." Tutor smiled warmly and accepted the water and towels. The Sancho and Baskerville triplets also grabbed bottles of water to wash their hair and faces, and Vikir did the same. "You have to take off your glasses to wash your face, which is sticky with sweat, dirt, and drink." Vikir took off his glasses and slicked back his bangs, then he rinsed his face with clear water. Beneath the hair that covered his face, his bare face is revealed. Vikir looked up, dried his face, and walked back to the stand dripping with water. In a moment, the gymnasium is suddenly silent. The next day, a curious crowd gathered in front of Class B of the Cold Warrior class. It was a mix of first, second, and third years, and even a few fourth years, who don't show up for public events due to graduation and employment. The common thread was that almost all of them were girls. "Hey, who's that kid who was dripping water off the end of his chin after the game yesterday?" Is that him from yesterday? Wow, that face is crazy. How did he get that look? Oh my god, he's so cute, I want him. The girls hadn't gotten over the shock of yesterday's game. Everyone who watched yesterday's class-level lead Naftali competition between the cold class, whether in person or on the magical video or photos, all noticed one thing: the Naftali was amazing. Holy shit, who is that? I stopped breathing, it takes my breath away. Wow, he's so ridiculously handsome. That's the face of a schoolboy walking back to the stands after the game, swiping at his damp bangs. That sweaty, water-soaked face belonged to Vakir. Yesterday Vakir had taken off his glasses for a few moments and put on his bangs, and it struck unexpectedly at the defenseless hearts of countless female students sitting in the stands. As Vakir returned, water dripping from the tip of his chin, countless water bottles and towels were thrust in front of him. Here, use this handkerchief. Do you want some water too? Big brother, my water is cooler, take this. Funny, why brother, we're in the same class. Who cares if he's handsome, he's my brother. Vakir was quickly recognized as the star of the game. The moment he returned to the stands, the brief movement of brushing his bangs was embedded in the mana screen as a snapshot, which was played over and over again on the sports page of the magically created school newspaper. Exclusive: the identity of the face genius who appeared in the Cold Warrior class first year Naftali game. Views 29872. Last night in afternoon physical education class, an unidentified freshman was returning to the bench sweating after the game. This mysterious male student is known to have contributed greatly to the class victory by showing excellent skills in the game and scoring 1 point, making it a hot topic. Comments 13,021. Cold class first year student, isn't that synthetic? What kind of person has a face like that? Hot class second year student, I'm the first to hear that there's such a visual in the cold class. Hot class first year student, I don't think any of our classmates had that kind of look. Hot class first year student, I didn't see him in OT if he had a face like that. ID, definitely ask him out. Hot class second year student, why are you flirting with a first grade topic? CC is only from second grade. Cold class first year student, wow, but he's really good looking. Who is he? I'm a guy and I'm still in love with him. Cold class first year student, he's the guy who played Naftali with me yesterday. He really looks like that. I was surprised and just stared for a while. Hot class third year student, look at his jawline, he's disheveled hair, his face is so cute. Cold class third year student, water droplets flow along the jawline and cut my sister's heart breaks. Hot class fourth year student, I'll go see you right away tomorrow. I'll find you even if my sister searches all the cold classrooms. Hot class third year student, oh my, calm down, I have to graduate. It was truly unknown when a passing student from the newspaper club took the picture using mana screen. Who's Vakir? Where is he? Tutor was nice, but I came to see Vakir. Vakir, where are you? I love you so much. My sister bought 10,000 handkerchiefs to wipe the water off our Vakir's face. After hearing the rumors about Vakir, a lot of girls and some boys, regardless of classmates and seniors, came to the party, especially the
Senior.
Then, what's going on? There was a voice that froze the crowd gathered in front of Class B of the Cold Warrior class. Professor Morg Banshee. His entrance caused the mass of students in front of the lecture hall to scramble to make way for him. Professor Banshee sternly warned everyone, especially the older students. I don't know what all the fuss is about, but don't you dare come into the underclassmen's classrooms, it's against school rules. The students turned away with sullen faces. And there was one person who was relieved to see Professor Banshee. It was Vakir, sitting in a window seat in the corner of the classroom. Vakir had taken Piggy's advice and was listening to the lecture with a hood and glasses covering most of his face. Professor Banshee saved my life. I didn't expect to be in the papers. Even Vakir, a man of the world, hadn't expected this to happen. Before his regression, Vakir's face was a mess of burns, stab wounds, and poison scars from his childhood. This was the first time he realized that his appearance could attract such attention. Hagia, I haven't really had any scars on my face since I returned. Even if he had regenerated it all with the monstrous regenerative powers Head stolen from the monsters, so there was no way head have any scars left. In my previous life I never spoke to a woman, no Saint Dolores she was. Not frightened by the sight of my face, she was merciful and fair to all. While Vikir was thinking this over. Now let's go over the homework assigned last time. Professor Banshee began his lecture. He had asked the students to do their own research and write a report on a few specific types of monsters. They were the following monsters. Venampian. Danger rating A. Size 3 meters. Found in Sandfall's harsh desert eastern continent. Named the Reaper of the Sands. A scorpion armed with heavy armor and powerful venom. Its exoskeleton is harder than steel and it swings its powerful pincers to crush or strike its prey to death. The venom that oozes from the tip of its tail is said to be capable of killing 44 humans with a single drop. A large scorpion is stretched out on a test tube. Venampian, a rare creature from the deserts of the distant eastern continent. It had been preserved and stuffed as soon as it died and was now Professor Banshee's favorite prized possession. Professor Banshee's eyes lit up. This scorpion hides itself under the sand and burrows quickly to find its prey. It sticks its tail out of the sand like a shark with its dorsal fin above the surface. At this point, the students caught in Professor Banshee's gaze shake their heads and avert their eyes as if they were being stung by a scorpion. This is because Professor Banshee's questions are always tricky to answer. Moreover, the Venampian is still so little known to the scientific community that it is not even listed in most of the magical encyclopedias. Professor Banshee smirked as he looked around at the new students who were already avoiding his gaze. Okay, let's see who's brave and wise enough to explain this monster to us. But let's give the cold students a chance first, and the hot students shouldn't feel too bad. The hot students burst out laughing and the cold students sulk. When no one volunteered, Professor Banshee clicked her tongue. Are you really not proud of your research results? So what do you plan on doing after graduation? What about graduate school? What about employment? You guys are pathetic. But still there is nothing he isn't confident about. Professor Banshee scanned the faces of the Cold Warrior students and said in a stern tone, if there's no one else, I'll name one. With that, he stretched out a long slender finger and pointed at someone. It was Piggy. Piggy, who ranked third on the written exam, was a brilliant mind in his own right. But even the information head worked so hard to gather and analyze wasn't up to Professor Banshee's standards. Venampians have a black, thick exoskeleton that is harder than steel. Their large right claw acts more like a hammer than a pair of scissors, and they kill their prey with the venom contained in the poisonous stinger at the tip of their tail. Official records state that they grow up to 3 meters long, but some natives say that during times of great drought individuals over 5 meters long are often seen. That's enough. You're to be commended for finding and gathering such rare material, but that's it. You have no new arguments, so what's your original research? Just a bunch of rehashed discussions. What's the difference between that and a parrot's mindless chatter? Piggy's face contorted into a scowl at Professor Banshee's point. I'm deducting 1 point from your entire cold class score. Now let's see your hot class score. As it turns out, Professor Banshee's notoriety was not a myth. This time the hot students began to squirm and stare like lab rats waiting for the syringe. Then, a small white hand rose high above the crowd of students. It was Sinclair. Professor Banshee narrowed her eyes. First in the hot class 1, take it you'll be taking notes this term. Yes, Professor. Try. Professor Banshee said grimly. Sinclair, on the other hand, stood up with a glint of enthusiasm in his eyes and began to read his report with a flourish. Yes, I'm Sinclair, class of first-year hot class, and I'm going to start my presentation now. Sinclair pulled out 4 sheets of paper, each one crammed with scribbled notes. I've categorized the Venampian's attacks or hunting patterns into 3 different categories and drawn different conclusions. After hearing Sinclair's argument, Professor Banshee looked mildly intrigued. Sinclair then proceeded to explain in a serious tone. Venampians have a reputation for being one of the hardest monsters to defeat in the desert. Aside from a few large worm-like monsters like the sandworm, it has no natural enemies. That's a story everyone already knows. Yes, as I said, I've compiled a list of cases where Venampians have attacked humans or where they've been seen hunting their prey, and I've categorized their personalities into 3 types. Sinclair held out the report. In it, along with numerous graphs, Sinclair categorized the creature into 3 types, each with a different strategy for dealing with it. Simply ignorant exceeds others in dashing speed, strength, and endurance, but has significantly lower intelligence, such as an inability to flee when in danger or escape when trapped. When defeating them, it is better to surround them, ambush them, or set traps than to fight them. Hedon. Wimpy has a small skeleton and inferior physical abilities compared to other individuals, but exhibits unpredictable attack patterns such as popping out from unexpected places or using its middle or last leg to make ineffective attacks. When fighting them, it is best to kill them before they can get close with a powerful single shot or ranged attack. Cunning, not only physically strong but also intelligent, combines the best qualities of simply ignorant and wimpy into a drunken state. Siege and annihilation by high-ranking knights or mages is the only answer. Sinclair's argument was so new that even the demanding Professor Banshee nodded. There have been too few sightings of Venampians to fully categorize them, but you have a point, and I will make a formal report to the Academy and let you know the results. The words of recognition from Professor Banshee's mouth were enough to stun all the students. Sinclair snorted with pride and sat back in his seat. She seemed to be aware of someone else as she glanced at the window seat outside the classroom with a furtive look. Then Professor Banshee looked back at the cold class. That's an excellent idea, hot class. It's still just a possibility, but it's an idea that could contribute to academia in its own way. What do you guys have? None of the students from the cold side stepped forward to answer. Vikir from Class B then. Professor Banshee called out to Vikir specifically. Ever since the last incident, had been questioning Vikir from time to time. It was clear he didn't like it. When Vikir raised his eyes from behind his bangs and gave him an annoyed glance, Professor Banshee crossed his arms with a wicked grin. I'm sure you know a lot about these evil scorpions, so let's see some of your reports. See what you've been working on for the past hour. There's a report here, it's just the basics. Vikir felt the pressure of Professor Banshee's gaze. He didn't want to be the center of attention among the students anymore, and his nightly assassination runs outside the academy had left him with an absolute lack of time to work on his assignments. So Vikir had only scribbled down a few lines of the most basic common sense stuff for this preliminary report. It reads, Venampian is a B-ranked monster that is not difficult to catch as long as you pay attention to the first stinger on its tail and the second stinger on its belly. It's so generic and common sense that I was just writing down what I thought everyone knew. But as Vikir talks about his research topic and conclusions, every head in the room turns from left to right. Finally, Professor Banshee asks with a furrowed brow, as if he's never heard of it before. Second sting, what is that? The Venampian is a dangerous B-rank monster that can be easily caught as long as you pay attention to the first stinger on its tail and the second stinger on its stomach. Professor Banshee furrowed her brow at Vikir's announcement. Second stinger, what is that? Venampian are large scorpions that live in the desert and carry a single large stinger near their tail. A sting can kill you before you can take more than a few steps, which is why desert travelers are wary of the area around its tail when they encounter one. But even Professor Banshee had never heard of a Venampian with 2 stingers before. The Empire's danger rating for Venampian was a not B. Vikir closed his mouth in disbelief. I see, it must have been at a time when research on Venampian was still in its early stages. What was so obvious to adventurers who lived through the Age of Destruction would be unfamiliar to those in the present day. The same goes for the strategy around Venampian. At this point, the Empire is still in the midst of a major demonic monster extermination campaign. It's no wonder so little is known about them. It would be years before the Empire would be able to properly study the Venampian, so it was still a new monster to them. The second stinger, originally hidden beneath the Venampian's belly armor, was discovered by a researcher by accident. After examining the hard exoskeleton piece by piece down to the smallest unit that would no longer disintegrate, the researcher accidentally spilled the solution and melted a section of the Venampian's belly armor, thus revealing the existence of the tiny stinger. Since then, the Venampian's playbook has been redefined and the mysterious behaviors and unexplained attack patterns of the vile scorpion have been explained, leading to its downgrade in danger. But all of this was information that no one in the modern world would know, so Vikir simply kept quiet. I think I've been researching the wrong material by mistake. But Professor Banshee wouldn't let him off the hook. How dare you make a mistake in my class? You don't deserve to be in my class. If you make a stupid mistake like that, and I'm deducting 10 points from your overall attitude score. Professor Banshee glared at Vikir and then at the entire cold class. There were sighs and groans from around the room. Some of the students were glaring at Vikir, not at Professor Banshee. Vikir sighed, knowing he had no choice. If he went on like this, the student scores would be lowered and he would make more enemies than he needed to. Without further ado, Vikir recalled what he knew. However, before you deduct any marks, perhaps if you could examine the carapace of the scorpion carcass you have in your possession, things might become a little clearer. Does that mean that your findings are correct? If not, feel free to make my attitude score 0. However, I would ask that you do not deduct any points from the group score. Professor Banshee smirked, the corners of his mouth twitching. Very well, I'll give you a chance to examine my specimen for your petty sacrificial act. With that, Professor Banshee turned over his prized scorpion carcass. A hard spot can be seen in the center where the disgusting legs are curled up. Professor Banshee picked up his scalpel, imbued it with mana, and sliced through the armor. He cut through the armor to hard spots that normally would have been untouched. And then the students in the front row jumped back in surprise. Poof! Suddenly the poisonous stinger that was hidden near the stomach shot upward. Professor Banshee stumbled backward and landed on his ass, startled by the poisonous stinger that had just shot up past his nose. Professor Banshee's bangs were severed and her hair fell in tufts. Vikir looked at it and thought to himself, the Venampian's deathbed flip is the final act of becoming one with its opponent. The reason the world has never seen that sting is because the witnesses are nearly all dead. With that, Professor Banshee picked himself up off the ground, panting, and turned to Vikir. Now, how did you know this? I just made a guess. Guessing about what? Well, the reason there are so few sightings of Venampian is that the eyewitnesses are all dead, and I wondered where this scorpion hid such lethal technology. One also wondered if the sting of its obvious tail would pose that much of a threat to adventurers, so I took note of its largest and most intricately constructed belly armor. Hearing this, Professor Banshee looked dumbfounded. You're doing this research for such a random reason, and it's turning out to be so significant. But it's hard not to believe it when it comes from the undergraduate student who made the big discovery. Professor Banshee muttered under his breath. I see, this explains why Venampian sometimes exhibits erratic attack patterns, such as leaving their pincers behind and attacking with their middle or end legs. The stingers near the belly are disposable, and it takes a long time for them to regenerate after use, so in the meantime their attack patterns become simplistic and ignorant. Professor Banshee's mutterings were met with a collective "oh" from the students, except for one. As they all looked back at Vikir in admiration, there was a white-haired girl in the front row with her head down. It was Sinclair, the model student of the hot class. What was she thinking now, having just categorized the Venampian's 3 personalities, when Vikir's research analyzed the phenomenon so much more accurately and informative than her own? Regardless of her feelings, however, all the students in both the cold and hot class were gossiping about Vikir's presentation. Wow, this is amazing. How can someone do research like that? I thought it was cool to be athletic, but it's cool to study that well. But isn't he athletic too? The last time I saw him, he was fighting Tudor and Sancho. Oh, that's because those games didn't use any mana. Well, have to use mana for the official tournament later. What's the point of studying well? He's a commoner and doesn't even have the basics of mana. Hell, probably gets screwed during the midterms. But he has a great attitude. Did you hear him say that he's willing to lower his score but not his team's score? That's loyal. Public opinion was generally favorable. Vikir didn't like the idea of having opinions formed about him, good or bad, in the first place. Meanwhile, a few of the freshman girls were sneaking glances at Vikir and whispering in his ear, "I think I've gotten a better idea of my tastes this time around. I seem to like things that are a little nerdy. I guess I'm a nerd. Nerds have to be good-looking too." They laugh out loud about what's so great about Vikir, imagining the face hidden behind his bangs and glasses. Suddenly one of them looks up and glances at the girl behind him. "Hey Bianca, what about you? Isn't he okay?" Bianca, the eldest daughter of the usher and co-head of the cold class, looked. Bianca replied in a deep tone, "Being handsome or smart doesn't mean anything unless you're pretty. Then what does it mean?" Bianca's answer to her friend's questions was simple. "A man is strength, he has to be strong." Bianca's reasoning was loud and clear. "I'm not interested in men who are weaker than me. Is it Vikir or Vakar? What can you do with a child who isn't even an expert? But didn't he do pretty well in the last Naftali? That was without using mana. The concentration and size of the aura are the true test of strength. He's probably going to bleed to death during the flash." Black and red strikes crossed each other. Vikir felt a crackling pain in his wrist as he landed on the ground. That's a lot of weight even for a rotten graduator. Turning his head, he saw the creature crashing through the outer wall of the building beyond. Grunt. He's carrying a large hammer, and the sticky aura that symbolizes the graduator is completely coating the large surface area of the hammer. Bubbling. His aura is like boiling tar or liquid asphalt. I'd estimate it to be an advanced graduator. Vikir squinted at it. That's clearly a blunt technique of the faithful saint. Why would a demon use this technique? The holy power of the rune religion was clearly the antithesis of the demons. And it was a great irony that the martial technique to draw out that holy power was unleashed by the hands of a demon. Does that mean the Quo Vadis have some sort of connection to the demons after all? Because I'm sure they have their own rotten parts. Maybe, just maybe, head pick up a clue about the face hunters, the stealthy men in the Imperial City. The traitors, renegades, and insiders he's hunted so far have all been dealing with the same demon, and they all have one thing in common: they lose their faces upon death. And the creature in front of him seems to be a similar case, as he wears a black sack over his head. Vikir loaded his sword with mana in earnest. "First, I'll cut off your limbs. Now for the interrogation, all you need is a mouth." An aura stretched out from Beelzebub. Superior graduator, solid and dense. The aura stretched out and drew a half-moon trajectory. Thud. A solid marble pillar was sliced diagonally. The monster hastily raised his hammer to block the blow, but he was unable to avoid the crumbling debris behind him. Crunch. With that, the creature burst through the rubble and dirt. His black suit was torn to shreds, revealing muscular flesh. The words jaggedly etched into his chest like a knife. "Ephibo. Ephibo, is that your name?" Vikir asked, and the creature did not answer, just whoosh. It only emitted an even more intense aura from its body. But even then it was only an advanced graduator, the level Vikir had been at when he first arrived in Balak's village and was settling in. "That's good. I've been having a hard time picking up trash." Vikir smiled, though only briefly. He was a little sore from all the time he'd spent hunting down weaklings. An opponent of advanced graduator level should still be able to exert some strength, so it was time to stretch a bit. Flash. Vikir also raised his aura. The 7 forms of Baskerville now manifested their terrifying trajectory. First tooth transposition. Second tooth central incisor. Third tooth lateral incisor. Fourth tooth molars. Fifth tooth wisdom tooth. Sixth tooth premolar. Seventh tooth molars. 4 in the upper jaw and 3 in the lower jaw. A total of 7 teeth fell towards Ephibo, the demon with a black sack. Thud. The first tooth bit into Ephibo's body. The second tooth ripped open the wound the first had inflicted, pulling it apart and severing it. The third tooth helps the second strike continue strong, connecting it to the fourth. The fourth tooth crushed Ephibo's entire body, leaving it tattered beyond regeneration or repair. The fifth tooth funneled all the recoil damage from the previous 4 strikes into one place and slammed into Ephibo's body again. The sixth tooth was assisting the seventh, completely sealing off even the tiniest crack that Ephibo could have gotten through. The seventh tooth was still so small and weak that it looked like a gap, but with the sixth tooth supporting it, it didn't matter. On the contrary, if the trajectory in which the seventh tooth was located appeared to be empty and it tried to escape through this gap, it would be oviposited by the sixth tooth, cleverly hidden behind it, and quickly become a rag. Such was the case with Ephibo. Quack, 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 quack. The trajectory of Vikir's sword, the sequence of teeth, and the fact that he had managed to find a gap in it made Ephibo immediately realize that it was a trap. The seventh tooth, relatively small and seemingly less intimidating, was actually optimized for killing more than any of the others. They don't call it the seventh for nothing, Vikir said as he stamped on Ephibo, which quickly turned into a rag. It may be small, but it is a seventh tooth. No one had ever seen it before except for Vikir and Hugo Les Baskerville, the patriarch of the Baskerville family. In the future, when this seventh tooth grows and reaches its full size, it will be the moment when Vikir becomes a swordmaster. And when he does, he will not be afraid of Hugo. Vikir's feelings for Hugo had softened considerably since he realized that his death in his previous life had more to do with Set than Hugo. But despite this, Vikir still didn't feel good about Hugo. After all, it was he who had struck his own throat in his final moments before regressing, and it was he who had tossed so many of his brothers aside like they were expendable. So shall we begin our interrogation? Vikir kicked the tattered Ephibo and impaled him on a steel beam jutting out of one of the stone pillars. Gurgling, Vikir's small and delicate hands bent the thick steel frame like a taffy stick and shaped it into a hook. Ephibo struggled, but with his body pierced by the bent steel like a fishing hook, he could not escape. The kind of overwhelming power that can subdue and nail a top-ranked graduator in an instant. If the students of the academy who had just played with Vikir had seen this, they would have fainted a few times. Vikir asked in a cold tone, "Now who is your master who made you like this?" Growling. Instead of answering, Ephibo growled low. It was clear he wasn't going to admit anything, though it was questionable if he even spoke the language in the first place. But Vikir didn't mind. Interrogation is not always verbal. A lot of information can be gleaned from the body of an interrogate: the condition of their internal organs, the placement of their bones, their wounds, the freshness of their blood or the concentration of mana in their veins, and the social status of their life. From now on, Vikir planned to dismantle Ephibo's entire body into pieces and dispose of them. Then he heard the sound of wind behind him. Turning his head, he saw the fat man from earlier, nursery director Doxler, smiling with drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. "It's him, he's coming, he face to get my face back, don't make a mistake." I could tell at a glance that he was out of his mind. No wonder it was understandable for a commoner to go insane after witnessing a battle between superior graduator and monsters at the highest level of mana. Explosion from a very close distance. Waves of mana shockwaves and collapsing debris would have been disastrous enough for the average person. With that, the Doxler began to stagger away. I have to hide. He rummaged through the rubble until his fingers were bloody. Eventually, he pulled out a fairly sizable vault. Vikir watched the scene with interest. Something was coming out of his subconscious that he hadn't admitted to during his torture earlier, something that perhaps he wasn't even aware of. If anything, it was a good thing that he had gone mad. Then, beep. As he turned the dials on the vault, Doxler suddenly stopped. And then, boom. Something happened. The Doxler's entire body suddenly began to expand. As soon as Vikir felt the rushing torrent of mana, he threw himself backwards. And then, boom! Doxler's body suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Apparently the demon had placed a restriction on him to self-destruct after certain actions. Yikes. Vikir was out of the blast's radius, but he still took quite a bit of damage. The wounds were minor, and he could regenerate them all with his bog salamander powers, but his clothing could not. His cloak, shirt, and mask were half burned away. Vikir pulled off the plague doctor's mask that covered his face and tossed it to the ground. I turned to see if Phoebo, nailed to a stone pillar, had disappeared. Judging by the bits of flesh and guts stuck to the gritty surface of the steel, it must have been forced out with quite a bit of effort. It was a difficult escape for a living human to pull off. Well, at least you got a harvest. Vikir peered into the vault that had been shattered by the self-destruct. Much of the vault's contents had been preserved thanks to the fact that Doxler had fired the blast just before he detonated, minimizing the aftermath. The vault contained a significant amount of gold bars, real estate documents, and jewelry, probably the proceeds of selling children with nowhere else to go as food for demons. But Vikir didn't care about wealth. What really caught his attention were the stacks of papers beyond a ledger. They detailed the deposits of money, where children were taken from and where they were sent. This will need to be analyzed. Vikir crumpled the papers into his arms. He would mail them to Cinderwendy immediately and have her investigate. Ugh, stop working, please. I could already hear her singing. After Vikir's departure, the guards were called to the midnight disturbance. They looked at the ruined nursery and stuck out their tongues. Looks like some giant beasts have come and stirred things up. Wasn't this nursery under the control of the Quavades family? What kind of madman trespassed on the territory of the faithful? The guards scoured the ruins, but they found nothing. What they did find was a large amount of wealth of unknown origin in abandoned vaults. Why all this money was here and where it came from was a mystery. And why would the supposedly frugal branch of the Quavades have all this black money? The investigation was inevitably prolonged, and the guards soon made a shocking discovery in the basement of the nursery. The bodies of children aged between 10 and 13 years old. Dozens of bones and skeletons lay in the ground beneath the former nursery building. The guards were all horrified, and then some were more surprised than others. Saintess Dolores, a direct descendant of the Quavades family, student council president and newspaper editor of the Academy Colossio. She had rushed over at the news that an organization affiliated with her family had been attacked. Students from the Academy's newspaper department were also there to cover the event. Originally, the Academy's newspaper had rules. First-year students only cover events inside the Academy. Second- and third-year students can cover events outside the Academy. First-year students are still too immature to go outside the Academy, and they need time to adjust to the school, so their coverage is limited to the Academy. However, in the second and third year they were allowed to go outside the Academy, just like Dolores is doing now with other student journalists. What in the world? Dolores is speechless at the sight before her. A ruined nursery school with the remains of many children. Who could have committed such a senseless act? The guards were eager to be interviewed by student journalists. By the time we arrived, it had already happened. Judging by the blood and flesh splattered everywhere, whoever attacked this place was strong and evil. It appears to have been a one-man raid. There is a terrifying villain in the city, and similar incidents are popping up all over the place. The students at the Academy took the guard statements seriously. It was an outline of tomorrow's newspaper articles that would be distributed to the Academy the next morning. Then, Saintess Dolores, looking around in a panic, spotted something. Avoiding everyone's gaze, she went back under the pile of rubble and picked up what had fallen to the ground. What Dolores picked up was a half-burnt mask. It was a plague doctor's mask with a stork's beak attached. Back at the Academy, Vikir thought back to last night's events. That guy with the black sack, he must have used the blunt technique of the Quavades, right? He had the word Ephebo tattooed on his chest. He had the skills of an advanced graduator, so it took some effort to deal with him. That didn't stop him from running away halfway through, which was a shame. Tomorrow night it'll have to go around even more intensely. It'll have to hit every place that smells like a demon, and I'm sure I'll see him again. If you don't want to come out, you won't be able to. I'm going to wipe out all the businesses the demons have set up in the human world. Demons love human blood, especially the blood of children, so well focus on the most vulnerable orphanages, hospitals, and monasteries. I need to become a sword master as soon as possible to make the hunt a little smoother. Vikir is currently a superior graduator, having fully regained the strength of his former life. Combined with the protection of the river Styx, the magic sword Beelzebub, the Baskerville 10-style swordsmanship, and the experience gained from slaying countless demons, he can now truly compete with a sword master. Considering he's only 18 years old, there's a lot of room for improvement. First, the 7th tooth. I need to master the Baskerville 7-tooth technique first. Vikir was mulling over his thoughts. Okay, everyone. A voice snapped Vikir out of his thoughts. A second-year girl stood in front of the first-year students and focused their attention. Her name tag reads something like this: Newspaper Club, Media Society, Participation Club, Ryukian Club. A student organization is also known as a circle, society, club, etc. This club, called Ryukian, is a small newspaper club run by about 30 students. However, despite their small size, their influence was enormous. The daily newspaper, which was a mix of news from inside and outside the academy, always sold like hotcakes and was in great demand outside the academy. Students wanted to know what was going on inside the academy, no matter how small, as soon as possible, while parents and stakeholders outside the academy wanted to know more. It's no wonder that the world's eyes were on this group of young people who would later become world changers. And Vikir was one of the most desperate for information. By day he lives as a normal student inside the academy, hiding his identity. And by night he's a hunter who goes out and hunts demons. To do so, he must utilize the information inside the academy to the fullest. The only way to know what happened at night faster than the morning newspaper, and what happened during the day faster than the evening newspaper, is to join the organization that produces the morning and evening newspapers. A newspaper inside an academy like Ryukian. By the way, they don't have many members, surprisingly. Vikir turned his head to look around at the scene inside the newspaper department. The room was filled with magical printing presses that printed mana screens onto paper and various photographic materials. However, the number of people in the room was small. A few sophomores led the freshmen in the club, the rest were freshmen like Vikir. The current first-year entries for the newspaper were as follows: Don Quixote Tutor Class A Cold, Sinclair Class A Hot, Sancho Barataria Class A Cold, Usher Bianca Class B Cold, Piggy Class B Cold, Vikir Class B Cold. In the beginning there were more newcomers, but Ryukian is a very demanding club and the workload is too much for a hobby club to handle. Furthermore, at the academy, where exams are so rigorous that even the slightest neglect of personal study can result in a detention, it was impossible to combine schoolwork with the club unless you were extremely talented. Moreover, the head of the newspaper department, Saint Dolores Rune Quavades, is known to be a workaholic, so it's no wonder the freshmen are falling apart at the seams. Worse, it's rumored that being a staff journalist for Dolores newspaper is harder than midterms and finals. The remaining freshmen were a tough bunch. One of the sophomores gathered the freshmen together and asked, "How did you guys end up in the newspaper? We're known for our discipline here at Ryukian." Tutor was the first to answer. "Ha ha ha, I'm an alpha male, so it's no problem. Academics clubs, I can do it." Well, it was the confidence of a top student in the cold class and a member of a seventh-generation family. Sancho was the next to speak. I stayed because I don't want people to think I'm just a strong-minded fool. The newspaper club sounds like something intelligent and I want to be an intelligent man. Everyone was a little surprised by the unexpectedly serious answer. Piggy was next. "Well, I originally like collecting and analyzing information, I think. It's my calling." He stuttered a lot, but it was still a pretty bold ambition. This time it was Sinclair, a good student, who spoke up. Isn't money, information, and power inseparable in the first place of those? I think information is the most dominant. It was an answer that accurately understood the inseparable dynamics that move the world. Finally, Bianca spoke up. Ugh, I was tricked into joining by Dolores. Tricked? Everyone looked at her in disbelief. Bianca hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully. He told me this was a sniping club. She wasn't wrong. Every once in a while there's an article in the newspaper about sniping someone. When Bianca finished, we all laughed heartily. One of the sophomore captains giggled and patted Bianca on the shoulder. Well, by that measure, we are a sniper club. Look at this article. She showed them a sports article on page 2 of the last issue of the morning paper. The magically animated photo displayed views and comments. Exclusive: the identity of the face genius who appeared in the first years. Naphtali game views 48999. Last night in afternoon gym class, a mysterious freshman was seen in a
Discussion 31021.
first-year student cold class. Every time this guy frowns, I also frown. A can of beer. I'm upset. Second-year student hot class. A girl like me. I was a woman like Simon S. Bed who could not be shaken even by idols from imperial capitals the size of an empire. Today I received a serious heart attack as a retaliatory assault. I got hit on the lips and made to pay for it once. Ask me. First-year student hot class. I'll watch this video even when I'm a granny. First-year student hot class. My appa, whose name I don't know. I want to make a promise to my appa that I will live and die just for today while smoking cigarettes on the veranda of the 10th floor of my private villa in the imperial capital. Second-year student hot class. One heard that this person's MBTI test result is sexy. Take me away. First-year student cold class. A person who wants to be crushed by this mysterious newbie's brow wrinkles. First-year student cold class. 2 ppl. Third-year student hot class. 3 persons. Second-year student cold class. One thought his name was Vakir. First-year student cold class. Let me stain your life with my name. Fourth-year student hot class. What's a beauty class? What a joke. Third-year student hot class. Don't like Vakir. What is that? Don't like Vakir. How do you do that? Fourth-year student cold class. Appa Vakir, even though you are younger than me, you are my eternal appa. I keep crying because of you. So a new big lake was built in our territory. Crazy results with almost 50,000 views and 30,000 comments. Upon seeing the article, Tudor and Sancho burst out laughing. Wahahaha. Hey Vakir, this is the day, right? Our Naphtali day. Vakir put his hand to his forehead and sighed lightly. Meanwhile, Bianca's head is turned away with a pathetic expression on her face, and Sinclair is staring at the newspaper article with Vakir's picture on. Piggy was staring enviously at Vakir, who seemed to have made friends with Tudor and Sancho. Just then, the door to the club burst open and Ryukian from the newspaper department walked in. Hey guys. Saint Dolores, the head of Ryukian, called the meeting to order with her usual enthusiasm. She gathered the first, second, and third-year students together and began to discuss what would be published in today's evening paper. Last night, the second and third-year reporters went outside the academy to do some reporting. They got good stories. We just need to decide on a headline. Dolores placed the finished articles on the table. The articles covered the following topics. Unpublished article: views 0. Late last night, October 0 at dawn, a mysterious assailant appeared and ransacked a nursery school in 00. Unusually, the attacker didn't touch the riches in the vault. The conclusion was that it was not the actions of a person with whom he had a grudge. Nothing is known about his identity, what his objectives are, or what his fighting strength is. The damage done to the nursery in this incident is untold. The number of girls between the ages of 10 and 13 who died unjustly is only confirmed. Meanwhile, no official comment has been made by the imperial family and the Quo Vadis of the faithful on the matter. Comments: 0. Last night, an unknown assailant broke into an orphanage on the outskirts of the imperial city, killing the director and a number of poor parentless children and leaving the neighborhood in shambles. He didn't touch any of the gold or jewelry in the vault, and his intentions were purely murderous. Well, it goes something like this. Vakir looked at it and thought, There's a lot of misunderstanding here. The demons had killed the girls, not Vikir. However, the Imperial Guards who arrived late seemed to have judged that Vikir was responsible for the demons' actions. It doesn't matter, we're not going to get caught, but we need to run the data on this nursery raid through Cinderwendy to see if it's connected to Viscount Gambino's slave auction, which I robbed earlier. While the rest of the newspaper staff was trying to figure out what to call the story, Vikir was thinking about something else entirely. Meanwhile, serious discussions continue around the table. Everyone was eager to put their own headline on the front page of a newspaper that would be seen by the entire nation. Fearsome villain born. Outside the academy, a monster stirs up the imperial capital. What is the Imperial Guard up to? An unprecedented villain challenges the Quo Vadis. Girls mysteriously going to their deaths, who's behind it? The titles are tantalizing, but none of them hit the spot and the debate stalled. The smart newspaper staffers quickly realized what was holding them back. Oh, we don't have a name for the villain yet. That's right, it's not as if we can call him a villain or a villainous criminal. Let's give him a nickname first. Often heinous criminals are given ominous nicknames such as King of the Cave, Son of the Fountain, Murder King, Human, Snow White, Bluebeard, and so on. So we needed a catchy nickname for this villain too. Someone who suddenly and unexpectedly appeared one day and terrorized the night of the imperial city. A villain of epic proportions who brutally murders prominent dignitaries of society or mercenaries whose names are widely known and then disappears like a ghost, leaving no clues behind. What should we call this unprecedented villain? The students of the newspaper department were excited and participated in a nickname contest. Since the incident took place in District, how about the Wolf of District? Well, the raids and murders didn't just happen in the district. How about Nightcrawler of Misfortune? Too long. How about Orphan Predator? It's more impactful. Orphan is too discriminatory and demeaning if we're going to go with that. Let's go with Nursery Raider. But orphanages aren't the only facilities that have been attacked. There's been monasteries, hospitals, places of worship, and even district offices. How about Mr. Terrorist? This is a little tricky. There was a lot of discussion, but nothing really stuck. Just when everyone's opinions were lulled into silence, Saintess Dolores murmured softly, unconsciously, "The Night Hound." Dolores was deep in thought about last night's events. That mask I picked up yesterday, I'm sure I've seen it before. That's right. Dolores had gotten the call yesterday that the Imperial Guard was on its way. And in her capacity as Saintess of the Quo Vadis and head of the Academy's newspaper department, she had quickly responded. She saw with her own eyes the devastation she had witnessed, the deaths of so many people and the destruction of so many buildings. Buildings were lying in ruins as if a large amount of explosives had been set off, and the remains of mummified boys and girls were found beneath the ruins of the nursery school, their blood drained from their bodies. The second and third-year student journalists with me and even the Imperial Guards had never seen anything quite like it, and there was a half-burnt mask lying nearby. Dolores moved stealthily and picked it up, hiding it in her arms from the sound of the footsteps behind her. It must have belonged to Mr. Night Hound. Why would he be there? She thought back to the first time she met the Night Hound. He had come to recover from a vacation at the academy. A man who stood out amongst the visits of greedy, lowly nobles. He's just a lost lamb. I remember the first time I saw him, he bowed his head in humility, not boasting of his prestige or wealth. Later, the Night Hound worked tirelessly to treat slum dwellers affected by
the plague, the Red Death.
Though his appearance, identity, and behavior were questionable, his love and dedication to the less fortunate was genuine. As proof, he even tapped into the divine power of the runes in a small way. The mask I picked up yesterday must have been his because it had all the marks and bloodstains of a Red Death victim's struggle. Dolores was certain that the half-burnt mask she had hidden in her arms was the one worn by the Night Hound. But why was he at the scene of yesterday's tragedy? Had he really killed the director of the orphanage and harmed the boys and girls in it? But why the good man? I do not believe that the image of the Night Hound treating the poor of street Mecca, the noble and holy image of treating people despite being covered in all kinds of filth, was just acting. She has always believed that the night hound who stole the saint's tears at the end must have been doing so for a cause. Could it really be him, the night hound? No, it can't be. My eyes are accurate. He's not a wicked man, and if he is the culprit, surely, there must be something going on. Dolores felt her head begin to ache. The mask in her arms must be evidence of last night's murder, and by hiding it from the guards, she was guilty of destroying evidence. She had no excuse, no accomplice for letting her personal feelings interfere with the investigation. So Dolores had been suffering since last night for the trust she had placed in the night hound and for the guilt of hindering the guards' investigation by hiding him. Did I really do the right thing by hiding that mask? Was I doing the right thing? She thought about it when she woke up, when she bathed, when she ate, when she was in class, and even now here at the club meeting. By the way, I don't know if Mr. Nighthound will be okay. It seems like he was caught in a huge explosion that burned half of his mask off, and even though he's a very strong man, if he wasn't able to defend himself properly, I wonder where he is now and what he's doing. I wonder if he's seriously injured and suffering somewhere. I'm even worried about that. Dolores didn't know why she was worried about him now, not even the underlying reason. Then, Nighthound sounds good. A voice next to her broke Dolores out of her reverie. Dolores looked up to see a group of second and third-year students already busily working. Whirring. The newspapers that will be distributed today were already being torn out. Dolores turned her head with a dazed expression, and Piggy beside her gave a thumbs up. I think I like the nickname Night Hound. It's a bit barbaric, but that's what makes it all the more violent, isn't it? I think so too. There's something sinister about it. I'm afraid I agree. It's always happened at night. Tudor and Sancho nodded in agreement with Piggy. Sinclair and Bianca nod as well. I agree with you, boss. Me too. Dolores turned her head in confusion. What did I just mutter to myself? And then he saw the stacks of finished newspapers. The Night Hound, the villain who terrorized the Imperial City. Who is he? Views 0. In the early hours of the night on October 0, a mysterious assailant appeared and ravaged the nursery school of 00. Unusually, the attacker did not touch the riches in the vault. Comments 0. Dolores exclaimed in anger. What is this? Piggy replied with a cheerful expression. You nicknamed him the Night Hound, and we all thought it was a good idea. So we went right ahead. Oh no, when did I say that, really? Dolores asked in disbelief, and everyone nodded in agreement. In a matter of minutes things had come together. Dolores looked at the stacks of newspapers and sighed heavily. Guys, we still don't have any confirmation that he's the killer, and with a headline like that it just looks like a story written for views. Then Tudor, Sancho, Sinclair, Bianca, and others questioned. Oh, there's testimony from the guards, but whatever they said, they were pretty sure that the Night Hound smashed up the building and killed the orphanage director, and there's some physical evidence too. Well, the boys and girls looked like they'd been dead for a long time, but I don't think that would happen in a nursery under the direct control of the Quavades family. I think it's much more believable that the Night Hound did. You're trying to remain neutral since you're from the Quavades family. I'm impressed, but with this much certainty I think we can go with it for now. Night Hound or whatever, as soon as you're in my sights I'll take you down with an arrow. The first year's chatter excitedly. Dolores sighed heavily. He felt guilty that his mistake had brought the honor of the Night Hound into disrepute. But the others had a point. Whether the Night Hound is indeed a villain or not, and if he is, what happened to his formerly cleared flesh and blood charity, and if he is not, what happened to the bodies of the boys and girls found in the orphanage, controlled by the Quavades, and the vast riches of unknown origin. Everything is jumbled. Only Dolores knows the true nature of the phenomenon behind the phenomenon, and she is confused. Finally, she made a judgment call. I need to make some changes to the article, make it as objective and unbiased as possible, take out any unsubstantiated speculative statements from the Imperial Guard's interviews. Yes, but then I won't have anything to write about. If you're not sure, don't bet on it. It's not too late to run a scathing article when it's clear what the night hounds are up to, and then we'll be able to criticize them with real vigor. Dolores said, and the others nodded. Bianca nodded in agreement. If the director says so, then so be it. I agree. Sinclair nodded as well. Sancho and Piggy quickly shut down the tuning fork and began to modify the articles. But the heroic tutor was still a little unhappy. Tutor turned to Vikir, whom he had gotten to know over the course of the Naphtali games, and asked in a low voice, "Hey buddy, what do you think?" "What do you mean?" "The night hound, he looks like a villain to me. What do you think?" "I don't think so." "Oh come on, how can you not think about it? Is he a villain, or does he have something going on?" Vikir thought for a moment before answering. "Am I a villain?" Countless faces flashed through his mind. The world of destruction, the hell that would unfold within the next decade. The faces of so many he had failed to protect. The end of colleagues, comrades in arms, friends, older brothers, younger sisters, and all the people you miss and love. How could he be anything but a sinner carrying their lives and sacrifices on his shoulders and coming back alive alone? So Vikir was able to say firmly, "He's a villain for sure, because he was never a good man." The tutor who asked the question is unusually quiet. Vikir looked up. He saw the confused looks on Tutor's face and the shaky gazes of the other new students. They were all staring at Vikir's back. Vikir turned his head to see Dolores' face staring down at him with a cold gaze. "What have you been listening to all this time, that the night hound is a villain? How did they get this far?" Dolores, who just happened to be walking by, asks you coldly if you heard the entire conversation between Tutor and Vikir. When Vikir doesn't answer, she repeats herself. "You may miss 10 thieves, but don't make one innocent citizen, no matter how circumstantial the evidence. Find the last hard evidence you can, and then report it. If the pen is mightier than the sword, then the pen should be heavier than the sword. You should take responsibility as a journalist from now on. Don't just blurt out things you're not sure about without thinking." Dolorous words which are directed at Vikir cause the entire freshman class to tense up. But Vikir just sits there with a nonchalant expression on his face. Dolores, who was even more displeased with his attitude, added a sarcastic remark. "I thought your name was Vikir. Are you even tardy anymore?" Vikir had been photographed by Dolores since the beginning of the semester and had received several detentions. But when Vikir remained silent, Dolores took a deep breath as if to say something more. "Anyway, new students these days are the best. When I was then a sophomore member burst into the clubroom looking for Dolores. "Boss, the club advisor, Professor Banshee, wants to see you for a moment." "What, why?" "Because of this article. He wants me to revise the article to say that night Hound is definitely evil. Haha, he's a conservative and likes to make enemies on the outside. Okay. They'll talk to him." Dolores wrapped up the conversation. He followed the sophomore out of the clubhouse to meet with Professor Banshee. Only then did the stale air in the room release. Tutor breathed a sigh of relief and patted Vikir on the shoulder. "I'm talking about you and the director. You seem like a bit of an old man." "It was like that in the old days. A long ago, when there was a time when it was just like that." Vikir only smiles faintly. "Why don't you push the paladin line tighter? They're so irreligious these days. The younger ones are slipping away, and I want them to slay at least one more demon in their spare time. Back in my day, if a demon came out, I'd just run straight to it and bang. Your stronger charge."
Harustonti.
Before he regressed, Dolores was in her 30s, leading the paladins on the front lines of the battlefield of destruction. Another new day has begun. At 6 a.m., the students wake up to the sound of the wake-up call and head to the field in front of the dormitory building. The field is divided in half, one side for women and one side for men, all wearing gray sweats. They follow the gymnastic movements of the instructor standing at the front, shaking off the last of their sleep into the cold early morning air. Afterward, when the exercise is over, the students disperse. Some go back to sleep to catch up on their sleep, some head straight to the bathhouse, and some head straight to the dining hall. For the girls, some head straight for the long process of applying makeup. The academy's baths are quite large and well-equipped with cold hot and even a sauna. After passing through the locker rooms smelling of pungent foot odor a dip in. The hot water and the early morning chill in the air would not only help you sleep but also revive your appetite. As roommates Vikir and Piggy headed straight for the bath after gymnastics. Ugh, the air is so cold at this time of day, please don't make me do early morning gymnastics. I think my brain could use a little more sleep at that hour. Piggy, a morning person, grunts like his entire body is falling apart during every gymnastics session. Vikir comforts him as he heads to the bathhouse. Two people see them and wave to them. They were Tutor and Sancho, who were also sharing a room. Hey Vikir and Piggy, you came straight to the bathhouse again today. Yeah, I come right after gymnastics, so the showers are free, we have to wait in line for the showers after breakfast. Tutor and Sancho follow Vikir to the showers and get into the hot water. What are you guys going to do after your bath? Eat right away. I don't have an appetite today, so I'm skipping it. I'm going straight to the lecture hall to catch up on my assignments. I'm going to sleep a little longer and eat just before the cafeteria closes. That way I can eat a lot of leftovers. What's the side dish today anyway? Piggy, Tutor and Sancho are deep in discussion about what to do with their morning. That's when Vikir chimes in. I'm going straight for the food. It's always the same pattern for Vikir. He doesn't change his plans based on other people's schedules and always walks his own way. Piggy, Tutor and Sancho thought for a moment before nodding.
Igus ilgaten.
Now that I think about it, I'll be hungry until lunch. If I skip it, I should eat too. Right, you're going to eat right away and I'll join you. Rice tastes better together. Vikir's consistent lifestyle was quickly becoming a standard for his friends, whether consciously or unconsciously. At exactly 10 minutes, Vikir got out of the tub, showered, and left the bathhouse. Piggy, Tutor and Sancho did the same. Tutor shook his head as they left the bath. That's weird. What? Sancho asked, and Tutor smirked. That Vikir guy, when you're with him you naturally stand next to him. Is that so? It is. It's like you're looking at a big brother or an older brother, is it? Because I don't have an older brother in the house. Yeah, he's always moving like a machine. I think it's good that we move together because it keeps me on track. It's something to emulate. I'd like to get to know him a little better, but he's a bit stiff. He doesn't let go easily. Time will tell. We'll be seeing each other for the next 4 years. It was the same for Piggy, who was listening to Tutor and Sancho's conversation. Vikir is amazing. Tutor, a highly retarded member of the Don Quixote family, and Sancho, a scholarship student from the Northern Mercenary Guild, both want to get to know him first. He even studies well and is popular with the girls. He's even kind enough to help someone who was struggling in a talent show. Piggy thought he was lucky to be roommates with someone like that. I should be a good roommate to make Vikir feel lucky to have me. Just as Piggy was saying to himself. Hey Piggy. Vikir, walking at a steady pace in front of him, suddenly stops and looks over. Tutor and Sancho, who were walking next to him, also stopped and looked back. Ugh. Piggy asked, a little confused, and Vikir gestured toward him. Why are you coming from behind like that? Walk a little faster. We're supposed to be working on our morning class assignment together. Vikir said, glancing to his side. Suddenly Piggy's face lit up. Yeah, it'll go. My leg hurt for a second. Your leg? Did you hurt it? No, it doesn't hurt now. Piggy rushed over and stood next to Vikir with a look of pride on his face. Then Tutor and Sancho say something to Piggy too. Did you hurt your leg in gymnastics? Where does it hurt? Small injuries should not be taken lightly. I'll give you some of the herbal juice I brought from the north. It's a salve that even works on broken bones. Piggy smiled brightly at his two new friends' concern. Something sprouted in Piggy's chest, an unfounded confidence that he could make it through the next 4 years. Later, after bathing, they went to the dining hall for breakfast. Bread and cereal, grilled corn and pineapple, and some blanched vegetables. There are also sausages, chicken, fried eggs, and grilled octopus legs, but few people eat a full breakfast. There wasn't as much separation between boys and girls as there was in the cafeteria, but first-year boys and girls generally sat far apart. After breakfast, Vikir headed straight for the lecture hall. Piggy, Tutor and Sancho walked beside him side by side. Then Tutor suddenly stopped walking and called out to Vikir. Wait a minute, hey Vikir, this is the way to the main staircase and we can't go there because it's only for professors and fourth years. That was something Vikir already knew. Except, they'll have to find the least traveled way out of the academy at night so we can use it to get back in. As a matter of strategy, Vikir had checked out every single passageway in every single building in the academy. As a result, even though it was early in the semester, he had a pretty good idea of the layout of the academy's buildings. Of course. Beep freshman, why are you taking the central staircase? It also put him at a huge disadvantage in terms of his lifestyle score. Then the face of the person who had warned Vikir drew closer. Dolores Rune Quavades, the student council president, had spotted Vikir and given him a detention. When Dolores recognized Vikir's bushy bangs, horn-rimmed glasses and face, she placed her hands on her hips in wonder. Vikir, is it you again?
I'm sorry, mami mastrei.
This central staircase is where the professors and seniors do their research. How many times have I told you that it's off-limits to freshmen, not only because it's supposed to be quiet, but because there are many experimental areas that are classified or downright dangerous.
I'm sorry.
There's no such thing as a junior in the club, it's a demerit. Dolores wrote down Vikir's demerits and the reasons for them in her magic journal. Vikir life attitude points demerit factors. 1 point for using the emergency exit on the 3rd floor of the dormitory building. 1 point for entering the 4th grade private area of the performance hall. 1 point for using the central staircase on the 1st floor of the blind reading lab building. 1 point for entering the smoking area of the experimental monster breeding center. 1 point for using the central staircase on the 6th floor of the faculty research center. 1 point for using the central staircase on the 3rd floor of the hot class. 1 point for entering the physical training room after hours. Entering the restricted area next to the cafeteria food warehouse. 1 point. The demerits were already piling up. Dolores looked at it and opened her mouth in disbelief. You're a very poorly behaved child, aren't you? A stunned Piggy Tutor and Sancho stepped forward and apologized to Dolores. Sorry, we should have told you. Oh well, he's such a stray. Well, take better care of him next time. Hey, when did you get so many demerits? They all looked back at Vikir and gestured for him to keep his head down. But Dolores wasn't about to be deterred by their pleas. No, your demerits are out of line, Vikir, and you have to do mandatory community service this weekend. I had already done community service several times over the weekend. I don't know why, but it was because Professor Morg Banshee had a thing for me. Dolores' punishment was a little off the mark for Vikir. If your demerits were at a certain level, I would end it with community service, but you deserve more than that, a lazy kid with a bad attitude. Like you won't be able to get away with community service. If that's the case, then what your off-campus service? Hearing Dolores' words, Piggy Tutor and Sancho covered their faces with their hands. Vikir had crossed the river of no return. Everyone looked back at Vikir with pity. Off-campus service. This is not the kind of service that involves cleaning toilets on the weekends, or working a few shifts in the cafeteria. You have to go to a facility outside the academy like a hospital, monastery, or orphanage and do odd jobs throughout the holidays. This weekend happened to be a 10-day-long golden holiday with a long weekend. The school's anniversary and Easter celebrations. Unfortunately for Vikir, he was sentenced to forced labor during this time. You have over a week to reflect on your volunteer work. If you're lucky, your demerits will be reset on the last day depending on what the heads of the institutions think. Dolores looked Vikir up and down with a cold gaze, then turned and walked away. Tutor and Sancho looked back at Vikir and offered words of comfort. Looks like you've got some ugly hairs on your back from that club thing. Cheer up, boy. You mean your opinion that the Night Hound is a villain I personally support? Your opinion, Vikir, I do not understand the Saintess reaction. Piggy meanwhile spoke in a pitying tone. Vikir, I'm going to tell you where you're going to do your community service. This time you need to know where you're going so you can prepare yourself. Piggy was a wealth of information. He knew where the academy's troublemakers and flunkies were sent for community service. This time you'll be going to the Indulgentia Children's Home. Indulgentia home. Vikir Tudor and Sancho repeated and Piggy nodded. It's a orphanage run by the Indulgentia family, a branch of the Quo Davis family, and its director is the founder of the Orphanage Foundation as well. As an outside instructor at the academy. The director, who is that? Vikir asked in a serious tone, and Piggy tilted his head once before answering. Guilty L. Indulgentia, head of the House of Indulgentia, an outer relation of
Aos Covadi.
Vikir's eyes narrowed at those words. Guilty householder of House Indulgentia. A man whose name he had recognized many times before, even in the report sent by Cinderwendy. He was Vikir's next assassination target. The 10-day-long holiday has begun. A weekend, the school's anniversary, and the Rune Chuch's Easter celebration. Combine that with the class schedule and it was a golden holiday that could last for more than a week straight. From the beginning of the semester, everyone was happy to have such a long holiday. First-year students enjoy traveling around the Imperial City to get to know their classmates better and invite them to their homes. Sophomores and seniors traveled to secluded places to catch up on assignments, study for exams, or just to rest their tired bodies. Fourth-year students study hard on weekdays and holidays as they are close to graduation and employment. And here, despite being a freshman, there was one person who was forced to work hard. Vikir, he was the Hound of the Ironbloods. Clap, 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 clap. Day 1 of community service. Vikir was washing a mop at Indulgentia, a large orphanage on the outskirts of the Imperial City with a large number of children. There is a never-ending stream of tasks. Cleaning, laundry, cooking, feeding, washing dishes, carrying equipment, repairing facilities, playing with children, etc. While on-campus volunteering can be supported by professional staff, off-campus volunteering has no such support. You have to do everything yourself. During the holidays, when the students at the academy are resting or playing, Vikir finds herself living here doing all the dirty work. And of course, hey Vikir, you should be grateful we're here for the holidays too. Well, I have to fulfill my volunteer hours anyway due to the academy's noblesse oblige policy, so I might as well do it now. Me, am fine with it. I always like to do community service. Tutor Sancho and Piggy, these loyal friends, followed Vikir. Vikir nodded silently. Thank you. Everyone was surprised to hear a thank you from the usually reserved and blunt Vikir. Tutor Sancho and Piggy giggled and started sucking on the mop together. Vikir looked at them and smiled weakly. No matter how much they tried to act grown-up, they were still kids who had just turned 18, cheerful kids who could make a friend's day with a simple thank you. But not so with Vikir himself. His tattered soul, the weight of life he carries, doesn't allow him to smile easily. As Vikir mopped the corridor where the orphanage children played, he kept thinking. Yesterday I ended up in the newspaper. Vikir recalled the newspaper that had been created at the academy, and then the articles that had begun to appear in newspapers across the Imperium. The night Hound, the villain who terrorized the imperial capital, who is he? Last night, on the 0th day of the month at dawn, a mysterious assailant appeared and ransacked an orphanage in 00. Unusually, the attacker did not touch the riches in the vault. Faithful saint in peril. Is everything okay as it is? The orphanage, monastery, and hospital managed by the faithful Saint Quovadis family are in a series of crises. Meanwhile, within the Quovadis family, the Old Order and New Order factions are currently at odds. Meanwhile, some have criticized the government for being slow to respond to the terrorist attacks due to the family's internal politics. Old Order versus New Order. Quovadis family quarrel brings terrorists. The civil war within the Quovadis family is intensifying. This long-running confrontation began with the controversy between Cardinal Humbert of the Old Order and Cardinal Martin Luther of the New Order. The conflict between the Old Order faction and the New Order faction is truly old, and these two factions are concerned about whether or not it is legitimate for the denomination to sell indulgences and indulgences. As a result, citizens are becoming increasingly concerned about the delay in the investigation to catch the terrorists. Is the Knight's Hound a real villain? Citizens of the city are on edge over the appearance of a monster that has been stalking the streets of the Imperial City However, some have continued to question whether this villain really exists. Why is it that only welfare organizations under the jurisdiction of the Quo-Vadis family are being attacked? Could this be the result of a power struggle within the Quo-Vadis family? It's no secret that there is a long-standing feud between the Old Order and New Order factions within the Quo-Vadis family. It remains to be seen if this is the result of a conflict between the Old and New Order or whether a truly rare demon has appeared. Vikir pored over the newspaper articles. Thanks to Piggy, it was easy to gather newspapers from all over the Imperial City. Vikir pieced together the information head gathered from Piggy and the information Cinderwendy had sent him. The conclusion. The places Vikir had raided in disguise as the Night Hound had all coincidentally been linked to the faithful Quo-Vadis. If we're just following the scent of the demon and only certain groups get caught, then we have a problem. Vikir remembers the commonalities of the men he's killed so far. Unidentified money, the bodies of young boys and girls and beasts whose faces melted after they died. They wore the masks of religious organizations, but it was clear that the demons lurked underneath, like in less Baskervilles. And the most suspicious one is in this orphanage. Vikir glanced up from his mopping. A portrait of the director hung at the top of the hallway wall. A gentle, middle-aged face. A sculpted, handsome man who in his younger days must have struck a chord. With the ladies, he even bore a striking resemblance to a famous theater actor who had recently retired. House Indulgentia, a branch of House Quo-Vadis and a clerical family of the same rune religion. In addition to being the patriarch of House Indulgentia, Guilty is also the director of the Indulgentia Orphanage. It's probably the largest orphanage in the imperial capital. But what's the point in all that? Only one thing matters. He's the target of Vikir's assassination. It's the Golden Week, so the window is wide open. Now that he's managed to sneak into his target's lair, all that's left is to get to work. Vikir used the excuse of cleaning to move from room to room carefully, studying the layout of the building. For an orphanage, this building is incredibly strong. Vikir mopped, estimating the number of rebars in the stone columns. The orphanage was sturdy enough to be used as a military facility. The orphanage's recruitment process was also a bit unusual. Instead of taking in children from small local orphanages, the orphanage put out notices so that children would come to them from far away. Because the facilities were so good and the welfare was so good, many children came to the center voluntarily, so it was difficult to keep track of how many children came and how many left. At the end of the day, no one could tell if the numbers on the books were off by a 0 or 2. The more orphans you have, the more money you get, so no one would think you'd underreport the number of kids. A typical orphanage would exaggerate the number of children they have in order to inflate their funding. So most audits are focused on whether there are fewer children than there are. On paper, the demons are the opposite. It's in their interest to falsely claim to have fewer orphans and receive more. That way they can drain the blood without turning around. Vikir notes the number of children in the Indulgentia orphanage, which appears to be much higher than the paperwork indicates. While some praise Guilty for lending a helping hand to as many children as possible without seeking funding, Vikir has a different opinion. Boys and girls under the age of 13, runaways, unrelated, unregistered births, all of whom are difficult to trace. In just one day, Vikir had noticed a number of suspicious things about the place, and the intense smell of the demon wafting through the entire orphanage only solidified his conviction. I'm going to start seeing blood tonight. As Vikir was formulating his murderous plan in his mind. Hey. A voice interrupted Vikir's reverie. Vikir turned his head to see an unexpected figure standing there. A short, gray-haired woman, her hair fluffy like a puppy's. A female student neatly dressed in the academy's uniform despite it being a holiday was looking at him. Vikir knew her name. No first-year student at the academy could possibly not know her. Sinclair, head of the hot class. For some reason she is here doing volunteer work. Excuse me. Sinclair appeared out of nowhere and addressed Vikir with an awkward respect. When Vikir stared at her, wondering what was going on, Sinclair stammered. Mr. Vikir, did you sign up for regular volunteer work here as well? No. Oh, then why are you here? I'm here for demerits. Ah. At Vikir's short answer, Sinclair nodded. Well, I'm planning to do some regular community service, and even though I have to do it to earn merit points, I feel good and accomplished after helping someone less fortunate, so I'm doing it. I see. Vikir nodded, once not really interested in Sinclair's personal life, and turned to leave. Sinclair, however, followed Vikir closely and kept talking. By the way, it's a coincidence that we're both volunteering at the same place. It is. Actually, I saw you signing up to volunteer last week, but I didn't realize we were going to the same place. I see. Vikir can be reached at. Sinclair giggles, not sure what's so funny, even as Vikir continues to give short answers. Vikir interrupts Sinclair. Relax, you look about my age. I actually am 17, I'm a year younger than Mr. Vikir. It doesn't matter. Vikir nodded, and Sinclair's expression brightened even more. If that be the case, it'll make it easy for you. Okay, let's make it easy next time. Vikir thought head ended the conversation gently enough and left the room to wash the mop. Sinclair, however, followed him closely this time. While Vikir went into the men's bathroom to wash the mop, Sinclair stood in the doorway of the men's bathroom and glared at him. Thank goodness she didn't follow me into the men's bathroom. Sinclair waited patiently in the doorway until Vikir was finished with the mop, then slipped in beside him. Look, I thought you were just trying to keep track of your service credits when you turned in that volunteer form on your day off. I was forced to submit it. I've accumulated too many demerits. Well, I see. I knew you were a good student, so I figured there was something to this. Sinclair continued to stare at Vikir as he spoke. With a light sigh, Vikir said, I'm in a hurry, so if you want to ask me something, do it quickly. Can I? Sinclair asked excitedly, coming up beside Vikir. She began to blurt out the questions she had been dying to ask. How do you study? How many hours a day do you study? How much time do you devote to practicing and reviewing? Did you get the new introduction to magic genealogy that came out this time? Shall I show you? What are you majoring in cold class? Swordsmanship. Did the professor in charge of swordsmanship at the cold class teach you well? You got all the questions right on the last cold class essay. I only got one question wrong. How did you solve it? It was beyond the level of an undergraduate student. Oh, by the way, did you see the ethics in dissection section on the lecture notes for animal biology? What do you think of the controversy over the solution? Again, I had a lot of questions, but I can't think of them when the time comes. Then how do you know everything so well? Did you get an early education? You didn't? Wow, that's amazing. So where did you go to school before you joined the academy? I don't know if I should ask you this, and you don't have to answer if it offends you. I heard that you're a commoner, but what region are you from? Oh, but do you have bad eyes? Those glasses look really high. Oh, they're not as high as I thought. Then why are you wearing glasses? Is your hairstyle intentional? Oh, you just let it grow. Are you ever going to cut your bangs or slick them back? Oh no. Most of the questions were about studying. Vikir answered in a dry tone, but continued to do his chores, like sweeping the hallways, doing laundry, and taking out the trash. Sinclair followed closely behind him, eager to help out. When the chores were done, Sinclair rummaged through the squadron on his back and held out a bottle of milk to Vikir. Here, drink this while you work. Vikir took the bottle and looked down at Sinclair for a moment. Sinclair looks back up at Vikir, still with the same blank expression. Vikir realized that if he left her alone, she would follow him around all day and bother him, so he slipped away. They'll have a drink. Bye. Oh, where are you going? Let me help you. To the bathroom. Sinclair's face instantly turned bright red when she realized what Vikir had said. That's a little hard to help with, so go ahead and go, Sinclair said, standing against the wall of the restroom hallway. It looked like he was going to wait for Vikir to come out from doing his business. Vikir finally succeeded in sending Sinclair elsewhere and being left alone with his barrage of questions. I see you're a very studious student. Vikir emerged into a deserted hallway with a bucket and mop. All of his fellow academy volunteers were either eating outside or having dessert with the children. Vikir had planned to focus on the building's internal structure during mealtime when everyone was most distracted. Then, Vikir was walking down the hallway when he bumped into a kid, aged to be in her early teens, beautiful blonde hair, fair skin, slightly sunken eyes that looked somewhat sad. Around her neck was an old crude gold-colored necklace. The word Nymphet could be seen written on the necklace. Vikir waved the bottle of milk Sinclair had given to him earlier at the girl, who was staring at him. Drink. The girl glares at Vikir. She snaps. Vikir flicks his wrist once and the milk spins in the bottle. The girl gives him a quick glance, then turns and runs off down the hall. Without a second thought, Vikir put the bottle back in his pocket. Then, her name is Nymphet, a voice said from behind him. Vikir turned to see Dolores standing there with a knitting basket and a bunch of dolls. The Academy's student council president, head of the newspaper department, and a saintess of Kovadi's family. She volunteers here every weekend. Dolores narrowed her eyes at Vikir and asked, "Are you doing your community service you have to work hard to make up for your demerits?" "I'm working hard." "Good." Dolores nodded once. Then he looked at Vikir, his gaze still cold and stern. "You'd better not do that kid any favors." Vikir shook his head and Dolores continued. "She was born here and I've seen countless volunteers come to the orphanage over the past 13 years. At first she was friendly with the students who volunteered too, playing big sister and big brother. But the sisters and brothers I became so close with started to visit less and less as time went by. It's something that can't be helped. As they go up in grade they have to study more, graduate, and get a job. It's the same for me. Right now, out of every 100 volunteers in the first grade, maybe one will continue to volunteer in the third grade, and even then they stop coming after they graduate or get a job, so it's hard for the kids at the orphanage to warm up to the volunteers. For the volunteers, the kids here are a part of so many lives, but for the kids here, their sisters and brothers are a big part of their lives. She was right. For the most part, the students at the academy come to volunteer here to fulfill their community service requirements. Dolores turned her gaze to the back of Nymphet's head as she walked away. She's tired of short-lived relationships, long-lived misses and eternal separations, so she's made a promise to herself that she won't give any to outsiders. Isn't that right? Yes, but every time I see her she becomes more guarded, and at some point she doesn't talk to me at all. I feel like she's put all her expectations on other people, and it breaks my heart. I wish she wasn't so skeptical of the world." Dolores lamented that she had been volunteering here for more than 3 years, and Nymphet still didn't return her greetings. Just then, Vikir's expression immediately changed as he listened to Dolores' words. "I hope Nymphet can speak again soon. Aphasia is a disease that is caused by a broken heart, so it requires warm love and attention from people around it." Whoop. Dolores couldn't finish her sentence. Vikir's hand flew out quickly and clamped over her mouth. "Jaw." Vikir clamped his hand over the saintess' mouth and shoved her into the recess between the walls. It was a small recess carved out by an architectural mistake with cabinets jutting out on either side, and it was shaded, making it hard to see from the hallway. "What?" Dolores pushed her hand away from Vikir's breastbone and tried to remove the hand covering her mouth, but Vikir wouldn't allow it, instead pushing her even closer to the wall. "Shh." Vikir's husky voice echoed in Dolores' ears. Dolores felt her mind go blank. Suddenly, no, what's going on here? She hadn't been this close to a man since she was born, that's for sure. As she braced herself for this sudden rude situation she'd never been in before, Vikir squinted, scanning the hallway. The muscles in his face stiffened. He could feel the stench of foul mucus digging through his nose, getting closer and closer. Thud, 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 thud. Footsteps pounding on the marble floor. There was a man walking toward them from the far end of the hallway. A gentleman in his 50s, a devout religious man, a successful businessman. A loving father. A man who looks perfectly normal on the outside but exudes an overwhelming odor from within. This monster was Vikir's latest assassination target. Guilty was fairly middle-aged. His appearance, which resembles a famous theater actor who retired, and disappeared a few years ago is clearly visible even from a distance. Vikir recognized him at a glance. 10th or 9th time. The face is different but the foul essence inside is the same. The stench that assaulted his nose was unmistakably demonic, weaker than it had been before his regression, but still intimidating enough. Moreover, there was one more factor that added to Vikir's confidence. It was the 4 shadows walking in an escorted circle around Guilty. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. Walking directly behind Quilty was a large burly man in a suit. He wore a black sack over his face. He wears a golden nameplate with the word Ephibo engraved on his chest. Walking on either side of Guilty are 2 lanky men also dressed in suits, with black sacks over their faces. The words Pedo and Hebe are emblazoned on their chest pads. And finally the shadows walking in front of Guilty. The shadow in front of him was a woman. She was lithe and athletic with a black sack over her face. The nameplate on her chest read Geronto. 3 men and a woman. Vikir's attention was drawn to the man walking behind Guilty. Ephibo, that must be him. Vikir knew him well. I'd been with him once before on an assassination mission. I'd gotten so close only to lose it when one of the structures self-destructed. I bent a steel beam and impaled it all the way through its torso and it ripped it off and ran away. It was an undead of the advanced graduator class. It used the blunt techniques of the Corvades, so it was tricky to deal with. Vikir held his breath and waited for Guilty to pass. Finally Guilty, leading the 4 shadows past the wall where Vikir was hiding. Moment. Ephibo's head tilted to one side for a moment, as if sniffing something. Vikir stiffened and stuck to the wall, hiding in the lonely gap between wall and wall in the shadows cast by the cabinets. Ephibo turned his head a little further in the direction of Vikir's hiding place. Just then, well. Guilty's voice from the front snapped Ephibo's head back to its original angle. Guilty was holding the hand of the fat man who had appeared earlier with a humanized smile on his face. The fat man smiled back at Guilty. You've been so busy with this I can't even see your face. Oh well, there are so many noblemen who want to meet with me these days to repent for their sins. Me too. He speaking of which. The fat man turned to Guilty and said in a low voice, I'd like to buy some indulgences. Indulgences, how much? I'd like to buy about 1 billion gold. Guilty replied with a smile. 1 billion gold, that's enough price for any crime. Have you killed anyone lately? Hehehe, no, that's not a big deal. I have a little girl I bought a while back, but she's a barbarian, so she's a bit rude, and after I pampered her a bit she couldn't stand it and ran away. Oh, so the slave was spoiled. That's right, maybe it's because there's been a crackdown on illegal slaves lately, or maybe it's because the goods are being sold without warranties. Anyway, so I took my escorts and gave her a little discipline on the way to get her, but she didn't last long on the run, and then she just snapped and died. So you're buying yourself 1 billion gold worth of immunity for just killing a slave girl? Alas, no. On my way back from killing the slave girl, I got so frustrated that I stopped and burned down an entire village of farmers people I met on a mountain pass. I think I burned about 30 of the bastards to death. Ha ha ha, if that's the case then 500 million gold should be enough, right? The other 500 million gold is more like a tip to a grateful god for forgiving my sins. And the 2 men laughed coolly together. Guilty nodded and said, That's a good idea, said Guilty. In the Rune religion we're tolerant of human error, and as long as you're human you're going to make mistakes and sin and stuff, so you can pay for it with an offering. That's right, whatever sin you commit you pay for it in the offering. That's right, even if you're forcibly insulting a saint you can still repent. By paying and offering, your soul goes from hell to heaven the moment your earthly coin clinks into the offering plate, which is also recognized by the former cardinal of the old order of the runes, His Holiness Humbert L. Quo-Vadis. Guilty and the fat nobleman walk to the end of the corridor, giving and taking. Ephibo, Fedor, Hebe, and Geronto followed Guilty out of sight. Meanwhile, Vikir listened to the entire conversation. His sense of smell was paralyzed by the disgusting smell of the corpse that Guilty had left in the hallway just moments before. It's suffocating. Then, a cold voice came from under Vikir's chin. Who doesn't want to be suffocated? Only then did Vikir retreat, thinking it was a mistake. Dolores stared back at him, her face hard and icy. Dolores, who had just stepped out of the gap in the wall, looked very displeased and accused Vikir. What did you just do? Vikir was at a loss for words. He couldn't tell the truth about the existence of demons. Seeing that Vikir remained silent, Dolores seemed to misunderstand. Do you think I'm going to thank you for this futile consideration? What was this again? Vikir looked up puzzled. Then Dolores snapped. You think I'm going to be uncomfortable with the author guilty, but no, I am not afraid to face him. How dare you treat me like a coward? Vikir suddenly realized what Dolores had misunderstood. She was misinterpreting Vikir's reason for hugging her and hiding between the walls. She thought Vikir was trying to keep Dolores away from guilty or something like that. So why was Dolores so uncomfortable about running into guilty? The answer can be found in a newspaper article I read not long ago. The Night Hound, the villain who terrorized the Imperial City. Who is he? March 0. Last night at dawn, a mysterious creature appeared and ravaged the 00 nursery school. The faithful house in danger. Is it okay as it is? Meanwhile, within the Quo Vadis family, the Old and New Order factions are currently at odds. Some have criticized the family for being slow to respond to the terrorist crisis due to internal strife. Old Order versus New Order. Quo Vadis squabbling over terrorists. The battle between the Old Order and the New Order is as old as time, and the two factions have been at odds over whether or not the sale of immunity charms and indulgence charms by the denomination is justified. Is the Night Hound a real villain? Whether this is a travesty created by the Old and New Orders or the manifestation of a truly rare evil remains to be seen. There are two factions within the Quo Vadis of the faithful. The Old Order faction led by Cardinal Humbert and the New Order faction led by Cardinal Martin Luther. The Old Order and New Order factions differed in many ways, but one of the biggest differences was the acceptance or rejection of indulgences. An indulgence was a certificate that excused a person from a sin, a sort of talisman. The idea was that you had to pay a ransom equal to the weight of your sin to offset it. The Old Order rune religion sold indulgences and collected vast sums of money to build a powerful organization. They were mostly older, high-ranking priests. The New Order, on the other hand, criticized the Old Order system and sought to reform it. The younger, lower-ranking clerics were the members of the New Order faction. Saint Dolores was a prominent figure of the New Order, known as the Awakened Young Blood. She was on a very different path from her father, Cardinal Humbert. The godfather of the Old Order, and the father-daughter relationship was known to be somewhat rocky. Meanwhile, Guilty, who had just passed through the hallway, was a typical Old Order figure. His family, the Indulgentia, was also one of the strongest pillars of the Old Order. It's easy to imagine then that Saint Dolores and Guilty, the orphanages director, don't get along very well. In fact, just a few moments ago, Guilty had said some very ugly things to Dolores. You know, even if you're forced to insult a saint, you can still repent by paying an offering. In hindsight, Guilty might have thought Dolores was hiding between the walls. No, he must have known. Is that why Dolores is so angry that tears are forming in her eyes? Her normally gentle and calm voice shook precariously with emotion. This kindness is only an inconvenience, and my family's affairs are my own. How dare you say you know what? What's more, Dolores didn't like Vikir in the first place because of all the trouble at school. To her, Vikir was a lazy, negligent, tardy student with a lazy attitude towards life and a rude brat who didn't know much about the Night Hounds. Dolores exploded with all of her stress and frustration at once, the shame of having her family's inner affairs exposed to an outsider, the self-loathing for wanting to hide in fear at the sight of Guilty, even if only for a moment, the subtle feelings she harbored for the Night Hounds who antagonized her family and everything else. You're the worst. She was holding it together, but she was still young and immature. With that, Dolores turned her back on Vikir and disappeared down the hall. With her gone, Vikir was left alone. What the hell? It didn't matter that the Saintess was angry right now. In fact, thanks to Dolores' distraction, Guilty and Ephibo walked past Vikir without a second glance. In many ways this is lucky. Vikir immediately began to follow Guilty. It was daylight, so he was unmasked, but his eyes were already glowing in eerie blood red. The night Hound bared his teeth. The next morning arrived. The volunteer students managed to sleep an extra 2 hours and woke up at 800. Unlike the academy schedule where students wake up at 6 o'clock a.m. and start their day at 8 o'clock a.m., the orphanage wakes up at 8 o'clock a.m. and starts its day at 10 o'clock a.m. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Vikir, who were sharing a room, woke up early, washed up, and headed out the door. As Vikir was just putting on his shoes and heading out the door, Piggy called out to him, "Hey Vikir, where did you go last night?" Vikir looked up and Piggy rubbed his sleepy eyes. "No, I had to pee in the wee hours of the morning last night and got up to go to the bathroom, but you weren't in bed. I was in the stall at the time." "Oh yeah, I don't go big for at least a week when I'm in a new place. I guess you've already adjusted." It's a lie, of course. Vikir had spent the entire night investigating the nursery buildings. Though Head turned on a false alarm last night when Head lost Guilty's trail halfway through the chase. He's more suspicious than I thought. He's changing his routine to disrupt the chase. Hounds follow scent to track their prey, but they can't pick up where the scent leaves off. But Vikir is human. Humans know how to use tools. A complete map of the nursery and a building register. Vikir was able to get a copy of the architectural plans for Indulgentia orphanage from when it was first built, which allowed him to locate Guilty, the director of the orphanage. His lair was hidden deep in the center of the nursery. This gave me a clear target. Guilty's quarters were hidden in the center of a circle of buildings housing the children. The volunteers' quarters were outside of the children's buildings, so to kill Guilty you would have to go through the 4 children's buildings. Therefore, in order to pass through the children's living quarters at night, we had to volunteer in as many locations as possible during the day. This way he could learn the layout of the buildings and plan the best route. That's what Vikir does today. Work hard with sincerity. He planned to serve children. But Tutor Sancho and Piggy, who didn't know it, were impressed by Vikir's spirit of service. "Vikir, honestly, I saw you again this time. I'm ashamed of myself for working so hard for the kids, for trying to fill in the hours so I could get points. I should take a cue from you and work harder to be a true hero. I thought you were crazy when you stood up to your professors and seniors. But it turns out you're strong for the strong and weak for the weak. I admire you even though you're my classmate. Vikir, I'll try harder too." Of course, Vikir didn't listen to his sentimental friends. The important thing was not to be recognized and praised by others, but to capture and kill the demon lurking in this orphanage. Then, "Good morning." A voice called out to Vikir as he made his way to the children's area. Sinclair could be seen waving her hand in this direction. Tutor Sancho and Piggy looked at each other's faces. Tutor Sancho and Piggy stared at each other's faces because none of them were close to Sinclair. A "hey you two" vibe formed between the three. Then, Sinclair walked over with a big smile on his face and tapped someone on the shoulder. It was Vikir. "Brother, why don't you pretend to know me? I didn't realize it was a greeting for me and my brother." Vikir's brow furrowed. There was something uncomfortable about being called brother by a young girl. "I'd rather be called Mr." So Vikir corrected Sinclair's title. "We're classmates, so don't call me brother. Why, I'm a year younger than you and you're still my brother no matter how you say it. Because it's uncomfortable to hear." But Vikir didn't finish his sentence. Tuck tuk tuck 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 tuck. 6 hands clamped over Biker's mouth. "Ooh, we love being called big brothers," Tutor Sancho and Piggy said to Sinclair as they clamped their hands over Vikir's mouth. Sinclair tilted his head with rabbit-like eyes, then grinned. "Yeah, I'll call you something else. If you don't like it, I'll think about it. Until lunch." "Well then, Mr. Tutor, Mr. Sancho, and Mr. Piggy, good luck today." Sinclair waved both fists at everyone, then turned and ran. In the distance, she headed in the direction of where the kids were doing the lead run. "Guys, she's back, yay. Whoa, sis Sinclair, hey, race the pass." Sinclair quickly blended in and started playing with the kids. Tutor Sancho and Piggy's jaws dropped at her innocence. Sinclair seems like such a good kid. He's good at school, good at magic, and good with kids. And most of all, the three spoke up at the same time. She's the prettiest of all the new students. Just then, what a bunch of boys. A sneer came from behind them. All heads turned to see Bianca standing there with her arms crossed. Bianca said, "If you're here to serve, serve, not to judge others behind their backs." Tutor Sancho and Piggy all flinch at her chilling words. Except for Vikir. Bianca looked at Vikir, who stood still expressionless. "At least you're a little better, you don't flirt with idiots." Then Tutor, who was standing next to Vikir, spoke up. "Who's an idiot? You. Don't you realize that you and I have similar writing scores? Where does that come from? You had months of rigorous, expensive tutoring. Before you came to the academy, and I got that grade just by playing around. I heard your father spent almost a castle to tutor you, and you got that grade. After all that work, you're so subpar. Will you please save your nobleman's face? What's so noble about a first year getting caught applying makeup, getting called out by the second-year sisters and scolded and berating them by bringing up the family's prestige, and then being caught by the instructor and being forced to serve?" Tutor and Bianca had been enemies since before they entered the academy, so there was nothing they didn't know about each other. "You bastard, what's the point of being proud of a commoner girl's face behind her back? I called her pretty because I thought she was pretty, and don't you realize that discrimination between commoners and nobles is forbidden in the academy? You're disqualified from being a hero because you're so full of selfishness. Don't you ever get tired of your heroism? You're just like Don Quixote. It's the Usher family's trademark to be gloomy and sarcastic. You're talking out of your ass. You might as well be screaming at a rock. In." Tutor and Bianca had always argued about who was the true head of the cold warrior class, and this argument was no different. Sancho, fed up, interrupted them. Meanwhile, Vikir quickly left. He didn't want to waste any more time getting caught up in the children's fight. Piggy followed Vikir and said, "Oh, by the way, Vikir, I have a piece of information to tell you." "Information? What is it?" "Nothing big, it's about Sinclair." Vikir cocked his head. Piggy scratched her head. "It's really nothing. I saw Sinclair go to the outreach coordinator the other day and ask for something." "Like what?" "About where you're gonna volunteer. She asked me where you were going and wanted me to assign her to it. She seemed so desperate." Piggy chuckled and gave Vikir a swat on the side of the head. "See what I mean? Good luck with that." Vikir got a serious look on his face when he heard that. He knew exactly what Piggy was talking about. She actually changed her volunteer location to follow me at this time of year. That's suspicious. Something smelled of conspiracy. At the same time, Vikir remembered what Sinclair had said yesterday. "It's a coincidence that we're both assigned to the same place." "It is. Actually, I saw your volunteer application last week, but I didn't think we'd be going to the same place." "I see. Sure, yesterday was a coincidence, but it was a deliberate and thoroughly planned move." Vikir looked at Sinclair in the distance with a distant glance. "Come to think of it, when you said that yesterday, you had a strange increase in heart rate and unsteady breathing. It is the hallmark of those who have something to eat. An uninhabited world in an age of destruction is understandably wary. The demons are so vicious that they can slip through the cracks and stab you with their deadly sting." Recalling the faces of his comrades-in-arms, sad and futile, makes me even more alert. I couldn't feel anything other than clear energy in her soul, but I still don't know. There's no harm in being wary, he thought, but I'll have to keep my distance far, far away. Piggy's meaningful warning was also troubling. Perhaps he sensed something ominous and was trying to warn me about it. Well, if you can get rid of it without rats or birds noticing, that's all you need. The dead are silent, for the dead have no words. Vikir walked away, grateful to Piggy for the warning. From now on he would keep a close eye on Sinclair's every move, but he would also keep his distance. The days are bright and sunny. Vikir is pulling weeds that have sprouted in the yard. But even while doing the dirty work, Vikir's eyes and ears are always open. He wants to make sure he doesn't miss a single detail about Guilty, so he does his best to gather information. It's almost impossible for a volunteer to meet guilty in person instead, relying on information about his work and daily routine from a distance or from those around him. This was made all the more annoying by the fact that he was often interrupted by Geronto, Fido, Hebe, and Ephibo, who were always at his side. They're strong guys, especially that Geronto girl. Vikir turned his attention to the smallest of Guilty's four shadows, a mage woman. She exuded strong magic, probably at least 5th class. Her body clearly belonged to a girl who appeared to be about Vikir's age, but the power she possessed was definitely unnatural. The black sack she was wearing was also quite ominous, emitting an unpleasant odor. It seemed to be a relic from a distant and ancient time. In any case, unless we can somehow deal with those 4 sack people who are escorting Guilty, the purpose of the mission will not be fulfilled. Alright, let's just focus on what I can see for now. Vikir began to think with only the information he had at hand. After analyzing the circumstances, Guilty's job was nothing special. His primary job was to sell indulgences and plenaries to nobles and merchants, visiting the church, and he occasionally mailed investment reports and indulgence sales ledgers to the Quavades family. The recipients of the mail were almost always Cardinal Humbert L. Quavades of the Old Order. Vikir would sneak over the barrier at night and intercept the mail by shooting pigeons and owls flying away from Guilty's office with arrows. The letters usually contained the following: Viscount Beckin murdered parents who wanted to donate their inheritance. Instead of passing it on to their children, faked an accidental death and stole the inheritance. All sins are forgiven by paying 15 billion gold in tribute. Baron Legiso terrified and murdered his twin sisters who were working as maids and buried them in the sewers. All sins are forgiven with a 200 million gold tribute. Lord Finnegig murdered a business partner and stole his investments while his family suffered and committed mass suicide. 800 million gold. Count Isel charged with massive tax evasion, nearly 100 billion gold in tax evasion alone, pardoned by paying 300 million gold in tribute. CEO Corker accused of stock price manipulation, driving over 10,000 ant investors to suicide, pardoned by paying 5 billion gold. For example, a rich man evaded taxes, a high-ranking noble intimidated a servant, a merchant murdered a business associate, or a traitor bought and sold indulgences for whatever. Vikir read each and every one of these letters while pulling weeds in the yard. He concluded, I don't need to know about this. These were bad guys, sure, but at least they weren't in league with the demons and betraying humanity. At least they weren't being hunted by the night hounds. Vikir was about to throw the letters away when he paused. Confessions of the criminals the Old Order priests were dealing with and their secret crimes against humanity. Maybe it would be a good gift for someone. This blacklist would be a politically potent weapon. Vikir set the letters aside for a moment, head tucked them away somewhere. Then, wiggle. Something moved in the pocket of Vikir's arm. Vikir felt a rare moment of panic. What had just wriggled out of his pocket was enough to make even the usually expressionless Vikir's eyes widen. An egg. It was a rather large black egg. The egg of Madame Eight-Legged, the one he had saved when he was adrift for 2 years in the depth of the Black Mountain with his former enemy. I've always carried it in my pocket just in case, but why is it wriggling now? Vikir looked up. In the direction of the eggs wiggling, a group of children were running a lead race. What? For a moment Vikir's mind wandered. Madame Eight-Legged Egg had once grown up in the same nest as the wolf pups in Balak's village. The pups had cuddled, rolled over, licked, and played together. Is it possible that this egg misses that simple life and that's why it wants to join the children at the orphanage when it sees them playing? Is it a coincidence that neither Madame Eight-Legged Egg nor the children at the orphanage have parents? No, it can't be. There's no spirituality in a mere spider's egg. But if it's an egg of a high-ranking creature with a danger rating of S, Madame Eight-Legged, it might be something else. Then, bam! A ball kicked by one of the children made a loud noise. At the same time, the expressions of all the children turned to horror. Had the ball gone too far? No, it wasn't. There was a loud pop, but the ball didn't move an inch from its spot. The leather had torn and the air inside had burst. Alas, this was the last ball. The children gathered around the worn-out ball and cried. The orphanage made a lot of money selling indulgences, but the toys the children played with were always old shabby ones that had been donated long ago. The balls the children used to play football with were worn out and had holes in them that had been stitched together several times to form a ball. Eventually it burst and the children could no longer play ball. The last child to kick the ball panics, not knowing what to do. Vikir thought the face of the flustered child was quite familiar. Nymphet, a girl who doesn't often open up to volunteers. Her usual expressionless face was gone, and she was looking at her classmates with a tearful expression. A look that said she was sorry and didn't know what to do. And then something amazing happened. Pot. Madame Eightleg's egg pierced Vikir's chest and shot forward. Pow pow pow. Madame's egg bounced and rolled lightly across the floor as if urging a child to play with it. A ball. The children are delighted to see Madame's egg bouncing this way. The ball deflected and bounced in a few odd directions, but the kids generally didn't seem to mind and used Madame's egg as their lead ball. That's crazy. Vikir's mouth was half open as he watched Madame's egg bounce around the playground chasing the children. The egg seemed somehow amused as it bounced off the children's hands and feet, or soared into the air. It didn't crack on impact, but rather bounced around like a rubber ball. The perfect material, as if the heavens had sent it down to be used as a ball when playing ball. But even so, it was definitely a demonic creature's egg and certainly not something for children to play with. Vikir took a step forward to snatch it away from the children. At that very moment, a raspy cough came from behind him. Vikir ignored it and took another step forward. Cough cough. The coughing continued as if trying to force Vikir's attention. Vikir's eyes spun around to see a familiar face. Saint Dolores stood before him, her face slightly flushed. Vikir quickly snatched up Guilty's ledgers from his side and tucked them into his arms. Dolores narrowed her eyes at the sight. Studying for a writing exam? Are you studying while doing volunteer work? You're surprisingly diligent. What is it? Vikir asks in a stern tone, and Dolores coughs once more, averting her gaze. I was wondering what your volunteer work is like, and from what I've heard from some of my friends, you seem pretty dedicated to it. Is it worth it? Yeah. Is that it? Answer. Yeah. I see. Dolores couldn't help but notice that Vikir's short answers didn't sit well with her. She was used to asking one-word questions and getting 10 or 100 answers. Dolores twisted the ends of her hair around her fingers a few times before she forced herself to speak. Actually, I came to talk to you about what happened yesterday. Vikir's brow furrowed slightly. Yesterday. It was unimportant, so he must have forgotten about it right away. As Vikir was trying to recall what had happened with Dolores yesterday, Dolores hesitantly continued. Well, I guess it's because we have a bit of a family situation, and I think I overreacted to you yesterday, but I'm sure you were just trying to help me. And I'm really sorry for the way I yelled at you yesterday. Dolores was apparently referring to yesterday when she was pushed down the hallway by Vikir with her mouth covered. But Vikir wasn't paying attention to Dolores at all right now, because something much bigger than that was happening right now. Bam! Madame's egg, kicked by the nymphet, flew high into the air this time. But he had chosen the wrong trajectory. Pow! He fell into the deep sewers at the edge of the playground. The kids all screamed. Ouch, no, that's the last ball. We're not going to make it without it. Pick it up, we have to pick it up, or... The problem is that the filth and wastewater flowing in that sewer is being sucked straight into an underground sewage treatment plant, and the ball that fell into it isn't just any ball. Even as the kids are panicking, Madame's egg is making its way to the sewage treatment plant. The sewer is too deep for them to get into, and the flow is too fast. A dire situation in more ways than one. So Dolores couldn't finish her sentence. I'm sorry, okay. Vikir, the object of her apology, scurried out onto the playground as she spoke. This deep move. Vikir gave a quick warning to the kids who had gathered in front of the sewer and were scrambling to get out of the way. And then, puff of air. Without a moment's hesitation, Vikir dove into the filthy floating sewer. Dolores Rune Quo Vadis, saint of the faithful Quo Vadis. She hadn't always liked Vikir, or rather she was more of a hater. Ever since Shed first met him at the academy, Shed had an unflattering image of him. Vikir Class B, what did you do to earn so many demerits already? You know that accumulating too many demerits, even if they're attitude points, will hurt your grades. Sometimes you'll have to miss lectures and do community service. Do you understand? I understand. Let's see. A lazy junior with a pile of demerits for being a freshman. He didn't even show any embarrassment or guilt when he was called out for his bad behavior, such as being late or entering restricted areas. Not only was he lazy and shameless, but he was also arrogant. Even Vikir, as soon as he entered the newsroom, didn't hesitate to say something sour about the Night Hound. He's a villain, that's for sure. When Dolores heard Vikir speak ill of the Night Hound, she felt something stir inside her. Who was he to judge him so presumptuously? How dare he judge him, a freshman college student with a full stomach and a roof over his head, a lazy delinquent life in a cradle like this? Dolores thought of the Night Hound. Sure, he was now a suspect in the terrorist attack on Quo Vadis branch, but Dolores firmly believed in her heart that he was not a bad person. The memories of treating the poor with him when the plague known as the Red Death ravaged the slums of St. Mecca were still fresh in her mind. How could I call him a wicked man when I saw the way he never stopped treating his patients even when he was covered in their own feces? The holy spirit of sacrifice that the Night Hound displayed then was certainly not something that could be mimicked by acting. For indeed his soul was rough and scarred, but it nevertheless radiated an aura of purity beyond that of any of the priests. Who the Night Hound was and where he came from, Dolores did not know. But she could guess that he had walked through countless thorny paths in his life, and the good that had blossomed out of those wounds was holy and noble. She thought, to be vilified, oppressed, persecuted, and yet persist in doing good and making sacrifices, a martyr. That's how Dolores characterized the Night Hound. That's why she didn't like people who criticized martyrs. She didn't like people who spoke ill of martyrs, because she knew how much of a burden they put on the shoulders of those who walked the thorny path, hiding in their safe and comfortable places with words spoken without thought. Is that why Dolores could never harbor good feelings for Vikir? The first time Vikir covered her mouth and pushed her up against the wall, she was dumbfounded. But later, when she saw Guilty pass by in the hallway, she was furious. She was a saint of the Quo Vadis, and Guilty was a lowly cleric, a mere member of her family. There was no reason for Dolores to be intimidated by status. I mean, even if you're forced to insult a saint, you can still repent by paying an offering. Guilty had even said some insulting things about Dolores. This made Dolores even more angry at Vikir. If it weren't for Vikir, he would have stormed out of the room and punished Guilty. Dolores then walked away angry at Vikir. And exactly a few seconds later, she regretted her anger. As with any good person, time passes and the anger subsides and you see your mistakes. Dolores thought back to the situation earlier. Vikir had obviously been acting in good faith, covering up for him to avoid an uncomfortable situation. And to be honest, Dolores felt uncomfortable, even a little scared to see Guilty. You might be thinking, why be afraid of an inferior? But Guilty wasn't just an inferior. Sometimes in life there are people who are clearly beneath you, but they don't feel like beneath you. For Dolores, that was Guilty. His smirking, brash, and laid-back demeanor at any given moment made Dolores feel uncomfortable. She was also well aware that Guilty's absolute confidence came from money, especially the enormous offerings he made to the higher-ups. As the patriarch of House Indulgentia, Guilty used the money she earned from selling indulgences to pay bribes in the guise of offerings, and she had built up an impressive network of connections and power. With his wealth and connections, it's clear that Guilty is a man not to be trifled with, not even by the saintly Dolores of Quo Vadis' family. So when he openly insulted her sexually, she had no recourse other than to get angry. And this conflict within the Quo Vadis was already known to the world through newspaper reports. Under these circumstances it's hard to blame Vikir for trying to be considerate. No, you should be grateful. Dolores had to admit to herself. If she had run into Guilty in the hallway earlier, she might have lost control of her expression and made a mistake. And he had Vikir to thank for preventing that from happening. What's more, it's suffocating. Vikir frowned, obviously looking at Guilty. It's clear from this that Vikir doesn't like the idea of Guilty selling indulgences either. Dolores agreed with Vikir on that point, which made her feel slightly better about his image. Still, it's not like he's gonna shove a girl he doesn't know up against a wall, and it's not like we're having some kind of thing going on. For someone who had never been with a man before, being pushed up against a wall in his arms was definitely a powerful memory. Honestly, it still makes her heart skip a beat when she thinks about it. You really freaked me out. Dolores rubbed her hands together, feeling her face grow slightly hot. Maybe is actually a good guy except for being lazy. In Dolores' mind, Vikir's rating rose ever so slightly. It was quite an unusual and generous assessment for a woman who usually held to a puritanical ethic, a belief that sincerity was good. A little more time passed. Dolores sought out Vikir to apologize for what had happened in the hallway. Even after half a day of walking around the entire building, it wasn't easy to find Vikir. When it was time for recess, I asked some first-year students who were taking a break. Vikir, he was cleaning the toilets with us a while ago. He went to the cafeteria to help out because they were short-staffed, and he volunteered to go first when the person who lost the game of rock, paper, scissors asked him to go. Tutor, who was standing in the restroom, replied cheerfully. From the restroom, Dolores headed to the dining room. There, Sancho, who was eating with the kids in the dining room, testified. Vikir, he was just handing out meals to me and the kids a few minutes ago, and then he heard that there was no hot water in the dining room, so he went to check the plumbing. Dude, you can't even eat your meal because you were handing out meals. Dolores went from the restroom to the plumbing room in the dining room. There, a water-soaked piggy pointed his finger at the building in front of him. Oops, boss, good lunch. You're looking for Vikir. He must have gone to the laundry room by now because he just fixed the plumbing so I can wash my clothes. Dolores went from the restroom to the dining room to the plumbing room to the laundry room. There, Sinclair, who was washing clothes, saluted him cheerfully. Senior Dolores, hi, what's up? Vikir, he was doing laundry with me earlier. But the kids wanted to play, so I dragged him to the playroom there. So energetic. What, am a girl? So why do I call Vikir Hyung? Isn't that right? He told me not to call him Appa, so I called him Hyung, and he didn't mind. Haha. Dolores went from the bathroom to the dining room to the plumbing room to the laundry room to the playroom. There he found Bianca, who was giving the children rides with a troubled look on her face. Who's that? Vikir, haha, he was just giving me and the kids a horseback ride a few minutes ago, and then the kids said they wanted to go out to the playground, so he went to do some maintenance on the playground, but I guess they'll live with him taking the kids there so fit they never get tired. Dolores had to run from the bathroom to the dining room to the plumbing room, to the laundry room to the playroom to the playground. On the way out to the playground, Dolores thought to herself, I mean, how much work does he do in a day? From what he had seen so far, Vikir was doing the work of a dozen people. Cleaning toilets, ministering in the dining hall, fixing plumbing, doing laundry, playing with the kids, and maintaining the playground. Each one was incredibly demanding and arduous, and how many had he already accomplished in the morning? The average academy student is barely able to help because they don't have the hair to do the dirty work. I mean, when do fine people ever get to do this kind of grunt work? But Vikir was doing it all on his own in the shadows where no one would recognize him, without even a hint of a sulk. Of course, Vikir had done all of these odd jobs in the army before he regressed, so he's pretty good at them, and now he's on an intelligence hunt. So there's no way Dolores can tell that he's deliberately shooting around and gathering information under the guise of work. But she thought to herself, I was wrong all along, and I was wrong for a long time. She's an incredibly sincere person. To think that she'd thought of him as lazy and neglectful all this time. Dolores felt ashamed of her prejudices and wanted to crawl into a rat hole. She thought she had treated everyone without discrimination and without Prejudice, but here she was looking at her junior, a newcomer to the club. With such prejudice. Dolores completely reevaluated Vikir and decided that she owed him an apology. For all of this. And then, Dolores went out to the playground where Vikir was. Across the field he could see kids kicking balls and running laps. And there was Vikir sitting a few feet away. Vikir was digging up weeds and boulders and flattening the area so that the children could use the playground. Mumbling. All the while he's pulling papers out of his pocket and reading them. He seems to be studying. Dolores was genuinely impressed. He works so hard for the children and yet he doesn't neglect his studies. This is the epitome of a true student. Did he study well? Dolores didn't know Vikir's grades. She'd see how Vikir did on his written exams when she went back to school. Later. Maybe I can tutor him if I have time. Dolores was confident that she would be able to help Vikir as she had never been outside the top 3 in her class in 3rd grade writing. As he thought this over, Dolores walked up behind Vikir and coughed. Dolores tries to apologize, but the words don't come out right. Dolores was usually quick to apologize for her mistakes, but for some reason, it was difficult for Vikir. Perhaps it was the memory of Vikir cursing about the night hounds. That's just an excuse. I was wrong and I should apologize straight away. Dolores coughed in vain once more. Humph. He coughed in vain as if trying to get attention. Only then did Vikir turn his head. As soon as Vikir saw Dolores, he shoved the papers he'd been reading into his arms. Dolores opened her mouth in an awkward tone. Studying for a writing test? You're studying all the way through a volunteer job? You're surprisingly diligent. What is it? Vikir's tone was hard. He was obviously upset about yesterday's incident. Dolores stuttered slightly. I was just wondering how your volunteer work is going. I asked some of your friends and it seems like you're working pretty hard. Is it worth it? Yeah. Is that it? Answer. Yeah. Okay. Dolores panicked, not knowing how to continue the conversation. Was conversation supposed to be this hard? All of the people she'd met so far had always spoken to her without her having to initiate the conversation, and the answers had always come naturally. Before she could even ask a question, she'd have a long list of things she wanted to know and things she didn't want to know. But Vikir was different. He doesn't say anything unless it's necessary. Even if the other person is the 3rd-year student council president and a saint of one of the 7 great houses of the empire. Eventually Dolores decided to come clean. Actually, I'm here to talk to you about what happened yesterday. Vikir's brow furrowed slightly. Apparently the memory of yesterday was very uncomfortable. Dolores closed her eyes tightly and decided to be honest. Well, it's just that we have a bit of a family history and I think I overreacted to you yesterday, but I'm sure you were just trying to help me. And what I did yesterday when I yelled at you was really... But she couldn't finish her apology. But Vikir jumped out of her seat and ran off somewhere.
I'm sorry. Who?
Dolores looked up. No, forgiveness can't be forced, but still it's a bit much for someone to apologize so sincerely and then just walk away. Dolores looked up, embarrassed, ashamed, and disappointed. What? Dolores' eyes widened. The direction Vikir was running was toward the sewers where the children were clustered. It was too deep and dirty for them to go near. Some of the children were already peering dangerously into the sewers. Dolores quickly ran towards the sewer. As she approached, she saw that Nymphette was crying. Oh, the ball. The ball they were playing with had fallen into the sewer. She knew that because of the lack of supplies, the children were using the same old ball over and over again. She would often buy a new ball for them every time she visited, but with so many children playing with it, it would quickly become worn out and burst. How heartbroken would the children be to have their new balls go down the sewer? When Dolores is thinking, "It's deep, get out of the way," Vikir's short warning followed. Dolores turned her head with a puzzled expression. Blast! Vikir leaped into the sewers without a moment's hesitation. Puff, 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 puff. In the disgusting wastewater, Vikir moved like a swimmer, eventually retrieving the ball that the children had dropped. Yuck! As Vikir climbs out of the sewer, he is approached by a group of frightened children. Don't play near the sewer, it's dangerous, I've smoothed out the playground. Over there so you can play there, and the ball is dirty so we'll wash it. And give it back to you. Vikir said, nonchalantly dripping with filth. And Dolores looked at Vikir's broad back covered in dirt and suddenly felt her whole body heat up. Why? His cheeks grew so hot that he had to bring a cold palm to them. It was a truly strange feeling that even I could not guess its identity. Note, I forget this appa is only used by girls while hyung is only used by boys. In previous chapter 1 translate it as brother. The volunteer work of the Golden Week has come to an end. Everyone will return to the academy tomorrow morning. On their last night at the orphanage, the volunteer students gathered in the Great Hall to hear a speech from the orphanage's director. Guilty, resembling an old-time theater actor known for his eloquence, Guilty addressed the audience. So our parents are working hard for you even at this very hour, but unlike you, the children in this orphanage have no parents, and so you, the wonderful people of the academy who should be an example to all, have become the guardians of these children, and these children will remember for the rest of their lives the grace you have shown them over the past 10 days. And you are no different than the parents who have given birth to these children in your hearts. The tongue, it is only truly effective when it is attached to the demon's lips. The demonic tongue is indeed the tongue of the demon, and it brought tears to the eyes of many students throughout the auditorium. Guilty's speech reminded the volunteer students of the grace of their parents, and made them feel, if only temporarily, a strong sense of compassion for the children of the orphanage. It's not even funny, except for Vikir. In fact, Vikir knew that Guilty's speech was nothing more than a clever tapping into the feelings of respect and indebtedness that the academy's students naturally have for their parents. Proof of this was the giant donation box that appeared immediately after Guilty's speech. Now show the children of our nursery the love you've felt for them these past 10 days. As much as you've received from your parents, give to the children here. At Guilty's words, the students rushed to open their wallets. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of gold coins clinking together. As much as the students of the academy respect and love their parents, the coins are stacked on top of each other, forming a small mountain of gold. Of course, Vikir didn't pay a cent because he didn't have any respect or love for Hugo, nor did he have any intention of donating anything to the demon. Then, Vikir was approached by someone. It was Sinclair. She tugged on Vikir's collar and said, "Young, aren't you paying? No money. Money? Why don't you have money? You're an academy student." Admission to the academy required an enormous amount of tuition each year. Sinclair looked a little angry and poked Vikir in the side. "Don't you think you're being too harsh? The poor kids here have no parents, and we should help them." That was the general reaction of the volunteer students. Everyone except Vikir, Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and even Bianca were all sobbing and dropping all their money in the donation box. But Vikir shook his head resolutely. "I don't need parents." Sinclair's eyes widened in disbelief. Vikir added briefly, "You have to navigate the world on your own anyway. Parents are only functional in childhood when they are essential, but otherwise they are unnecessary." In fact, Vikir didn't think the children in the orphanage were pitiful or needy in the first place. Just as he had been born and raised as a hound in Baskerville, he didn't think the children in the orphanage needed a parent to help them through their childhood. The world is full of pain, something to be fought and overcome, and parents are merely the initial guides to help with the first tutorials of that long battle. It's a functional view, not an emotional one, but it's the way of parenting in Baskerville, where Vikir has lived his entire life, and in the age of destruction, where he's lived half his life. And naturally that perspective is somewhat unfamiliar to the average person in this day and age who hasn't lived through the age of destruction. It's been said that those who have lived through war and those who have not will never understand each other even in death. Sinclair's gaze shifted slightly as he looked at Vikir, from a curious, playful look to a sad, wistful one. Finally Sinclair spoke up. "You should come to my house sometime for the holidays or something. We can eat together." Sinclair stood on tiptoe and stretched out his hand to stroke Vikir's head. "What are you doing?" Vikir asked in disbelief, and Sinclair pulled his hand back with a snap. The look of genuine embarrassment on her face told me that she hadn't even realized she was doing it. Well then, I'm done. I'm gonna go see the kids. Hyung, really? Let's have a meal later because I will buy it. Just make sure you're free when you get back from volunteering." She backed away in a huff, waved, and disappeared into the crowd. What a weird girl. Vikir frowned. Memories of who Sinclair had been before the regression flashed through his mind. A girl who didn't talk much but smiled a lot, a girl who was reasonably friendly with everyone but never really connected with anyone, a super genius who never missed the top spot in any of her written or practical exams during her 4 years at the academy, and the mysterious one who disappeared upon graduation, never to be seen again. She was said to be of commoner descent, but strangely enough nothing was known of her origins or background. Vikir frowned. "Come to think of it, one of the pieces of crap Sindawendi sent me said there's a royalty in the mix among this year's 20th batch of academy newcomers." "You mean?" Given Sinclair's good looks, talent, and strangely hidden background, it's not out of the question. As Vikir was thinking about this, the voice of the mean guilty comes back. "Now from now on, the children of our orphanage will be thanking their parents for giving birth to them with their hearts." Just then a spotlight shines on the far side of the stage. There, lined up in a row, are the children of the nursery, all dressed up and looking awkward and embarrassed. Each and every one of them holds a crudely crafted wreath in their hands. Guilty grinned from ear to ear. "Now children, let's thank them for being your parents for 10 days, shall we?" It's obvious that Guilty's plan is to use the kids as bait to scrape more donations out of the academy's inexperienced students. But the heart and connection between the children who made the wreaths and the volunteers who were happy to wear them around their necks was genuine. The children were excited to share their handmade bouquets and flower necklaces with their sisters, brothers, and older siblings, hoping that they would like them, and their sisters, brothers, and older siblings were overjoyed to receive their gifts. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca hugged them tightly. "I'm Tutor, I swear I will come to you every week until the day I become a great hero, and of course after that. In the North we cherish our children most. The future of the empire depends on you. Do your best. I'll be back next time I come. I'll bring lots of goodies." Well, 10 days is a short time if it's short, and a long time if it's long. You've gotten yourself into a lot of trouble. The children tied garlands around the students' necks and kissed them on the cheeks, but noticeably the children were not coming closer to Vikir. This was partly due to Vikir's blunt and cold demeanor, but the main reason was that he hadn't been in front of the children for the past 10 days. Cleaning the sewers, repairing the plumbing, tiling the cafeteria, maintaining the playground, etc. Vikir always took care of the dirty work behind the scenes, so his activities went unnoticed. Is that why Vikir's community service scores, ratings, and image were quite low? Then a little kid walked up to Vikir's side. It was Nymphet. Nymphet stared at Vikir. Vikir stared at Nymphet too. Unusually, Vikir broke the silence first. "What do you see?" Nymphet somewhat hesitantly held out what had been hiding behind his back. It was a small, crudely made wreath. Thank you." Vikir took the wreath from Nymphet's hand. Normally he would bend down to the child's eye level and let the child tie the wreath around his neck, but Vikir had no such consideration. Then Nymphet grabbed Vikir's hand. She moved her tiny fingers and wrote on Vikir's palm, "Thanks for the ball, Appa. For your work in the sewers." Vikir nodded once. "You're welcome." Vikir was unimpressed, had only done it to save Madame Eightlegs' eggs. Unexpectedly, the Nymphet was willing to continue the conversation. "Will you come again?" For a moment Vikir's pupils fluttered. Next time? Would there be a next time? Hounds prepare for death every moment. They could be killed by their prey or boiled by their master. So Vikir, like the other volunteers, didn't find the word next easy to say. And Nymphet was no stranger to disappointment, especially with the increasingly less frequent volunteer visits. After a moment's hesitation, Vikir finally nodded. As long as there is a tomorrow for me and for you. That was the most Vikir could promise. Nymphet's eyes went wide for a moment. Then Nymphet smiled wryly and nodded. He'll wait. In Vikir's parched palm, Nymphet's moist fingers plant a message of promise. And then it's kissing time. All the other children kiss the cheeks of the other volunteers. But neither Nymphet nor Vikir stood still, not particularly trying to bring their mouths and cheeks close to each other. Finally Vikir turned away. It's okay if we don't kiss, I don't like it either. Nymphet was visibly flustered. For some reason Nymphet hesitates, fidgeting with its hands. To Nymphet Vikir had one last word. And it's not Appa, it's uncle. For a 13-year-old girl it was somewhat unfamiliar to hear her brother called Vikir. Leaving a visibly disappointed Nymphet behind, Vikir turned to leave the auditorium on foot. Now wait. Vikir would have done so had it not been for Saint Dolores standing in his way. Note the title is not Appa but Ajusi. Now wait. Saint Dolores stopped Vikir in his tracks. Aren't you being too hard on her? Did she get a kiss? No. It's not she wants to kiss you like that, so give her a kiss. I'm embarrassed. Dolores opens her mouth in disbelief. I've never seen anyone say embarrassed so openly before. She pushes past Vikir and picks up Nymphet. Uho, she says, that cold-hearted Appa doesn't like kisses, can I do it to my sister instead? Oh, you hate big sister. But Dolores was a very determined Nymphet. Dolores watched in disbelief as Nymphet walked away and Vikir walked away. She never seems to open up to anyone, does she? She knew why Nymphet had opened up to Vikir. Nymphet had dropped her ball in the sewer while running and Vikir had jumped into the sewer to retrieve it for her without hesitation. How could anyone not be moved by the sight of him returning the ball to her, even with filth dripping from his body? Dolores, who must have been watching the scene from a distance, was moved to tears by the sight of Nymphet herself, who dropped the ball into the sewer. Vikir, what an unknown! Dolores thought to herself as she watched Vikir's back shrink in the distance. He wanted to know more about the junior. The day drew to a close. Vikir left the great hall and headed for his dormitory. The foreman dormitory was shared by tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Vikir. The daycare workers on duty in front of the dorms waved to the students. Okay, volunteers, come on in. If you're late, you know all the doors to the building will be closed and we won't be able to open them for you. You are not allowed outside the dormitory after 1000. The curfew here at Indulgencia Orphanage is strangely strict. At night the doors and windows of all the buildings are locked and traffic is strictly prohibited. The dormitory supervisors are always roaming the halls listening to the volunteers' complaints, but Vikir realizes that it's not for protection but for monitoring, especially in the dormitories where the children stay. Even Vikir had never visited the children's quarters at night before. Guards roamed the exterior of the building and the four shadows of guilty stood guard inside. Geronto, Hibifedu, and Ephebu. I had never seen them, but I could smell their presence by the faint stench they emitted. As long as these four troublesome obstacles stood in his way, he could not move forward. So Vikir stood still and waited for the right time when their scent would fade even further. And today, on the night the dark clouds swallowed the moon, it was time to hunt. Vikir made his way to the public shower room, stepped out of the shower, and wrapped a towel around himself. Dinner would be served in a few minutes, and then it would be time for bed. He dries off and heads to bed with a nonchalant attitude. Hey Vikir. As planned, Tutor shoulders into Vikir. When Vikir turned his head, Tutor grinned evilly and whispered, "You man, look at those fucking abs. Who did you get ripped like this to kill?" Tutor chuckles and rubs Vikir's stomach. Then he narrows his eyes and coaxes Vikir in a low voice. "That's right, are you just going to take this fine body of yours to bed tonight? Then what and where are we going? Come on Vikir, when you die your body rots and turns to dust. We need to use this young limber body a little more efficiently. It's for the greater good, isn't it?" Tutor chuckled as he looked at Vikir's public good body. Sancho, who was next to him, looked down at Tutor in a pathetic way. "So you're talking at length about sneaking off to the girls' dormitory at Night is this coming from a guy who claims to be a wannabe hero. There is a saying that a hero has his true colors heroes naturally like. Colors. At Tudor's words Piggy, who was beside him, timidly asked, "Isn't this a heroic lecture?" "Ha ha ha, anyway it's a knight's romance to find a lady who will give him her all, and who can blame me?" Tudor began to persuade Sancho and Piggy with a glint in his eye. "Isn't it delightful to imagine," he said, "to cross the pitch-black night and the mighty boundary and climb up the east wing of the castle wall and meet her? If only there were no dragons in the way, it would be chivalrous. Literature, as you know, even the dormitories at our academy are strictly separated for men and women, and if it weren't for this opportunity, one wouldn't be able to spend a night in the same room with a woman for 4 years. What are you going to do with them?" "Yes, Piggy, that's a good question. What do we do? Just drink and hang out. We play drinking games and talk about more serious things." "Huh? Drinking games? You mean like drinking until one of us collapses and dis? That's a very Sancho opinion. Why would you play that kind of game with girls? Not that stupid northern drinking game, but a random game or a truth game or something." Sancho, a native of the north, was intrigued by Tudor's comments, as his only experience with nightly drinking was with a group of sweaty men. Piggy, too, had never really talked to a girl her own age before and looked at Tudor with half concern and half anticipation. "I'm all for it, but the question is whether the girls will like me or think I'm a lust-blind muscular pig." "Well, hey Sancho, girls think the same way as boys, and I've already kissed with one lady during the day. We've arranged that, if we go to the right place at the right time, she'll sneak out the back door to greet us. Hey, can I come too? I hope I won't be too much of an annoyance." "Haha, the more people the better, so we can share the punishment if we get caught." "And Piggy, be confident you're chubby and cute, so you're secretly in high demand." The conversation goes well. Having succeeded in getting Sancho and Piggy on board, Tudor nervously turns his head. Vikir stood there expressionless. Tudor looked at him and opened his mouth. Vikir, as much as I'll try to keep you out of harm's way as much as I can, since we're sharing a room for 4, I think it's best if you have one last night of excitement for your memories. Let's go. Don't be so cut and dry about it, eh?" Tudor rolled his eyes, and so did Sancho and Piggy. Vikir made it clear again. "Let's go, I like girls." It was the most mismatched look and line in the world. Tudor stuttered and opened his mouth. "You do realize we're not going to duel with girls, right? It's socializing. You know." "I know." Vikir nodded, and Sancho and Piggy widened their eyes. "Vikir, you're not sick, are you? Tell us if you are. My salve made from herbs that grow in the north heals even the mind." "By Vikir, what's wrong with you? You usually had no interest in women." Of course, as his friends had feared, Vikir had never been interested in women. But Vikir had something else in mind. Tonight is the best time to kill the demon. It was a moonless night, and the nocturnal world was the perfect hunting ground for the night hound. Vikir will sneak out of the dormitory under the guise of a group of men and women, and he'll look for any loopholes in the rigorous guard. If he's caught early on an assassination mission, he can use the other boys as an excuse. Boys of his age do that, girls of his age do that, and adults who see the innocent love of youth often smile tolerantly. Tudor is from the high nobility, and Sancho and Piggy are students at a young academy, so their identities are pretty much guaranteed. If Vikir is caught wandering the halls, he can probably get away with the excuse that he got lost looking for the girls' quarters. Meanwhile, Tudor excitedly outlined the day's plan. "Great, Vikir's on board, so all the boys in our room are going when we hear the clock tower bell ringing at midnight. We're going to pretend to go to the bathroom, then we're going to go out into the hallway and follow the exhaust vent in the ceiling and climb up the water pipes to where the latch on the first floor bathroom window in the girls' dormitory is broken. And then we're going to go up to the emergency exit where the girls will write down the room number of today's rendezvous point on a note and put it under the flower pot." It was a fairly specific and thorough plan for a kid's rendezvous. Vikir's rarely serious expression matched the innocence of the plan. The larger the number of boys and girls involved in the plan, the more room there was for distractions. This way tonight there's a gap when the wardens on duty change well. Gather at the end of the emergency exit and leave when the midnight bell rings. The fluffy Oneidae puppies groan with excitement at the deviation they are experiencing for the first time in their lives. And then, mixed among these little balls of fur was an experienced hunting dog hiding. The sharp teeth.